Alrighty, we're live. We are live for the first round of the NFL draft. We talked about it on the last episode of the Dynasty DNA Fantasy Football Podcast. That here it is. We're going to be doing this again this year. We had a blast last year. We're back again. Got all kinds of great guests today, but as you noticed, Ty isn't here. We got a special treat for you guys. We got a what's that?
For some reason, it says it's a special guest, Dr. Kevin Murray.
Oh. Well, I can fix that. But anyhow,
we might need to fix that.
Yeah, we can fix that. But anyhow, we are back again, and we're coming at you guys with a live NFL draft show here. We know, like I said, Ty isn't here, so we got our special guest, a good friend of ours, a nice, great fantasy player in his own right, Jake Ledbetter. Jake, happy to have you, man. You're looking forward to this.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Looking forward to it, definitely. And can't wait to see how this draft pans out. A lot of little things that have already been kind of thrown out there is what's going to happen, but can't wait for pick 3.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the first 2 picks are kind of set in stone, man.
After that, it will be a shit show.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, I think. But although last year we had the Will Anderson trade up, so
yeah,
that was pretty fun, and maybe we'll see something like this again. A lot of speculation that J.J. McCarthy might be that pick where New England trades out. At number 3, how do you guys feel about that? I don't think it happens personally.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the move.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think if the Vikings trade up, it's Drake May.
Yeah.
If they trade up, I feel like it's Drake May at 3.
What if they trade?
What if they trade? What's that?
I mean, I like the Justin Herbert smoke myself.
That's another opportunity, and that's something that's really getting a little bit of fire. So.
I think Justin Jefferson would much rather have Herbert throwing him the ball than.
Yeah, and there's already been like stuff where like, does he want to stay a Viking?
It makes sense because I mean Harbaugh probably is going to want to run the ball a lot. I mean, why pay a guy $50 million to run the ball or to hand off the ball
or get your guys?
Yeah.
And we got to talk too. I mean, just so everyone knows, AJ Brown just got paid.
AJ Brown just got paid.
Yes, he did.
Big money.
Yep, 3-year, $96 million deal.
Yeah,
$32 million a year. I think.
Oh,
wow.
That's nice.
Eagles are good with this, man. They pay their players and pay them fast.
Yeah. Smitty was another example of that.
Yeah.
They just re-upped him.
Yep. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, Jefferson. Imagine what he's going to get. Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Upwards of probably $40 million a year.
Market's looking nice.
Yeah.
Be good to play wide receiver. So you know why all the kids want to play wide receiver now.
Yeah.
That's right.
And a heck of a class coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I can't wait to see.
This is possibly one of the, could this be like a repeat of the Odell year, where a lot of these guys, I mean, possibly better.
Yeah.
So it's going to be exciting. How many receivers do you guys think go in the first round?
Do you think that breaks the record? What's the record?
I don't.
What's the record? 7? 7. That's what I thought. So I don't think it goes over 7. I can see it tying.
I think what kind of hurts them is basically like the depth in the class.
Yeah.
So if you can get some of these really good receivers in the second, third round,
right?
I think that kind of hurts. But
I think we're going to see a push of quarterbacks, so that might push those receivers back even farther.
Yeah.
How many first round quarterbacks?
I'm going to say 4. I'm at 4. I there's some big talk like Penix could possibly go. I mean, we'll see it, especially if somebody trades up to 31, 32, get that 5th year option.
I don't think that 5th year option is as valuable as what it once was.
No. I mean, I feel like it is, but it isn't.
Right.
I don't know. It's tough. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So, okay, Xavier Worthy. Now, we said this. Over under that he goes to the Raiders.
Where are the Raiders picking?
13.
Yeah.
And I said it all along. Like, they love guys like this. And it's going to be like, okay, we're picking 13. If it's top 10, they might get a little cold feet. It's like, oh, we could gamble 13. I can see the Raiders doing that.
Yeah.
I have a hard time coming off of them taking a quarterback. I just think I like the Michael Penix pairing with them. I feel like that fits who they are, and he could really shine in that offense. But at the same time, I don't see them going off quarterback. That's just me, though.
Michael Penix and Worthy would be nasty.
Yeah.
Don't give them any ideas, Moss.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this on our mock draft from yesterday.
We did, yeah. I think that would be nasty.
And I mean, I'm not the biggest Xavier Worthy person, but I mean, that would be a match made in heaven.
It would be, because Penix does deliver a beautiful deep ball.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's right, man. Looking forward to it. And then, we all know that it's going to be Caleb Williams here at pick 1.
Yeah.
Like you said, Ann, I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels at pick 2 to Washington.
And then it's all open.
Yeah.
Crapshoot.
Yeah. Breaking news. Oh, that's just the AJ Brown stuff.
So what do you think? I mean, do you think that New England, do you think they take Drake May or do you think they trade it? I mean, what are you right now? You 50-50? You're leaning more trade? What do you think?
I really feel like they're going to move the pick.
I do too.
I really feel like they're going to move the pick. If you do stay there, do you take Drake May or do you take Marvin Harrison? Because to me, I know they need a quarterback. I think Marvin Harrison's
safer.
I mean, as far as like the best player in a draft,
yep,
he's possibly the best player in a draft.
Yeah.
So, like, do you really let him slide?
Can you maximize your offensive production, though, without a quarterback throwing to him?
He did good with McCord. McCord was bad.
Yeah, and Jake knows. Jake's a Big Ten fan.
I follow the Big Ten, thoroughly.
So McCord was he like really, really bad, Jake?
There's a reason he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
And it's not because he didn't want to be there. I think it was more so, from what I've heard, he kind of got suggested out.
Yeah. And too bad for him, but rightfully so. But
but seeing Marvin Harrison Jr. on the Patriots, considering that his dad was a Colt, boy, that would be weird, wouldn't it?
And paired with Pittman?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean.
So if they do go Drake May at number 3, here's the next thing. Marvin Harrison's got to be a lock at 4, right? I mean, if I'm Arizona, I'm not trading that pick. Like, you're possibly getting the best player in the draft at number 4.
Right.
And I would love it. I mean, for fantasy purposes, I think we can all say we would all love it.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, and just so everyone knows, the chat's open. If you guys want to chat with us, go ahead and shoot some messages over. We'd love to hear from you guys as we go through this process because you're going to see our live reactions. I'll never forget last year when the Texans made that trade to come back up and get Will Anderson.
It's wild.
And Andy's face, whenever it was that, it was like, it's the Texans again?
If you can think of the Joe Rogan face, like, oh,
it was
pulls
hilarious.
everybody back.
And Jameer Gibbs, when he got drafted, we were like, what?
Yeah.
Now that's Dan Campbell.
Well, yeah, but we were all like,
I'm sure though Dan Campbell's going to be upset this year because they probably won't let him take a running back.
Quality fullback late in the draft.
That's it, man. They do need a guy like that.
Yeah.
They could use a bruiser. Help persevere Montgomery's health for the year.
Yeah. He loves them blocking tight ends, fullbacks, Dan Campbell.
He does.
And we'll be talking to some people here. Like I said, we got many great guests coming on tonight. We got Hutchinson Brown coming on right around pick 6. We got Dynasty Dog Mike coming on later around the Eagles pick. We got Dynasty Wiz, our good buddy, coming on right around when the Ravens are up. We might pop him in a couple times here and there because he's part of the DNA team to begin with. And, of course, we got Mike Shanuti right around when our Steelers pick.
Yeah.
Now, what do you guys think about the Steelers? I mean, Brian Thomas, me and Jake were talking about this really sexy, flashy pick. We all like Brian Thomas a lot, but we really need a lineman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what would you prefer to see them do?
Absolutely. I would prefer to see Pittsburgh take a lineman. I can even say, like, if they do take Brian Thomas at 20, I think that's not good for Brian Thomas for fantasy.
Right.
I wouldn't like it at all. I mean, him and Pickens kind of do the same thing. I mean, obviously Pickens can still, he's still a yak guy, but I mean, he kind of struggled, getting downfield because the quarterback didn't have any time. If I'm looking for Pittsburgh, I think Jackson Powers Johnson. I really, really would like that. And also, what's his name from Graham Barton, I believe. So another guy you can kind of move around. Hey,
I got to ask Jake this too, Jake, since you're such a huge Penn State guy, the big tackle that from Penn State, the guy that's going to go inside the top 15. His name's like, I can't say his name.
I just always cut the first part short and go Oli Fashanu because it's just easier
okay.
that way.
Okay, see, I'm glad you're here. Oli Fashanu. So
heck of a tackle. Unfortunately, they just didn't get to showcase that enough, but he's in a very tough, though deep class for tackle again. I mean, you see a lot of really good prospects out there. I think he falls 3rd or 4th, I believe, in what their prospects are looking at.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. I want to get your opinion on him because I know a lot of people are hyping him up.
Yeah, and not that this is fantasy relevant, but I got to throw it out there. Chop Robinson, D end.
Yeah.
Penn State has a way of working with linebackers and D ends You see Micah Parsons. We've seen people, Paul Posluszny, Dan Connor, people in the past. Like, these guys are so versatile, and I mean, this guy is the same way. Chop Robinson, keep your eyes peeled for him where he goes, because he could be a difference maker somewhere.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Now we're kind of glad we got Jake as part of the team, because he's our Big Ten expert. Like I said, he knows everything Big Ten, and that's what he said about J.J. McCarthy. He's not a big fan. I mean, do you think someone comes up and gets him, guys? How do you feel about this?
I feel like I personally, but I mean, I'm not an NFL guy. I wouldn't
either.
But there's a lot of smoke around it. Like, we're seeing all these drafts, but we've seen this in the past, like Malik Willis.
Right.
Now, I mean, obviously this is a better school, Michigan, compared to, something like Liberty, but like, I feel like he's the one that, like, possibly he just falls out a little bit. I'm not saying he's not a first round guy. Maybe the Vikings don't even have to move up. Maybe they just get him.
There's two good options for him. Either to the Chargers, where he goes back with his coach, or he goes to a team that's just like Michigan, where they run the ball, they don't put the pressure on him, and they have a defense that can back them up and, support him and not put all the game on his shoulders, because he's not a Patrick Mahomes. He's not any of those guys even close to it.
Yeah. And I'm glad that, like I said, I'm glad we have you here, because there's a lot of Big Ten guys. Marvin Harrison Jr., we talked about this. Arizona. We keep hearing Larry Fitzgerald. Like, this could be the reincarnate for Arizona with Larry Fitzgerald. So this would be great for them. This would be great for Kyler Murray. Boy, wheels up on that offense.
Yeah.
And we love Jonathan Gannon too.
Yeah. It's just an offense I really wanted to buy into to begin with. And then I think I'd use this to go get Michael Wilson. Like, if they do draft Marvin Harrison, I still think he's a damn good receiver.
I do too.
And is there a chance to even bring in another guy? I mean, I hope not for Michael Wilson's sake, but
yeah.
And then you also have Trey McBride, who's just really, really taken off. It's a fun offense with Kyler Murray, man.
Jimmy's tight end one.
Yeah. My tight end too, but yeah.
We get to hear about Jimmy's infatuation with Trey McBride. He loves him. He's planted that flag and he's going to be tight end one. I'm a Sam Laporta guy. I am. I can't turn away from Laporta.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm even a Kincaid guy, man. I mean, even if they do draft a receiver, which it seems like they're going to, right?
Right.
I mean, if they do it in the first round or second round, I think there's a great chance in the first round. But I still think that we could, like, Kincaid has that ceiling of like a Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not comparing him to Travis Kelce, but I think the opportunity's there to where it could happen.
Yeah.
Like, he could see them targets.
Do you think that Dawson Knox phases out of this offense completely?
I mean, a little bit, but not to the point. Like, for me, not fantasy relevant, but like, he'll still be used, because I think.
Kincaid's obviously the superior talent in my eyes, but that being said, he didn't really emerge last year until Knox was absent due to injury. So I didn't know if coming back this year with them losing the receivers, you think that maybe Knox's production steps up some compared to last year.
It possibly could, man. I mean, he's kind of been a touchdown guy so far in his career. So if you even line him up in line on the line to help run the ball, and just throw Kincaid out in the slot. Right. I mean, especially with Diggs gone, if they do go after a guy like Adonai Mitchell, who's been mocked here in plenty of drafts. I mean, Adonai's kind of your outside guy, and I'd love Kincaid in the slot there.
And if they don't draft the running back, I mean, it could be a good time to go by James Cook. 'Cause, I mean, James Cook, he gets targets too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's some targets to go around there.
And there's been a lot of smoke that they could draft another running back.
Yeah.
But I do you guys think, though? Like, I feel like
they do it every year.
We're not going to find out, today.
Right,
I mean, there's no chance that happens, but that'd be wild.
That would be wild.
Yeah.
We kind of knew Dan Campbell was going to draft one.
Yeah.
Ashton says, no way Harrison Jr. makes it out of the top 4. I agree with that 110%. He is a slam dunk. I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for these quarterbacks, he could be a number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Which receivers we don't see very often, but he could be that good. Ashton, hope you're doing well, brother. He's out of town today. And he's the guy, owner-operator, Peak One Sports. We work with them over there. Great guy. They have all kinds of great stuff. They talk about hockey. They talk about basketball. They talk about everything at Peak One.
Yeah.
You guys got to go over there and check them out. If you like sports podcasting, you like sports in general, you could see them on Spotify. You could see them on Apple Pod, YouTube. They're really big on YouTube.
Yeah.
And go over to their Twitter page at Peak One Sports. You got to go over there and check them out. Ashton, hope you're doing well, brother. wish we had you here with us, but you said you'd be following along, and we're glad you're here.
Yeah, glad to have you on here, though.
Nicholas Holt says he thinks we could see some 2 tight end sets with all the receiver departures, and could be a Gronk and Aaron Hernandez type of fit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Type
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that would also take a lot of pressure off a rookie receiver that comes into town.
It would.
Yeah.
And especially somebody like Adonai Mitchell, who, again, another player that we're not as high on, but I mean, even take pressure off him to try to give him a little bit of help, because he's going to be seeing number 1 guys if he goes there.
Definitely good.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Neighbors. I mean, we keep saying it, man. Like, I hope the Chargers get him.
Oh, I hope they. Oh,
I hope he doesn't go to the Giants.
I know.
I still think he'd be okay, though. I do.
But he wouldn't be what he could be. With
I
the
know.
Chargers. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Danny Dimes, a fucking beast.
Do you want a cheeseburger or do you want a double cheeseburger? Come on.
What now? Wait a minute. What about Drew Lock?
Absolutely. We got
Drew
2 fans here. We
Lock.
got 2 fans.
I'm with you on Marvin Mims. Drew Lock, you're on your own.
Just so everyone knows it's a fan of this show. Muscles loves Drew Lock, and we know that. But Ty is at work today. They screwed him over at work if you listen on the podcast. But I guarantee you, if he's listening, I bet you will get a comment about Drew Lock.
That was my Marvin Mims shout out for him as well.
Yeah.
I know
Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims to the moon.
Hey, I got Marvin Mims off Moss in the league. That's why I mainly did the trade. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll take Marvin Mims.
Yep.
Got a little Eminem showing here.
Oh, yeah.
Eminem
Slim
too.
Shady. Slim Shady.
Look at all them people.
Where's Kid Rock?
Yeah.
We
You
are
think,
in Detroit Rock City.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, you could get a bunch of people in there, man.
I'm really glad they're doing this in Detroit. Like, just kind of moving this around.
Yeah.
I love that. I hope they do one in Pittsburgh.
Big E says, I took McBride before he could in the DNA draft, broke his heart, meaning Jimmy. Yeah, you did, Big E. You stole him from him. Yep. And then we got Jakey D on here saying, Fields getting traded tonight so the Steelers can move up and get a QB to build with behind Danger Russ. I would love to see that, Jake. You know I'm not a big Justin Fields advocate. I mean, honestly, I would trade him away for a bag of footballs, but I mean, we didn't pick up the 5th-year option. I think Wiz is heartbroken about that because he wanted to see us tied to him, and I told him it wasn't going to happen. So here we go. We're going to get this baby kicked off. I wonder how long Chicago is going to be on the clock. That's my guess.
Well
I would wait it out.
Yeah,
dude.
I would
wait it out. Somebody's going to give you a crazy overpay.
You never know.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're bringing out all the big
Oh, yeah.
Jared Goff.
I wonder if Barry Sanders got to be there.
There he is.
There
I'm out.
I'm going to say, man, you can't have a Detroit party without Barry Sanders.
Yeah, I'm right.
You still need Kid Rock.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, put the cherry on top of the sundae. Boy,
He'd probably come out and flip off the crowd or something.
Yeah,
They'd probably have to
yeah.
cut the camera. That's probably why they don't. He's just too erotic.
I'll tell you what, though, I am happy for the Lions and their fans, man. Last year was quite a run for them. I mean, Dan got a little aggressive in the NFC Championship game, but I mean, that's the way he plays. He plays to win, but
Yeah.
They've got the team to pull it off.
Yeah.
I love the style.
Yep.
Yep.
all right.
Who are they hyping up here?
You know, though, what's kind of insulting to Detroit, they got the draft and Chicago has the first pick.
Is that
Yeah.
Amon- Is that Amon-Ra?
Golf.
Yeah,
Clearly,
there's
that's
golf,
Goff.
baby.
Yeah, Jared Goff.
Which Amon-Ra just got paid too on an
Yeah.
extension. So they need to get golf done here.
Yeah,
And I
they
think
do.
it happens. I think we can all agree with that.
So
Yeah.
real quick, do we see a big name receiver get traded somewhere? Do we see Ayuk get moved?
That's a good question.
T. Higgins.
Yeah,
I
Chris Godwin.
And I think the next question is San Fran. I mean, we've been seeing possibly move Ayuk. Do they move Debo and keep Ayuk?
Yeah.
I don't think that's out of the cards.
I don't think they move both. They do one or the other.
Yeah, one or the other. I think so as well. Who would you rather see them have?
If I'm a 49ers fan, I think I want to keep Ayuk just because
I think I do too. He's
Debo's
younger.
age.
Yeah.
Debo's kind of that yak machine type
He is.
player, and he
They're-
gets hurt a lot.
He does.
Ayuk still gets hurt, but not. I think Debo gets hurt worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Roger Goodell. He's getting booed, I'm sure.
Yeah,
They were cheering all the players. Now he's getting booed.
Yep.
he's missing COVID drafts from his house.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure.
What a weird year that was. Joe Burrow in the house.
Bill
Yeah.
Belichick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kitchen table.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about Bill Belichick? Like, it was the most plain kitchen. Like, he has all this money. Like, it was the most, like, look like my kitchen. It was
Yeah.
so plain, you know? I'm like,
Yeah.
that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, then you had Sean McVay and like his
Bougie.
Malibu mansion.
Yeah.
No. What a beast, though.
Yeah. Barbie and Ken mansion.
Is that a little bit of hatred towards Sean McVay?
No, I love Sean McVay.
Jeez, salty over here.
I wish I had that house.
Salty
Yeah,
like the
me
Pacific
too.
Ocean.
No, I'm just saying it was like a Barbie and Ken dream house.
Well, like I said, we get this baby kicked off, man. It's. I
10
mean,
minutes.
Where we are.
Yep.
here we go. We got Chicago on the clock. I'm like you guys. I think they'll run it down just for giggles.
Yeah, you never know. Somebody might come at them with some outrageous.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, something crazy, man. I mean,
We'll give you Justin Jefferson and 4 first-round picks.
yeah, that.
Well, now they got Keenan Allen
Well, yeah. Still.
Yeah, that would be wild.
or Justin Herbert.
Yeah. Well, they're not doing anything.
Their draft, the war room is silent.
Yeah, they already know.
Yep.
They're all just sitting in quiet.
They're just
so,
like, okay, is the phone going to ring or not?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, man. Like, honestly, with like Ryan Poles, I will give the Bears credit. Like, they did this the right way. You know, I mean, we said it all from the beginning. A lot of people were concerned with them keeping Fields. We said, no, take Caleb. You know, you pretty much have to this point. They decided to go that route. And when they did, they made the decision at the right point because they brought in DeAndre Swift. They brought in Keenan Allen. They brought in other guys that could help them out. So that was huge, man. That was huge. And here's Jakey D, Strattonville Dynasty winner here, just checking in here to say good luck this year, fellas. But the Wolfpack going to run it back. Jake, believe me, my team's in the midst of a rebuild. I ain't that much of a threat to you, but Andy might have to say something a little bit different. Muss might have to say a little bit something different.
Yeah.
I'm building up.
I am. I'm glad I won the yearly though. That curse is over.
Yeah.
After 15 years. So
Yeah, and I'm still cursed. I've been in the Super Bowl so many times. Like I've changed underwears many times. I still can't win. It's unbelievable. And it always something happens. Something goes wrong, but there's Caleb. Like he's just shaking it, you know, but honestly, like he knows where he's going right now. He's feeling like, what if something were to happen like this big? It'd be like, holy hell.
Well, if you're watching live, you're going to see it, you're going to see it, but
we might see Andy's face from last year.
Oh yeah. I might Joe Rogan it.
Do we see a situation like Phillip Rivers, Eli Manning?
Like he wouldn't play for Chicago.
Yeah.
I think there was more talk about that before.
Well, and I think at this point with who they have, it's out of the question.
That happened with Elway, I believe, too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elway and Eli were the two big ones that
That's
bucked the system.
Oh, somebody's on the phone. No, I'm just kidding.
Freaking troll.
Hey, I told you, it's crazy, but you
never know.
if you get the right haul.
Oh yeah,
with who they added.
Hey, I said that. I said that on the feud.
You can make a lot of people successful with who those weapons are.
It would have to be somebody like I truly believe in. Dude, I've been saying it time after time. I think, he's on the phone.
Yeah, he's getting a call from Chicago. Okay, Caleb, we're not getting 6 first-round picks.
Yeah, and we're not making the people wait all 10 minutes. Let's go.
And man, he's the best quarterback I've ever watched on tape. Like, in my opinion, man, like I could seriously, for fantasy purposes, see him doing what CJ Stroud did and more. And I hate to say that because like what CJ Stroud did his rookie year was absolutely unbelievable. Like it absolutely was. But this is somebody like he can run too.
Yeah.
Like he has some wheels on him. So I think another downfall for Caleb as well was this, like his line was not good. That's why he had to play the quote unquote hero ball. But like you look, man, the best quarterbacks in the league play hero ball. Look at Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. They create time.
Yeah. Jordan Love.
Yeah, Jordan Love.
NFL pressure is going to make him play hero ball.
Right.
He's going to have to scramble.
Yep. So I feel like that even kind of goes like more for him, and I'm fine with that. So. And I think another thing is safe to say as well is like we don't really see these 101 guys get the weapons he has. Keenan Allen, DJ Moore. Like they go out and get DeAndre Swift. They've actually invested in the line. They also have pick 9. So like, okay, there's been a lot of smoke. Like could be like a Roma Dunze. It wouldn't surprise me if they went offensive line again.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, or they could probably get the best defensive edge guy at 9. So if they wanted to help that defense some more.
How would you feel if you're Carolina right now? I mean, after what they did last year, I mean, this is their pick, and everyone talked about the generational quarterback.
But I mean, I don't know. And we're not just the only ones that said it. We're like, this is a horrible move for Bryce Young, man. You're betting on an outlier. You're betting on a small guy that just like, it's not like we hated the tape. Like we we hated Bryce, but we're like, CJ is definitely the one.
Yeah.
And at 2, I would have took Anthony Richardson over him too.
Right.
Like I just
Alabama quarterbacks are so buffered by all this talent that surrounds them.
Yeah.
You put them into a situation where they don't have all of that. Granted, you're at the pro level at that point, but still.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have
And that's
Devontae Smith.
That's a very good point.
All these other guys out there.
I do like the Canales hire though.
Yeah.
He's fixed Baker. He's fixed Gene. I don't want to say fixed, but maybe bandaged. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know, but
Bandaged him up a
this
little
is
bit.
kind of just they're swinging for the fences here with him, and I like it. Like
So like, okay, with Caleb going to Chicago now, how do you feel about this division? Because it's obviously going to be one of the better divisions of football with the weapons they brought in Chicago. The defense is already good. Green Bay took that step last year. Detroit is a great team.
this is a new AFC North
Yeah.
where all these guys like Detroit, Green Bay. I mean, these guys are good. They got good clubs.
Minnesota still has to try to fight. Like
Yeah,
who they
yeah,
are and where they're at.
Heck is
have-
in.
They do. I think Minnesota's going to really struggle this year. I probably put them like we'll go over. Like I got to look more in depth, but I'd say like 5 games.
But let's say
Right.
they do come up and get Drake May and it goes well next year. Then it's like, wow,
Yeah.
next year this division could be like, there could be 4 playoff teams in this division.
Absolutely. And if they do draft Drake May, they do come up and get him. I would like to see him sit for at least the first half, you know.
Right.
Put Darnold out there.
Because, I mean, that could be very possible. Because the NFC is kind of a weaker conference right now as it is anyway.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, but here it is. The pick is in.
Yep.
Wonder who it is. What's the guy's name on draft day? The linebacker. The boy.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, I guess. Oh.
So before we get this pick,
Caleb Williams was the only top 30 guy they brought in.
Oh, was that?
was it? He
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
which
I'm
is
sure.
surprising,
It
though,
really is.
because they have pick 9,
Yeah.
which I think is another possibility where they do trade down and still
Yeah.
get a very good player.
Yeah,
But-
somebody said that on NFL Network that he was the only guy that they brought in
Huh.
the top 30 for a top 30 visit.
I don't know, man. If I'm Chicago, and I mean, I'm definitely, you know, I'm taking Caleb, but I'm just saying, like, should you just kept Fields and kept him guessing, kept people guessing?
Yeah. That's
Like-
what I said on the feud.
And I didn't even listen to the feud.
Oh,
I didn't get to listen this week. I'm
oh
sorry.
no,
Mus.
this is weeks ago.
Oh, it was weeks ago.
Yeah.
Jake says he listens for the pure entertainment value of Ty and Muscles and Jimmy, especially Ty, like complaining about Muscles' draft strategies and Jimmy's thought process.
Oh man. Well,
Here
yeah.
we go. Here we go. Yep.
I thought it was. I thought it was be Vontae Mack, but maybe I was wrong. But not a surprise here.
Yeah, that's his name.
I had to think about it for a minute. I haven't watched that movie in a good year or two.
This
But
is such a great pick, man. I like I said, I absolutely love Caleb. Don't overthink it. The 1-1 in your rookie drafts. It's super flex. I mean,
slam dunk,
Yeah.
slam
Yeah.
dunk.
to me, and I love Marvin Harrison, but the value of these quarterbacks in super flex, like,
And I'm so happy for Chicago because they're the only franchise that has never had a 4,000 yard passer.
yeah,
They need a quarterback. And like Ty said, when Jay Cutler's the best you've had statistically, this is time.
yeah.
Slinging Jay. I'll tell you what.
He was one of a kind.
Is it?
man.
Is this in our Discord too?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I
it'll go-
shared the
okay,
link in there.
Awesome.
The charisma he's walking up here. I don't think I've ever seen a first round pick walk up this excited. Now I think a lot of guys hold their composure, but like, how long have we known that this is going to happen? He's known this is going to happen. He's been waiting for this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the credit to him, because I remember a lot of people saying, oh, will he play for Chicago? No, he's embracing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he is, man.
He's embracing it. And if I'm a Bears fan, I'm thrilled because this is what you've been waiting for. Like,
damn right.
there's always a world where a player can bust. Don't get me wrong. But I think that, you're at least going to get a solid quarterback much better than you've ever had.
Yeah.
Right.
So really, really happy for him from that standpoint. But now, one pick goes, we turn to another. We got Washington Commanders on the clock next, and we've been hearing it's going to be Jaden Daniels. We all said this kind of at the beginning of the draft. We said it's probably going to be cemented in stone, these two guys.
Yeah.
So it's going to probably be that way. Do you guys see anyone other than that, or do you think that it's going to be Daniels?
I feel like it's slam dunk Daniels in
I
my
do too.
opinion. And again, unless there's a massive overpay to where
Yep.
somebody wants to come up,
And it could happen.
it could. I don't think this is such, set in stone as much as a Chicago pick. Like, I feel like this is cemented in, man. You got the stone, it's cemented in, like it's happening. This one, the stones are laid. They're starting to lay the cement.
I
But it ain't finished.
really kind of like what the Commanders did there. Did you hear that they brought all the quarterbacks in at once and made them go to Top Golf?
Yeah.
Like they made them compete against one another to kind of.
Reportedly, Daniels didn't like that.
Well, yeah. But,
I mean, again, you're going to be an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
You better
You're
toughen up
that
your skin a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, look at that
What
offense.
an offense.
Yeah, cool.
I'm a big
Not a shirt
DJ
on,
Moore
man.
fan. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, DJ Moore's severely underrated.
I'm going to share
It-
that.
between-
to the-
yeah, what his compliment to Keenan Allen is perfect.
Yeah.
How Keenan can sit in the pocket, DeAndre Swift, they can roll him out,
Ah.
run the flats, and then DJ Moore cut
Yep.
loose.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Cut loose.
and I mean I'm excited to see what they can do in this offense, man. I mean they are loaded now, and Cole Kmet, no slouch. I mean a lot of people forget about him. I mean heck, he was like top 7 Dynasty tight end again last year. I mean
Yep.
the guy can play if he can stay healthy, but good up for Chicago. Like I said, here come the Commanders, and this one's going to be a little bit more dicey. What if they swerve everyone and take Drake May?
I think there's a lot of people like the smoke with JJ, man. I don't see them passing on Daniels. I just don't.
And I think, a lot of people say Austin Eckler a little bit washed up. I think he still has a lot to offer and complement Brian Robinson. That's a really good, helpful backfield for a young rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
The receiving core, I mean, you got a little bit left
That's a
to
pretty
be
sick
desired
hat.
there, but still,
Yeah.
It is.
That's
That
a
is
nice
sick
hat.
I like that orange backlash.
I do.
Yeah, we're going to have to see about getting some of them draft hats. Some are nice. But yeah,
that is nice.
yeah, but I'm with you, Jake. I mean, them running backs, Austin Eckler, that'll help provide. So, like, okay, we know Washington's going quarterback. It's just a matter of who. We don't know yet. But, like, wow, how do you see this offense developing? I mean, scary Terry McLaurin's been a kind of a guy that just has never had consistent good quarterback play. But he is a really nice receiver, probably a really nice receiver for a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Jahan Dotson was a little bit of a letdown last year, a guy we weren't extremely high on, but had a bad year. But, I mean, how do you guys feel about this offense? I mean, we know the Eagles are good, but they've kind of lost their luster a little bit last year. The Cowboys are a team that, they're kind of in a little bit of a rebuild. We said, like, they don't want to admit it. I still think they got a good team, but they're kind of a little bit more leaning maybe towards that. I wouldn't say rebuild, but maybe retooling. Yeah. Then you have the Giants who are just god awful. So
it's the typical NFC East. I mean,
Yeah.
we're a battle of 7 and 8s, 7 and 9s. Washington has been at the bottom of the barrel with the Giants for a while. The Giants have given them a run for their money a little bit, but they've got the talent. I don't know where their defense sets them up to be in their line. They've lost a lot of defensive players. It's just going to be hard to put the pressure on their rookie quarterback and offense to produce without enough support from their defense. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do turn it around, and maybe they I know they bring in new coaches and trying to get this thing on a different ship for once.
New coaches, new ownership.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good thing.
It could be, a whole fresh start for them, which could do wonders.
Which I believe, I can't think, is his name Harris?
Yeah, I think it's the Harris ownership group.
Yeah, and I believe they have like part ownership in like 76ers and, so.
But the toxic environment that you're leaving, that former ownership, that's going to be a huge weight off your shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we got our old buddy, our boy Preston Evans chiming in here saying, "Hey, DNA boys, what a surprise. Caleb went first overall. Laugh out loud." Yeah, I know, Preston. I mean, it was like we could have just announced it like 2 months ago. I mean, as soon as they said that they were done with Fields, we knew this was going to be the pick. Happy to see you, brother. Can't wait to see you at the expo as well. We'll be getting those tickets.
Yeah, that's right, man. Thanks for chiming in, Preston.
Yeah, man. Always nice to chat with you, man. And here we go. Pick is in for Washington. Here, who's it going to be? What quarterback? I think it's going to be Daniels, but do they swerve everybody? Were they setting the smoke screen up?
I'm calling Daniels, man.
Yeah.
I just, it's got to be. It's got to be. And if you're a Washington fan, I think that's who I would want.
Yeah, he's coming into a pretty good situation.
He's got Terry McLaurin. I mean, and they could easily draft another receiver in the second round. Like, I do know the defense is bad, though.
Did they lose Logan Thomas at tight end? Do they have a back?
They ended up getting Ertz.
Zach Ertz.
And then they have Cole Turner, which, I mean, we'll see. But we'll see how washed up Ertz is if he still has anything left in the tank, which I didn't think Logan Thomas did.
No, but hey, Ertz surprised us last year.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Ertz donut.
Ertz donut.
I love that. Here we go.
My daughter just learned that joke.
What, Ertz donut?
You want a Hertz donut? What's a Hertz donut?
Uh-oh, here he is. Boo. I'll do it for all the fans.
Boo.
Oh, come on, guys. It ain't that bad.
Yeah, I hope sleeper notifications don't come on before I hit
Well,
this.
the nice thing is it comes up and it says spoiler alert, so it says Washington Commanders select,
Good.
and then it cuts off.
see.
You can't see it unless you actually Jaden
Daniels, baby.
There it is.
All
You
right.
guys got yourself a hell of a quarterback.
Yeah, I like him.
I do too.
Jake doesn't.
Me and Jake
Yeah.
are a little bit. We think he's okay. We're more Drake on the Drake May.
Yeah,
side.
I like the style of play better with Drake May.
I get it. He
Yeah.
has an arm,
Dude,
man.
he does have an arm.
have an arm. Like,
He
I will
does
give
have
him
an
that.
arm.
He's not just the one trick pony.
So, and I've mentioned this in shows before. My biggest con on Jaden Daniels is he somewhat feels like he's a Cam Newton.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, you
Battering
can't take
ram.
them big hits in
He's
the
not as big as
NFL.
Cam either.
No. I even said on here, it's like, is he 200 pounds? Like, I was worried 'cause he's slender.
Yeah.
And this one's out. This one goes out to Preston. He says, "Here's where it gets interesting." So everyone knows
Absolutely.
Preston is a New England fan.
Is he
Yep.
really?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, my. I
Preston-
knew there was something wrong
What
with
does
him.
he know?
Preston, I want to know right now before they pick. Shouting out you, my friend. What do you want to see him do? You want to see him take a Drake May, someone like that, or do you want to see him trade back? Let me know in the comments because
Yeah.
I want to get your feeling on this because this is your team.
Or Marvin Harrison.
Yeah,
Or Marvin
do they
Harrison,
Take the
yeah.
talent.
Yeah, go for the probably sure thing, not going to be a bust.
See, this is again, man, like with Washington, like, yeah, Sam Howell wasn't the future, but like, do you move him that fast? You keep people guessing, like,
Yeah.
shit, I need to come up and get a quarterback.
Right.
I need to get Marvin Harrison. Like, that's how you get overpays.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like too many people are giving their poker hands away.
I agree. So now we got New England.
So for Dynasty fantasy football purposes, how do we feel?
I think honestly, I like it. I mean, it's probably one of the better. Much better in New England, honestly, as far as production goes.
Yeah.
I mean, I like what Jake said. I do like the fact that Austin Eckler's there. Yeah, I mean, he is a little bit more washed, but you got him and Brian Robinson, stable run game.
Yeah.
You got Terry McLaurin, steady Eddie at receiver. Jahan Dotson, young player, maybe can still come on his own. And you have Zach Ertz. If he's healthy, a veteran tight end.
And they could easily draft another guy we like.
Yeah, they could.
I think having two veterans like Eckler and Ertz, they can find those little pockets close to the quarterback, give him a relief valve. That's not something that he really has to risk a lot for.
Yeah.
So I think that'll really pay off for them, those signings. That's key to this. But
So
he's just a wild quarterback. He's crazy, and I'm afraid he's going to get hurt. But hey,
yeah, so I mean, this is
if he
where
doesn't,
Jaden Daniels. I mean, for me, he's probably 1-2, 1-3 overall, and Superflex, obviously.
Yeah, and we're gonna see where Marv goes.
Yeah, we got to see where Marv goes.
I feel like
it's between him and Marv for me.
I think this is a year where you can make an exception in Superflex for a guy like Marv
Yeah.
if he goes to Arizona.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
Okay, here we go. I thought this would be your answer, Preston. So I'm happy you said this. Dream scenario: they trade back with the Vikes, get their picks, and then get Penix.
Yeah.
I figured. I thought you would be in on something like that. I honestly did. I'm glad you shared that, man. You really follow the Patriots. So I mean, hey, I'd say we're about halfway through this clock right now. We can't see the time, obviously, but I bet you were probably halfway through. So,
and this is kind of a comparison that I made on our last show with RG3. Like if Jaden Daniels does come out and tear it up, is he a good trade candidate? What could you have gotten for RG3 in your dynasty leagues that year, man?
Yeah.
I mean, you could have got.
I mean, like I
lot.
said, he was a CJ Stroud. You know, I mean, think about what you can get for CJ Stroud right now.
Oh yeah.
So,
Pick us in.
Yeah, they must.
So
be,
they did not
they-
trade
they
it.
didn't
As
trade.
of now, it's what it looks like.
that's what I was kind of thinking.
Yep,
man.
Preston said. Yep.
I felt like the move was to trade. Is it Drake May? Is it Marvin Harrison?
I think it's Drake May.
it's got
It's
to
Drake.
be quarterback.
If I had to guess, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean,
I hope it's Drake May just because
But Pop Douglas is going to be your number one guy.
That's going to be disappointing.
I don't know. They'll probably draft the guy later.
yeah,
but
they absolutely could because they do got a pretty decent defense.
yeah, Kendrick Bourne and Pop Douglas. But
So like my thing is though, I really hope it's Drake May because I would love to see Marv go.
Do they go Harrison and then trade up to get Penix later in the back end of
They
the
could.
first?
They could.
I mean, they could.
Just to me, like, oh man, it's hard for me to let Marv slip here.
I think it's Marv.
I feel like I think that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say Marv, and I hope it's Drake.
I'm saying Marv.
Preston put pick is in, damn. And then Nick, Wiz put rest in peace on the dream. Preston.
Oh, that's right. They signed Brissett.
Yeah.
But still, that's
I have a rookie develop behind Brissett. Let him take
that's what I'm saying. Penix, it could be in play. I'm going Harrison.
Big build.
I'm going Harrison.
I'm going Harrison.
I can't let Harrison fall this far, man.
Yeah, I can't either.
In my opinion,
Preston, shout out to you. They're picking. Who do you want it to be right now? Who's your guy
Jake,
here?
Who do you think?
I'm saying May.
Yeah, if they didn't, I don't know. I don't see them going
May
for May.
Slips a little bit.
I don't see him going to the Patriots. It's probably Marv.
All right.
I just hate the fact they don't have a quarterback.
I hope it's not Marv.
I'm just gonna say this though. I'm just gonna say this. What puts butts in seats?
Marv.
Marv.
Yeah. Harrison last name.
Yeah.
QBs.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong.
Nah.
I'm just jealous. I mean, I'm just like, I don't want to see Marv go here. I'd love to see him go. I don't
either for fantasy purposes.
I don't want to see anyone go there. No offense, Preston.
We'll build it back up, Preston.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
it is Drake
wow.
May. It is Drake May.
I figured.
Good call. Good call.
I mean, it just like I said, he fits what they want. This is a New England style quarterback. But I'm going to tell you right now, New England, good. You got Jacoby Brissett. Let him play. Let him play all year. Let Drake May sit. Try to develop your weapons cabinet up. They do got some other picks. They got a high second. If I'm a Patriots fan, I'm happy. This was what I want. I mean, yeah, you want to get Marvin Harrison, but if you can't get anyone to consistently get him the ball, what does it matter?
How far does Drake May slip in Superflex drafts? I think a lot of people are going to be turned off.
I was just going to say, where does he go now? How does this affect him?
Oh, he's going to slide out of the top 3 now just because of this.
Yeah.
I'd say he's probably still going to be around 5.
Yeah, and that's where I'd feel more comfortable, 5, 6. I mean, we're going to see where these receivers fall, but yeah, I seen Jake turn right away, and he's like, "Oh man,
that's not what I wanted to see for him." No.
Yeah,
I know.
You like to see a quarterback go into a situation where he's got support.
But they got Brissett. Let him sit. Yeah, let him sit. The next year, maybe they bring in some.
But if I'm
big time receiver next year,
let me make this point. Like if I'm a rebuilder though, and I'm sitting like at 4 or 5, and you're like, "Dang, I didn't get a top pick." I feel a lot better now.
Yeah,
because he's probably going to slide, and you can afford to wait. Collect more assets. Let him sit there.
I don't know if I would draft him. Just let the guy that owns him be, because he might not play this year.
Yeah,
so you might be able to get.
You might get a discount like a Jordan Love discount.
Exactly. You might get a Jordan Love discount next year.
It's a good point.
It's also a very hot wide receiver class with a lot of talent still being out on the NFL free agency. Who's to say they don't sign someone?
Yeah.
Or trade, T.
Ayuk.
Higgins,
Ayuk,
that's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I can see Chris Godwin going there. Somebody who can sit in the pocket.
I like that.
Find a little spot to give him a little relief.
But I'll tell you one thing, though, before we move on to Arizona here. That shows you how much New England must have thought of Drake May because we heard Minnesota.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for them to sit there and take him, and I'm sure they got offered a decent package to move out of this pick.
Oh, yeah.
So
they must like him.
They must like him a lot.
So. I'm glad it wasn't Marv, though. I mean, Arizona, man, you just got a gift. I feel like.
Oh yeah,
you just got a gift here.
I think if he goes to Arizona,
I'm going to say this though. Do not be. I think Arizona takes Harrison, but do not be surprised if they trade this pick.
I wouldn't be surprised
because they did it last draft.
Yeah,
we've heard it before.
They love to trade down.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, if someone blows them away, they might come off this.
So what would you guys do? I would. I mean, you got a massive overpay for me to get Marvin Harrison off my hands.
Yeah.
I mean, massive overpay.
Right.
I'm not nickel and dime. Like, I want something big.
But at the same time, I mean, I would get it because it's like this receiver class. We keep saying this. It's so deep that you could just trade out, get a Brian Thomas. And I mean, Brian Thomas is nowhere near as good as Marv. But like, what could you get on top of like a Brian Thomas?
My thing is though, I feel like. Dude, I feel like Marv's so good. Like other people around him are going to be even better.
Yeah.
Like he's like the LeBron, the Jordan of wide receivers. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not a LeBron fan, but I'm just saying he does make people around him better.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I just, oh man.
Wiz says at least they didn't get JJ, right? That is true.
Yeah.
There was all of that talk that JJ might go ahead of May. I was going to
I was
talk.
talking he's gonna go too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's a smokescreen season, man.
Right.
As they say, believe everything up till Tuesday.
Yep.
Tuesday to Thursday, forget it.
Yep.
That's right.
But I mean, I'm happy for Drake, and it's no, I know maybe sometimes I seem like a Drake hater, and I'm not. I think Drake does have, a really has a chance to be a really good quarterback.
He does,
here.
yeah.
I think if New England does this right, this could be a lot better than people think.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I do like Mayo. I like what they're doing there. Let them sit down. Let Brissett take the reins
Pick is
this
in.
year.
They're picking.
Yep.
picking.
There's
It's got to be Marv.
That's what I mean. It's Marv. It's
gotta
definitely
be.
Marv. And then the draft starts.
Yep.
Then the draft starts.
Preston says he's still happy with it. Wanted Penix though, but hey, Preston.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, this kid, if he hits, he could be on fire for you. I mean, I'd be happy about it. And look at this. You know this, Preston. You got a good structure in New England. I think everything will be fine. Like Drake May needs structure. He needs coaching.
Yeah.
I think he'll get that now.
So like for me, and I love Penix. I think there are injury concerns with Penix, and we'll see because
100%.
talent wise, dude is a first round pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Injury wise, and just kind of what he's been through, is he a first round pick? I mean,
Yeah, the poor guy's been through the ringer, man.
Yeah.
It's tough to ignore everything.
Yeah, it is.
Especially when you're giving a guy that kind of money.
And he's older.
Yeah, he is. He's older. And as far as being older, he's still a bit raw. Like that's kind of what we've all talked about.
Yeah.
He's an older player, is a bit raw just because of his injuries. But
Yep, absolutely. And that's the thing with Penix, rooting for him, man.
Yeah.
But that's the bad thing with all the injuries. Like, and they're not soft injuries. Like, they were hardcore bad injuries.
Yeah.
Like, that was the one that it ain't like a twisted ankle. The
And-
guy
and-
had how many torn ligaments? And
I've been saying it. I would love to see Penix to the LA Rams. I think behind Stafford for a year.
It was
and
Sean McVay. Yep.
Dude, I would love it.
And
here it is.
And his Barbie and Ken dream mansion.
Yep.
Yep.
There it is.
Yep. Had to be.
The new Larry Fitzgerald lands in Arizona. Kyler Murray stocks are going to go through the roof right
Yep.
now. Marvin
Man.
Harrison stocks are going to go through the roof. And I'll tell you, I even kind of like Michael Wilson, young kid that they have there.
I think he's going to make Michael Wilson better.
I do.
This is a buy opportunity
Yeah.
for Michael Wilson.
Yep. But I would send out trade offers for Michael Wilson right now.
Yep, because everyone's going to perceive his values dead. I
Yeah.
think it helps more than it hurts.
And I know there's a chance they draft another receiver. There is, but I just don't see them doing it. I think they have other needs.
yeah,
I mean,
you look what you've done now. Okay, you got Kyler Murray, Trey McBride, you got Marvin Harrison Jr., you got Michael Wilson. You're pretty good there.
Yeah.
You're pretty
Yeah.
good there now. Now let's get some line, let's get some defense.
yeah.
That's probably what's on their mind next. But I'm really happy for Marv. This worked out great for
Yes.
Dynasty
Oh,
fantasy football.
I didn't know
purposes.
his dad was Marvin Harrison.
You damn troll.
they just had to throw that out there like
I
nobody
know.
knew that.
Muscles, you're terrible.
This is great, though. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, I mean, it's kind of everything's come to fruition. I'm sure Marv's probably your 103,
Yeah.
possibly 102.
Yeah.
I think at this point he's my 102.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I let's just say this: if I need a quarterback, I'm fine taking Daniels, but I mean, I'm not opposed to taking Marv at all.
And I want to see like where Knicks and Penix now end up.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like.
And
to
their
see.
draft capital, because we hear their first round picks. We don't necessarily believe that. We kind of feel like they're more second round, third,
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, I like the guys, but
And Wiz is chiming in. He said, "When are we going to see our first trade?" I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to have to happen soon.
trades were what, 5.5
7.5
or
what?
7.5? You sent it to me.
Yeah.
Shit, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
I'm gonna look it up. Hang on.
Now, I'm gonna say-
6.5. I think it was.
I'm going to say what Andy said here earlier. Do not sleep on the Chargers to take Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that I've talked about time after time. Where
6.5.
6.5.
Yeah, that was the Vegas odds for trades
I-
over under.
I think Joe Alt's a great player. I do. But if they want to run the ball, that's more of your guards. You can get a very good guard in the top of the second round. You need a receiver. Your work. Quentin Johnston's not good. Josh Palmer is better than Quentin Johnston, in my opinion. And I just think, Josh Palmer's even average. So
Hey, Muscles, you got a shout out from Preston. He said, "Let's talk again about the Kyler Murray trade." Laughed my ass off.
I said nope.
what'd you do?
Oh, he wants Marvin Harris, or not Marvin.
Oh,
he wants Kyler Murray in that one competitive red.
Hey, Preston, you pressed the right button. See, Muscles is not good with responding to comments usually on this. I seen that you put that on there. I couldn't believe it. Muscles even put nope.
Nope.
Nope. Wow, Muss. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Preston got the best out of you there.
Yeah, Kyler just went through the roof.
But, yeah, I'm like you, and Joe Alt, great player.
Yeah.
But if I'm Tennessee, I hope that the Chargers take Malik Neighbors here because they need a Joe Alt type player in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I mean, I know it ain't the sexy pick, but if I'm a Titans fan, I think I want that to happen.
If JJ McCarthy's here for the Giants, did they start a new thing here?
Don't say that, Andy. We're both fans of the quarterbacks.
I know.
It's a Danny Dime situation all over again.
Yeah, I know.
And what are the Giants going to do, Ann? Because you got a pulse on them. I mean, they're your second favorite team.
No.
He says
it's almost as bad as the Broncos.
I mean, in my opinion,
you watch your damn mouth.
In my opinion, I wouldn't even put Joe Alt out of the situation if he's there for the Giants. Like they've been drafting these guys high and they just don't work out.
Yeah,
but they need one to work out here. So I think that's a possibility for the Giants.
And just to give everyone a heads up, Hutchinson Brown's going to be joining us very shortly here. I mean, I know he said around pick 6, so we're getting close to that point. So
yes, we are.
He'll be the first guest of the night.
Hopefully there's some wild trades.
If I'm the Giants, I think that's a prime spot where I'd be fine trading out as well, for the Giants.
Yep. And Ashton said, any chance Chargers take JJ and trade away Herbert? Now, we've heard.
We've talked about this.
Yeah.
We've heard this.
Yeah.
It seems crazy. It seems video game-like, but it could happen.
But think about it. How do you beat the Chiefs? You're not going to go toe-to-toe with Mahomes with Herbert. So you trade Herbert and try to build something like the 49ers.
We see it all the time, though, with the 49ers. Like, 49ers are good, and I love Brock Purdy, but he's not Patrick Mahomes.
But look at the clock. They're taking this thing down.
Yep.
It's almost like either they have maybe a trade in place or they're waiting to see who the best offer is.
What's the ideal landing spot for them to trade Herbert then, other than Minnesota?
Denver.
The Giants division. They don't trade him in the Giants.
I'm joking.
That's what I'm saying.
Marvin Mims to the moon.
Oh, Ty would say no.
Trade him out of conference. Get rid of him. You don't have to see him.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl, hopefully.
Yeah.
And, I just can't see him going anywhere in division or conference.
No, because the Raiders are another quarterback needy team, but that would be in division.
Would you really
Giants
tear it down to the bare bones though and get rid of your quarterback, your receivers, your running back?
Yeah,
I could see Harbaugh doing it.
Me too. I was just gonna say Harbaugh's the type of guy where he wins in college, and I'm not saying he's a great coach, but I feel like he could he feels like he could take it to the studs and still win.
Yeah,
he's the kind of guy he is.
He's like one of them evil geniuses that everybody's gonna doubt, but he could do it.
Look what he did with the whole Kaepernick, Alex Smith thing.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. I could see it.
I could see it too.
I don't know if it'll happen.
Boy, this clock shot. If you're not trading this pick, Neighbors is the only pick.
I
still think Alt's on there, but I would go Neighbors.
I would go
Neighbors.
I would too, but I think it's Alt.
Really? I'm going to say Neighbors.
I think if they can't trade back, it's Neighbors, because I've heard rumors that they like that Funga. They like some of these other guys that are a little bit further down the board. I don't think they'll overdraft them. I think they'll go with maybe the best available.
Yeah.
And I'm like Andy, and you got to think the Chargers already have, and I'm not saying they might not take Alt because they might, but they already have an all-star left tackle in Slater.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most important position on the line. You have that already addressed. So, but Wiz says the pick's in, so they did select.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Well, we've seen it out. Hey, look, it's Shanda Rovers and Fishman for all you here that live in Pennsylvania.
There we go.
Well, it might be regional.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Well,
people in Florida might have a different commercial.
More lawyers that want to try to sue people for pointless stuff.
Edgar Snyder.
Yep. Hey,
I went to law school.
I wonder which one's Fishman.
I think it's the guy on the right.
Him. I thought the one on the left for sure.
Oh man.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's the first pick of the Jim Harbaugh regime.
Well,
I think right there, it's
Hicker's
Malik.
in, but he's not really moving too much.
He actually looks kind of pissed. Oh, come on. Take Malik.
Malik.
I do not want to see Neighbors go to the Giants.
Jake's like dreading.
I'll be honest, I don't either.
I don't want to see anyone go to the Giants.
I know, for fantasy purposes, like, oh, man.
Andy, for his selfish fandom reasons, would like it, but as far as fantasy reasons, it wouldn't be good.
It's just, again, what do they have? Wandale.
Yeah, that's it.
Wandale.
They got Wandale, and you're naming them off. Who else do they have?
Sterling Shepard.
They got Darius Slayton.
Darius Slayton.
They got a whole graveyard full of these guys.
Jalen Hyatt.
Jalen Hyatt, the one-trick pony.
Yeah, Devin Singletary. They got some weapons there.
Yeah, look out.
Man.
Rome Odunze. That's how Jimmy says it. Is there any chance that they took him instead of Malik? Now I know it's a new. I know it's a new regime, but the Chargers love these big receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, they've done it for years. I mean, is it a scouting thing more than a coaching thing?
It's a possibility, man. It's definitely a possibility.
They love them skyscrapers.
But I'm like Jake, man. Malik didn't look happy.
No.
Malik didn't look happy. He's probably
maybe
thinking,
he's just trying to hide his emotions. We're about to find out.
hey, it's like this, man. We all hope it's a receiver either way for the Chargers. Joe. Well,
they want to run the ball.
Yeah, but I feel like you can get a really good guard, man.
I know.
It's
But
not,
you know what
it's
Harbaugh
good.
wants to do?
It's good for good for the organization.
It is.
maybe they have something up their sleeve. Like Jake said, there's other guys available like Brandon Ayuk out there. People that maybe they try to make a trade for a guy like that.
But
yeah.
Then again, though, the Chargers were one of those teams that they had to make cuts to make cap.
Yeah.
They were so far above cap that's why they got rid of half these
That
guys.
is true.
They kept their defensive players. This is Harbaugh, like you said.
Yeah.
He's going to build the defense. He's going to run the rock.
Yep.
And who knows? Maybe a quarterback falls to him.
I will say this: the Chargers arguably might have the best tackle combination in football now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's great for the organizations. For my, selfish,
That's a big
ungodly, reasons, I wish it was Malik.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see the Giants might snatch him up here. I think that's probably why he's mad. He probably didn't want to go to the Giants. Malik.
Oh, man. Can you imagine him? I'd want to go to the Chargers.
Did you? And that's the thing. Like, if he goes to the Giants.
And living in L.A.?
And then maybe that's why he looks pissed off because we've already heard his little, comments about the Giants.
Yes. That Daniel Jones.
I still think Malik Neighbors, man, he's such a yak guy. If it is a Giants, I'm okay with it. I'm not happy, but
I would not be surprised if someone takes a Dunze over Neighbors, as far as in this draft.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if Neighbors' attitude might push some people the wrong way.
It could, because here's the thing, man. How far do they fall? Because I think Tennessee could possibly go line. I don't think Atlanta's going to go receiver. I think here's a good chance we're going to start seeing some trades.
Yeah. I don't think Chicago invests in another receiver.
I don't either.
It's just their offense is kind of set in my mind. For them to add that type of value, draft value at another receiver is crazy to me.
Yeah.
But like you said, then Atlanta, they're probably not going to take one. The Jets, there's been rumors.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't like that for Neighbors or Odunze because that's going to devalue him compared to him going somewhere where he can shine as the one.
Right. We've also seen a lot of rumblings of Brock Bowers to the Jets. I mean.
Yep. And Preston says QJ to the moon. No, Preston, here is what I would do. If the Chargers.
Sell.
Yes. Sell. But if the
Johnson to the moon.
If the Chargers don't take another receiver.
They will, I think.
I think they will, but let's just say for hypothetical standpoint, they don't take a receiver in this draft.
Yep.
I would trade Quentin Johnson for Joshua Palmer plus.
Yeah.
So, not out of the question. A lot of smoke with J.J. McCarthy. Is it J.J. McCarthy?
The Giants?
They looked really hype right there.
Yeah.
How hyped do you get for the second best receiver in the class?
I think it's Neighbors. I do think it's Neighbors, but we've seen a lot of this with J.J. I wouldn't take J.J. here, but we're about to find out.
Big E said that was a hard ball pick. Definitely Big E.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was.
And Wiz says, imagine trading Dak in the 109 for Herbert. Who would have done that?
Yeah, what an ass.
Andy got roasted.
Yes, I did.
He got fleeced.
And
It's Tommy DeVito.
What is it? Was it really?
No.
Oh, I missed it. I didn't see the.
Any typical New Yorker could pass as him. Yeah.
yeah, like Frank the Tank from Barstool.
Yeah. Yeah, pick is in, so they are picking.
Yeah, they're picking, man.
No trades yet.
Well, I think we got Hutch on maybe here. Hang on. Let me see. There he is.
Yo, what's going on, you guys?
Hey, how you
going on,
doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you, brother?
Doing good, doing good.
So what do you think about these top 5 picks so far? We see the Giants are about ready to select, but what do you think about these top 5 guys? I mean, what did you think about the quarterbacks especially?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been chalk so far, honestly. I mean, honestly, I was kind of disappointed in the Chargers by picking Joe Alt. I mean, their receiving talent now is pretty slim, and I mean, they're gonna have to figure something out, but they're gonna have to figure that out. But the quarterbacks, I mean, quarterbacks and Marvin Harrison Jr. pretty chalk picks. I was kind of disappointed for Drake May, honestly. Like, I really love Drake May as a prospect. He's my clear-cut QB2 of this class. I think he provides so much potential with his youth. He's only like 20, 21 years old, and he provides so much accuracy. He can chuck the ball down the field. He's really accurate in all areas of the field. And, oh, sorry, Giants just interrupted me with Malik Neighbors. There we go. Malik Neighbors. Oh, yeah. That'll be fun.
Malik.
Oh,
It's Malik.
But yeah, man, that's huge. But back to Drake May for a second. I just love him as a prospect. I think he's fantastic, and he's like clear QB2. I was disappointed that he goes to such a crappy situation with New England. Like, they have nothing on that team. No receivers, no offensive line, nothing. And he might sit for a bit too behind Jacoby Brissett. I wouldn't be too shocked by that. So overall, it's been pretty chalk. I was really hoping Drake May would go 2 to Washington rather than 3 to New York, or that Minnesota would trade up to get their quarterback and get Drake May. But Drake May ended up in New England. That's kind of disappointing for me. But man, Malik Neighbors to the Giants. What do y'all think of this? I mean, this was
Drew Lock to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really feel like I'm okay with it. Like, I think Neighbors is such a good yak guy. Like, I feel like he's okay.
Yeah.
I do think some of the community will overreact. Let's see where Odunze goes, because maybe it will flip-flop if he gets a little bit better of a spot. But for me personally, Neighbors is my wide receiver 2, but we're going to see here. I think Odunze could fall a little bit here unless there's a trade up. Looking at these next teams, I just don't know if they're going to go Odunze here.
I look at the Jets as a prime team for the.
We kind of talked about that. I think the Jets definitely could be a prime
Or even
spot.
the Bears too, if they wanted to get another wide receiver, which I think is unlikely, but I think the Jets is the most likely outcome for him.
And the thing is, Hutch, like with Neighbors, like I know it ain't like for the Giants landing here, it ain't the sexiest of landing spots, but like we've seen this with AJ Brown in the past. Remember when he went to the Titans? I mean, it's easy to get discouraged sometimes, but when you watch the tape and you break these guys down like we all do, you can't just throw that all out the window sometimes just because of landing spot.
If Malik Neighbors slips it all in the rookie drafts because of a Odunze went to a good spot or someone else went to a good spot or these quarterbacks make him slip and he's going at like 105, 106, dude, I will eat that up all day. I mean, Neighbors is like we were talking about, like you were just mentioning it for a second. He's a great yak guy. Like all you have to do is give him the ball in short areas. He will kill it. Like the dude is going to be awesome this year. I'm not afraid of him at all. I will draft him in a redraft. I don't care. He's going to be great. I don't care that he's on the New York Giants. I really don't. He's a volume monster.
And you got to think too, he's going to get a ton of targets there.
Oh yeah. No, there's nothing else in that offense. Darren Waller might be gone. Like he might retire. Like,
that's what we've said before in these podcasts, man. Like I'd literally take anything for Darren Waller. Like I feel like he's so close to just hanging it up. And I mean, rightfully so. He's had a great career,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we think Tennessee's going to go offensive line, Hutch. I mean, that's probably what I would do if I was them. They're
likely offensive line. Now, I mean, with Joe Alt gone, it makes it a little more interesting because, you're like looking at some other talent, tackle talent. It's like, okay, not as good as Joe Alt. You got some interesting other prospects here. I've seen some rumors that they could go Odunze. Like, I've seen some rumors that they might do that. I'd be really shocked by that, though, with the contract they gave to Ridley this offseason. I'd be pretty shocked if they were to go Odunze. So I'm expecting offensive line as well. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we know Tennessee and Atlanta probably ain't going to be. I mean, you never know, like you said, but they probably won't be as attractive for fantasy picks. But boy, Chicago's that one down there. Now adding Caleb Williams. It's amazing how one season can flip flop an offense so much to what it could be. I mean, how do you look at the Bears now, Hutch, with Caleb there? We know they acquired Keenan Allen. We know they acquired DeAndre Swift. They got this number 9 pick. Mm-hmm. What do you think about? What do you expect from this offense next year?
I'm going to be honest. I'm quite optimistic. I mean, when you look at, the history of NFL offenses with rookie quarterbacks, these offenses tend to not produce high relevant wide receivers, especially for fantasy purposes. And, overall the offense just kind of doesn't really work all the time. But when you look at history over the last, I've looked at the last 14 quarterbacks to be drafted like in the top 10 round. I believe the stat I heard was last 14 quarterbacks to be drafted in the top 10 of the NFL draft. More than half of them, they're in the top half of the league in passing attempts. Like the teams are starting to let these rookies chuck it a lot more. And I feel like with Caleb, with the weapons they have, with how good of a prospect he is and how much they've invested in to get him, I'm thinking that he's going to be one of these guys that is top half in passing attempts, especially with their running back room. Like they don't have a primary, like they don't have like a Derrick Henry or Christian McCaffrey. They have a couple like guys that can get some work here and there, but they don't have a true workhorse running back. So I feel like Caleb is going to be passing the ball a lot. And I feel like Keenan Allen and DJ Moore with Caleb's talent are going to be just fine for fantasy. I think they'll both be wide receiver 2 level players. And I think they'll both be trustworthy for fantasy, but I'm excited for this offense. I think people are going to underrate it because of the whole stigma of rookie quarterbacks take offenses down. And I think we're going to have an outlier season here where Caleb Williams, I think this year could be the first 4,000 yard passer for the Bears. Wouldn't be too shocked by it at all.
That would be that. I could absolutely see it. That's something that we kind of were talking about earlier too. Like, I hate to say, like, we could see another CJ Stroud type year, but I absolutely can. And I can
totally. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
You got there. It's crazy.
And possibly more, man, because he's so good on the ground as well. Like, the guy
he's a great athlete.
Well, so well. And then a lot of times these guys don't go into situations like you were mentioning, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen. I mean, DeAndre Swift, I know they're going to be running multiple backs. I'm even still a Roschon fan. Like, I love this backfield.
Yeah.
Cole Kmet's a solid guy. They've invested in the offensive line. So,
yeah. And, I've been critical, and as others have been, of the Chicago front office and people like that in the past, I tip my hat to Ryan Poles.
Yeah.
Because in everything he did to set this up, then the lead up to getting Caleb, going out and getting Keenan Allen, go out and get DeAndre Swift, like they're just trying to put the cherry on top of the sundae for him.
Yeah.
And I really think like Rome Odunze would be a great pick for them because we all know Keenan Allen's close to the end, but they could backfill that real easily with Rome Odunze. Mm-hmm. I mean, it might not be the greatest thing right away for fantasy purposes, but boy, I mean, he could take off in year 2 like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
How comparable would that be to like a JSN situation then, sitting back at
very comparable. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Would you think that'd be real
better quarterback play?
Yeah, that is true.
At least as long as Caleb hits.
It's speaking of Seattle, Hutch, what do you think about the Geno Smith and the Sam Howell thing that they got going on up there? Do you think we see Sam Howell at all next year with Seattle?
I'm gonna be honest. I think we do. I think we're gonna see some Sam Howell. I'm not gonna lie. The Seattle team, Geno Smith over the last couple of years has just gotten worse and worse in terms of efficiency. I went back last year and watched the film, try to see how he actually was this year. And even with all the great weapons around him, the great running back room he had with Charbonnet and Walker, I just didn't think he looked great. I thought he looked really poor, especially compared to the first season he had in Seattle, where he was this elite quarterback all of a sudden. But yeah, I think he's going to struggle this year, and I think we're going to see some Sam Howell maybe towards the end of the season. Overall, though, I'm probably expecting the Seattle either maybe trades up or looks to trade up or in the top 10 and looking for a quarterback. Like, I'm expecting 2025, they're going to be looking for a QB.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I don't think Geno Smith is the answer.
Yeah, I'm 110% with you here. It'll be interesting. The Titans, their picks in. We're going to see where they're going to be. Yeah,
just wait on Twitter. If you look at Twitter, you can probably see it. Like, I've been like every time the pick is in, immediately like Schefter or one of these guys tweets it, and it's in my notification right away.
But I'll give Sleeper credit. I'll give Sleeper credit because last year it would just be like, "Yep, they took this guy." Like you'd see it.
Yeah, you'd
see it before. They don't do it this year. They didn't spoil it this year yet.
They did. No, they did.
Oh, they did?
Oh, shoot. No, they didn't. Yeah, good on Sleeper.
Yeah, good for them. But Brock Bowers, where do you see him ending up, and where do you like? I mean, because this could maybe be. I mean, we've heard the Titans. I doubt it. I think it's going to be offensive line. But like, where's the team that you'd like to see him land on right now?
So my mock has him going 15 the Colts, and I like that. I would have really loved Los Angeles if I would have really liked Los Angeles if that was available, but that just didn't happen for him. That would have been the best option 100%. But now that we're looking outside of Los Angeles, outside of that pick, I think I would look at the Jets. I mean, you got a quarterback problem for the future with Aaron Rodgers, being questionable for the future due to his age. He's probably going to retire within the next couple of seasons. But number 2 next to Garrett Wilson in this offense, led by Aaron Rodgers for at least the first season or two, you're looking at a really solid foundation there. If the Jets are able to find out a quarterback situation there, that is a great situation to be in. So I would like the Jets.
I'm with you.
As a realistic option, because I don't think he's going to fall outside the top 15 or 20. Like, there are some teams down in the back of the first that could be great too, but I just don't see it happening. Oh, wow. Oh, there we go.
The big tackle from Alabama.
JC Latham. Yeah, there it is. All right.
Yep. That's a great pick.
Yeah, they really need some offensive line help here.
And if you roster Will Levis, you got to be happy about this. I mean, at least give him a chance to not run for his life.
Yeah.
Keep him in the pocket. What do you think of Will Levis in this offense, Hutch? I mean, I know that they brought in Callahan, the guy from Cincinnati, and he's their new head coach. And I think this is great for the Titans because they kind of did a complete 360. They were with Mike Vrabel, all about toughness, playing defense, running the football. And now, they bring in more of a creative offensive mind. We know Will Levis is kind of a guy that ain't real attractive in many fantasy circles, but I do think it might get better for him this year. They brought in some weapons, bring in this tackle. What do you think about Tennessee, Will Levis, in this offense?
Here's the thing about Will Levis. I've never been in on him as a prospect. I mean, I was never in college because the one thing that really bothered me about him is his pocket presence. The dude just has no understanding for when pressure is coming or for blitzes. He just has no understanding. Every time you see him, like every time I watched on film, there were moments where he just got hit out of nowhere. Not because the offensive line was terrible. Sometimes the offensive line didn't help him, but he just wasn't looking out for it. He really just doesn't look for pressure, and he doesn't see it coming ever. And a big thing for rookie quarterbacks and young quarterbacks developing in this league, taking sacks is just brutal. I mean, taking sacks is just brutal because it sets your offense behind, number one. It gets younger quarterbacks nervous, and it really just shatters them, man. And I feel like Will Levis, if he continues to take these sacks and continues to not be able to see pressure, see blitzes, he's going to have a really hard time in the NFL. You saw it this year in his rookie year. He had a really solid start, that 4-touchdown game when Hopkins had a couple deep balls. But past that point, he was okay. He was fine. He was serviceable, but he wasn't great. It is a new offense around him. You got Tyjae Spears, Tony Pollard, Calvin Ridley on a big contract, and now you got a new offensive line help with Latham and a couple other additions they made this offseason. But overall, still at the end of the day, I am quite concerned. I think there's upside. He's got the cannon for an arm. He's athletic, but I'm still concerned about him. I'm not betting on Will Levis personally.
Yeah. And there's another good point I wanted to make to you. So, would you feel comfortable? Let's just say Bo Nix, Michael Penix gets decent capital.
Yeah.
Would you flip him for a guy like that?
Flip. 100%. Bo Nix goes in the first round to Denver. I would absolutely flip him for Will Levis. I'll take that shot on Will Levis all day over him.
Okay. Yeah,
I would take the shot on Will Levis, yeah.
Because, you keep hearing different places saying, Penix is going to be a first round pick. And then you hear different places saying Nix is going to be a first round pick. If it did happen, just kind of curious to see how you would feel about that, between those two type of players.
I feel like seeing any of those guys in the first round, honestly, be a desperate pick at a quarterback for me. For me, when I see that pick, I'm like, oh, that team was so desperate. Yeah. Honestly, if Minnesota gets their guy at 11 with McCarthy and we see Denver 12 pick Bo Nix, I'm going to be like, yeah, that was desperate as hell. That was just so desperate. I don't think Michael Penix or Bo Nix deserve to go in the first round.
And speaking of that, for Minnesota right now, this is working out great. I mean,
100%. They are set up to get their J.J. McCarthy at 11. Yep. He's going to fall in their laps. And that's going to be an elite situation for him for fantasy football.
And I do think there are some prime teams right here that could trade up. I think Atlanta, Chicago, as I say this, if somebody does want J.J. McCarthy,
Denver
Denver can absolutely jump Minnesota here. Or Minnesota could get a little bit scared, we might get jumped. Let's just jump up a spot or two, go get our guy.
But the Falcons pick is in, so they're going to make a selection.
They're going to pick. Wow. I think this is probably defense here, in my opinion.
This is probably Murphy or Turner.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Turner. I've even seen some Verse here, some Jared Verse.
Yeah, Jared Verse as well. Yeah, it could be him.
I'll tell you what would happen if they took Brock Bowers just to set the fantasy?
That would be so stupid. Oh, my God.
Close out of Twitter for the night, man. It's gone wild.
Twitter would burn. Oh, my God.
I'm like, Atlanta did it again.
Yeah, no. That would be bad. That would be bad.
Or
That's bad.
Jonathan Brooks here.
Yeah,
Jonathan Brooks. Oh my God. Yo, the other Texas running back. Dang, that would be crazy.
And we made this joke, Hutch. I wonder how tempted Dan Campbell would be to take a running back.
Right.
He loves running.
Yeah.
In Detroit, just smash the ball. But yeah, I definitely feel like this is probably defense here. Really?
Yeah, this is a defensive pick.
No trades yet. I'm honestly, I'm
I'm
very
shocked. Genuinely, I'm really shocked there hasn't been a big trade up yet. It's really.
I just got something that might have spoiled it.
Yep, same.
And you might be really surprised. Let's just say that. I mean,
I'm not gonna look at it.
I see that.
Oh, they're getting a wide receiver. They're getting a Doomsday.
No. It's something that you wouldn't even have guessed.
Wow.
It's something you and we just laughed about Brock Bowers. It isn't Brock Bowers, but it's something you wouldn't have guessed.
I was actually just gonna say.
Oh,
yeah.
We're gonna have to see here.
I want to look. I want to be surprised with Roger Goodell. I have the stream. I have the stream right here on my computer on my right.
It's worth holding out for it. Trust me.
I can't hear it, but I can see it. And I want to see this. I want to be shocked.
Jake would somehow see it.
Don't spoil it.
I don't see it yet. Come on.
Yeah, the pick is in. He's walking up to the podium right now. He's walking up to my podium. Oh my gosh. Yo, I'm scared of this one. Wait, did they pick?
Oh my God, he did.
Wait, did they pick?
Oh my, what?
Did you see it, Hutch?
No, not yet. Hold up.
Okay.
Well,
What?
Yeah.
No, what?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's so dumb. What are you doing?
That's what Ty just said.
Oh
Ty,
my God, you gotta be kidding.
You just gave Kirk Cousins how much money?
Are you kidding? No,
Oh,
you gotta be kidding me. Dude, that is absolutely ludicrous.
Okay, so this is
Oh my God.
all right.
No.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I mean, Hutch. I mean, what do you make of this now? I mean, with Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix, what are you doing in Superflex drafts here?
Kirk's on a 4-year deal.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
Number one thing that comes to mind, is there a deal for Kirk to be moved again?
Yeah, but wouldn't you have to eat that?
I don't.
Wouldn't there be a
So
cap?
much cap. No, his cap hits are huge. They would have
I don't know. And I mean, I love Penix, but he's another one that he's had injury concerns his whole career.
Is Arthur Blank?
This is wild, dude.
Hutch, I'm glad we had you on for this because this was an earth shiner.
It is unbelievable. This is one of the. I think I've been shocked a lot in the NFL draft. I was there live for when the Eagles traded for AJ Brown. That blew my mind. I've seen a lot. That is ridiculous. I don't get it. The only reason I'm thinking of here is they are not liking what they're seeing from Kirk Cousins' recovery from that Achilles because that's still a factor here. We got to remember.
Yep.
But even so, number 8 overall on Michael Penix Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and dude. Yeah.
That is quite a curveball. That doesn't make any sense.
How high is he gonna go in Superflex draft? I mean, this is just throws a wrench in everything. I feel
mean, if he's I don't know, I won't take him in the first round. Not gonna lie, there's too many good wide receivers. There's other quarterbacks I like better. I don't believe in Penix as a prospect at all. I really don't.
Yeah,
I'll take him round 2 in a Superflex, maybe. Yeah, but as much as I want to say it changes my ranking of him, it doesn't because he's going to a situation where he's a backup. And there was a world where he went in the first round. But I still don't believe him as a prospect. The NFL clearly just said we like Michael Penix, and as much as I want to try to follow that, I just don't see what the hype is really with Michael Penix. I really don't.
Atlanta's turning into the new Raiders. It's always a mystery with it.
Man, I don't get this. That is the most shocking pick I've ever seen in NFL.
All right, Bears aren't trading either.
Yeah, Bears are not trading either. So going back to this whole Penix thing,
God.
I'm honestly
Bears pick it in. That was pretty fast too.
They
got to be getting.
This is a Doomsday, surely.
It might be a Doomsday, man. Dude,
it wouldn't shock me they go line here too. I think there's a good chance they go line, and they also I feel like they could use another edge guy.
Yeah,
so that wouldn't shock me either.
And with Atlanta whiffing on edge,
so shocked by this right now. This is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they do trade Kirk. I don't know.
That's the thing. We got to look at the cap and see. But this is something that we
he
talked with
has
Doctor
$100 million guaranteed.
TJ.
That's what I'm saying.
He's so much guaranteed money, dude. His cap hits are crazy.
Yeah, how do you trade him?
I don't know.
Dude,
This
I
is something
don't
that TJ and I
don't understand this.
with Kevin Murray, and that's what Kevin said. I mean, he's a dog. Like
Yeah.
he's like, hey,
I even
it's
said
very
on the last
concerning.
DNA show that they said that it's his drive leg that he tore. So
Yeah.
they said that that's
And
really
he's
concerning.
had AC joint.
Yeah.
They've got it. There's got to be something they don't like with Kirk Cousins in recovery. That's the only thing that's popping into my head that could be an answer.
But
So Kirk Cousins is probably a sell then. Is that what they're telling?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Well, I mean, it obviously depends on what you can get for Kirk, but this does make me a lot more worried for him. I mean, I've been trying to advocate all offseason that this is not a guarantee for Cousins, man. I mean, Cousins is a good quarterback. He is very solid, but he is no guarantee for this Atlanta offense. Remember, he's coming off an Achilles injury at 30 plus years old. Like, you got to remember that. And this just puts that
insane.
Right
Now, the Bears are about to pick, but I heard the Jets made a trade with the Vikings, so stay tuned for that.
Okay.
What?
That's what I'm hearing.
The Jets made a trade with the Vikings?
Yep.
What are they trading 10 for? I mean, what do they do? The Jets have looked at quarterback. Oh, what's the Bears selection? Yep, Roman 2. Oh my God, dude, that offense! Holy crap!
We're back to normal, guys.
Yeah,
back to
Back
to normal.
That offense. Oh my goodness.
So
wow.
we talked about Roma Dunze landing with the Bears, Hutch, and we said maybe this could be like a JSN situation. I love him. I mean, he might not see instant huge production this year, but man, going down the line, this is great for him. Do you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, getting to play with Caleb Williams, I can see him having an impact this year, depending on how much, like, the Bears could really just say, F it, we're going to chuck the ball down the field and just let Caleb cook. They might let Caleb go. They really might let him go. And if they do, and if he really just comes out and balls out, he could support 3 wide receivers for fantasy. But this is going to be an inconsistent wide receiver room. This is going to be weird for fantasy overall. But I wouldn't be surprised if he made a year 1 impact. It had a really impact for fantasy.
I would love to throw Keenan Allen in the slot and then put DJ Moore outside and Rome on the other. I mean,
that's insanity.
Dynasty outlook, you have Odunze learning behind Keenan Allen and DJ Moore for a couple years, and then he gets the slot to himself.
It's probably going to be like the JSN situation, but maybe.
Yeah, but I think he can make more.
Right. But it's a little bit better. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because the quarterback play is going to be a lot better, like Hutch said. I mean, with Caleb Williams, it's going to be.
In my opinion, I'm still taking Malik number 2. Rome will stay my number 3.
Sure.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Hutch?
Sorry, what was that? My bad.
For me personally, I still have Marv at 1, and I still have Malik. I feel like at 2, and I'd put Rome at 3.
Yeah, Marv would be 1, Malik 2, Odunze 3 here.
Yeah. But I'm honestly, it's for all 3 of them though. I mean, like
it's great.
Yeah, I think it'll work itself out in time. But here's our trade with the Minnesota Jets. They must have been worried about Denver, like we talked, Hutch, about coming up. So
is this JJ?
They could have been worried about Denver. I mean, also like the Jets were, they were visiting a couple of the quarterback prospects, with Aaron Rodgers aging out. Like they could be worried about that too. So
another thing could be Bowers. I mean, maybe they trade Hawkins. Hawkinson is on the last year of his deal. Is he on the last year?
Bowers. This guy be in a quarterback here. There's no way.
I think
I'll be in a quarterback here.
Watch it be Bo Nix.
Dude, if Bo Nix gets drafted over Jay McCarthy, I will lose my crap.
If that happens, Hutch will probably never come on again. He'll probably never come on our show again. We're bad luck.
I mean, I just don't understand why you want the next Derek Carr. I really don't. I mean, Bo Nix is Derek Carr to me. He really is. It is the exact same thing.
100%. Derek Carr or David Carr?
I guess both.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I really don't understand the Penix, Rattler, or Nick side. I really don't get it. Like,
I'm just shocked. Atlanta, like I said, they're turning
fast, bro. That was like 30 seconds. That pick was fast.
It's got to be JJ.
No.
Oh wait. Hold up. Schefter probably tweeted it here. It's leaked. It's leaked already. I got it.
Yeah. And the chat's blowing up with them. Like that's how I seen the Penix one. Yeah. I said a chat on the live stream. Someone put it in there, like, and it went real fast. So I think Jake, is that where you seen it too? Is on the live stream chat?
That's where it's at.
Yeah. So They spoiled it for me.
Yeah, pick is in. Yeah, I see it. I mean, it's just that it had to be done.
Find out here.
I
Dude.
cannot wrap my head around it. Like,
So like this Atlanta offense now, I mean, this is just, it just throws a curveball into everything, man. If you have Kirk Cousins, I mean, what do you make of this right now? I mean, that's like, if you roster him, I mean, like you said, he's a sell, but you can't give him away for nothing. I mean, is there a scenario maybe where when he signed in Atlanta, say, yeah, I'll sign for this long, maybe he told him I'm not going to play X amount, maybe?
I don't know.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Let's look up Kirk Cousins contract. I want to see if it's how front loaded it is. It might be pretty front loaded. I'm gonna look at Kirk Cousins contract.
I'm like you, man. That was just baffling.
That was unbelievable. I really like. Even if you want a quarterback to back up Kirk Cousins, like, dude, you have the 8th overall pick. Don't draft a backup quarterback. That just doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no like thought in that. I really don't understand it.
It's like Atlanta does not value their picks. Like, I mean, that was even like last year when they went out and got Bijan.
Bijan had the 8th overall pick. Yeah.
I mean, like, you could have had Jalen Carter. You could have had a variety of guys.
Yeah.
Really helped that football team.
So my next question here is, Drake London got a huge spike because of Kirk Cousins. How do we feel about Drake London? Because, I mean, I guess it all depends on how you feel about Michael Penix.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still gonna be I think Kirk Cousins is a starter this year.
Yeah, I do too.
I think it's less than likely that Penix gets any starting time this year. I'm not gonna lie, unless Kirk Cousins were to go down with injury.
Yeah,
and like I mean, I get it, like, but with the injuries too, how does that not scare you?
Won't load the contract.
Yeah.
They said someone in the live stream said sign for 4 years, 180 million, but I don't know what the guarantees and stuff.
Yeah, that's
like.
100 million guaranteed, but we don't know if it's front loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm trying to look that up. My computer is failing me right now.
Here, let me. I'll try mine.
Yeah, Muss actually learned how to reply to chats on the live stream, Hutch. So now he's getting cocky. He thinks he can get on here and even find contract information.
Yeah, my internet is failing me right now. It won't let me look up anything. I'm really
holy hell, mine is too. It says bad gateway.
Maybe Atlanta's.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah, mine says the exact same thing.
Maybe the
sports.
Maybe everybody's looking at it.
Everybody's trying to look.
Yeah, everybody's trying to look at the same website, probably. Yeah.
Like Jake said, Michael Penix broke the internet.
Somebody says Michael Penix will be 28 when Kirk Cousins' contract expires.
Yeah. Wow, it's just unbelievable, man.
Oh, okay. So this is just on his Wikipedia. It says that 4 year, 180 million with 100 million guaranteed. The payout is reportedly set that Cousins will receive 90 million from 24 to 25 and another 10 million in 26. So basically, it is really front loaded.
So, yeah, we're going to see Kirk this, and then who knows after.
Yeah. So this is basically their insurance policy, I guess.
Wow.
Wow.
Again, though, you don't trade back. I don't understand.
I don't either. But what a fun pick.
Maybe unless they were just super worried about Minnesota taking them, but we've seen JJ mock to Minnesota like crazy. I mean, that's kind of been the whole deal. Like I have not seen. I don't know about you, Hutch. We watch this stuff all the time. I have not really seen Minnesota interested in Penix in round 1 at all.
No.
From what I've seen.
No.
I don't know if I really seen any mocks with Penix in the first.
I've seen a handful, but not. But he's normally a second round guy. But
I see a lot.
I believe it. I'm so
right.
yeah, it's just wild.
Yeah. Okay. So we got payout was reportedly set at Cousins receiving 90 million in 2024 to 2025.
Yeah.
Also 10 million in 2026.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's really front loaded. Yeah.
Pretty front loaded. Yeah, that makes sense then. That why they would draft him. I mean, still makes no sense why they draft him. This is stupid.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I just don't like. I don't like. There's no reason for it. I really don't get it. Like, I can't find a reason where it's like, okay, I could see it. I can see why you did that. Like, I don't see it.
I would have put a large sum of money to say he was not even a first round pick.
Right.
No, he's not worth a first round pick.
I just
he's not.
I want to see what Atlanta fans think.
Nicholas Holt says Falcons give
do you guys know YZR Fantasy? By any chance, Akash?
What's that?
Do you guys know who YZR Fantasy is? Akash?
I don't.
You don't know he's a good friend of mine, but he's an Atlanta Falcons fan. And 15 minutes ago, he said, "I hope Atlanta doesn't f up this pick, man." And then now he just posted, you know, the picture of the meme of the guy who's like in the mirror, but he has the gun to his head, so it's like in the mirror in the back though. He just posted that picture, so he's having a hard time. He's having a hard time right now, dude. That is so bad.
That's Atlanta for you, though.
Yeah,
Dude, that's so Atlanta. I just like, bro, like tight end 4th overall, and then running back 8th overall.
Yeah, Ty made a good point. He said, so Atlanta like Cousins so much to possibly get in trouble for tampering that they draft Penix. Yeah, that's true, Ty.
That don't make a lot of sense.
I don't get it though, because they were in trouble to lose their pick, you know, the 8th overall pick. That was potentially trouble for them, but they just lost it now anyway.
Right?
Yeah,
they forfeited it anyways.
They forfeited anyway. Like, what are you doing, man? I guess they just felt bad that they didn't actually get punched. They're like, you know what, we'll forfeit the pick.
JJ
McCarthy officially a Viking now. Pick has been announced.
Yep.
There it is. Yeah, that is a huge. I mean, where does he go in rookie drafts now?
Yeah,
he's approaching that, you know, top 7, top 8 range.
That's what I.
That's kind of where he has been.
Do you think he challenges? Do you think he challenges May or Daniels?
Absolutely, May. In my opinion, I think people.
I think he absolutely challenges the two. May. I believe in May much more as a prospect.
Yeah, me.
So I think, and I don't believe as much in Daniels. McCarthy might challenge Daniels for me. Like, it's going to be at that slot. I love Daniels' upside, but man, he really scares me. Really does scare me.
And that's something we talked about. See, I lean more. Me and Muscles lean a little bit more Daniels, but like I don't like that Daniels acts like a Cam Newton, right? Like he's a slender frame.
He takes the stupidest hits I've ever seen. I don't understand that. Yeah,
and he reminds me a lot of RG3, but that's kind of where I might cash out. Like if he comes out and has a huge rookie year, like I'm gonna trade for one of these beast wide receivers and just move on.
Well, and also, you know, Daniels. Him and Caleb Williams are going to have that start right now appeal.
Yeah.
Where Drake May and JJ, technically they could both sit behind Sam Darnold and Jacoby Brissett, learn a little bit, and then expose them the rest of the year.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's a good point too, Jake. Adam Haplin just put in the chat McCarthy's bust of the draft.
Oh, Adam don't like him.
No.
I think this is the best spot for McCarthy, though. I do. If he has some chance to succeed, you know, I'm not the biggest McCarthy fan.
I don't know.
I still think I got to take Drake May, but I think he does challenge him. Personally, for me,
picks him for the Jets.
Who do you think the Jets are going to get here, Hutch? Is it going to be Brock Bowers? You think, or you think?
My guess for them here at this spot, I think Brock Bowers is definitely possible. I think they could go. I think they could get some offensive line help as well.
Yeah, that's right.
They could use some offensive line help as well. It's either Bowers or offensive line. I mean, they do need that second receiving option with Odunze and those other 2 receivers with Neighbors and Harrison now gone. It makes it really, really difficult for them to not get a really big receiving option because they do need it. They really do.
Now we've heard Denver like. I mean, I don't know if you heard this. I heard Sean.
I've heard they like Bo Nix, right?
Yeah.
Dude, they? I've seen it mocked so much. I've heard it, dude. If they make that pick, I'm going to be like. Dude, I am gonna be so mad. Bro, I don't get it. I don't get the Bo Nix type. I don't get the Michael Penix type. And dude, the Broncos should really just tank this year. Like, pretend like you're trying to give Zach Wilson a chance. Tank this year. Get your 2025 QB1. Get the number 1 overall pick, and just eat that cap this year. Just let it die and move on to next year.
I agree.
The reason they would draft Bo Nix is to try to sell as a desperate attempt to try to sell tickets and a desperate attempt to get a quarterback, and it's not going to work. And it's going to set them back for years.
And I think if I was like a fan, I'd even want them to move back, right? Collect more capital, you know.
Actually, yeah, if you want to do that, that'd be great. I mean, you could get a big piece here, but moving back, if there's a big enough offer, go for it.
Yeah, and like you
said, team wants Bo Nix, let them trade up and get him. I don't know. Well, because at Las Vegas, they're next too, so they might be in the market for a quarterback there, which also would be dumb. Not gonna lie.
You're right. So this is the joke we've had, Hutch, and I want to see what you think of it. Okay, the Raiders are sitting at 13.
Okay,
what do we know about the Raiders? They love speed. What's the over under that they take Xavier Worthy?
Xavier Worthy. All right.
That's their cup of tea.
To be honest, I haven't thought about that. The Raiders taking Xavier Worthy. I could see it. I really could. I mean, they have a Devontae Adams. They have, I think, because the thing is, this year it looks like they have Gardner Minshew, obviously, but it looks like they really like Aiden O'Connell. And drafting a receiver at 13 would show we want to build around this kid. We want to see what he can do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Worthy would be a real. I mean, he's my clear-cut wide receiver 4. Like he's in his own tier wide receiver 4 for me. Honestly, I really do think he's that dude. But that'd be interesting. I see him more fall. I see him at 17 at Jacksonville as the more likely option. That's my mock draft. That's how I mocked it out. Which probably wrong. A lot of my mock drafts been wrong so far. But
Wrong
that'd
man.
be a small
Everybody.
pick.
Here-
Hold on,
here-
Jets are announcing.
Yep, here we go.
What do we got? What do we got? Oh, we got offensive tackle. I don't know how to say that name, but we got offensive tackle
Yeah.
from Penn State. Man, that's a good
Yep.
pick. I mean, he's a good player.
There we go.
I was able to watch him at Penn State last year. He's good.
Yeah.
We're all from Western PA. My buddy Jake here is a huge Penn State fan. How do you say his name?
Again, you just wash the first name. Say Oli.
Oli
Fashanu.
Fashanu. Okay, Oli Fashanu.
Right. Heck of a brute. I'll tell
Wait, you guys are Western PA?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
I'm Bethlehem, like an hour from Philadelphia.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right on the other side.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm
you're
right on the other side of PA from you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we're about an hour north of Pittsburgh, about Clarion area. I don't know if you know.
We're probably a few hours apart of a drive. Yeah.
Here's what you do. We live about 20 minutes from the groundhog.
Yeah.
That's right.
Everybody knows the groundhog.
Yeah. Everyone knows. Yeah, everyone knows that. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
You know what's crazy? You live in PA and ain't that big of a deal, but boy, man, like there's the people around the world love that for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Punxsutawney Phil.
Yeah, they do. I've never been there in my life.
So
No, me either.
So Denver up now. Hutch, your landing spot for Bowers in Indy still looking like it could hold true here.
Yeah, my landing spot for Bowers in Indy. Oh man, Denver picked so fast. Whoa. Their pick is already in.
Uh-oh.
Guys, if it's Bo Nix, like I'm
out.
I would be so disappointed for them because they're just drafting a bust and they're gonna be set back for another year or two. Like it's just so frustrating. Because he's have no weapons, no offense. This team is a dumpster fire. Like,
It's bad.
Like, yeah, man.
I just
five. We have five quarterbacks off the board.
yeah, if that happens, so if they don't go Bo Nix, what would you guys do? What do you think they should do?
I don't know. It's probably
There's
Bowers.
so many needs. It's kind of like Hutch said.
They need everything. They need everything.
Yeah. You take the best player, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'd take
best player available, honestly, or trade back if you get a massive offer. Like that's what I'm looking for. But they didn't take an offer, so yeah, I'm looking at best player available, honestly. Which
I like the receiving option.
Probably I think Byron Murphy's interesting. I think he could be put up there.
Yeah,
best player available. I think he's in that conversation.
I absolutely do too.
Byron Murphy, Dallas Turner as well. He's definitely in that conversation as well. Because Dallas Turner hasn't been picked yet, right?
No, he's still there.
Yeah. Turner's still there. I would look at him as well. Bowers, you could look at Bowers, but
yeah, that's what I would say. But yeah, they need a lot. But see, I actually like Dolchich, but
yeah, he's been
Dolchich is
hurt.
solid, but Bowers is a different level. Bowers is one of the best.
Yeah, definitely.
Dude is different.
I think Bowers is probably the best player in the draft right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then
definitely
maybe that's
possible. Yeah,
to go.
Yeah. It just sometimes it seems like tight end can be such a luxury pick at times, right?
Yeah.
It is a bit. Yeah,
and especially a guy like we know Bowers doesn't block a ton, so it's going to be interesting here. It's scary to me that they picked that fast. I don't know.
Well, if it is Bowers, I mean, from a fantasy standpoint this year, it will be disappointing because he's kind of going to go in that Kyle Pitts range, disappointing offense, great tight end prospect that we all love.
Yeah.
Going into an offense that's going to need some improvement, man.
Yeah.
That's just the way it goes. I mean,
what are you smiling about, Jake?
What do you think, Jake?
Has anyone seen the pick?
Not yet.
No, not yet. Not yet.
I like Bowers, but I don't know. I don't see them investing in him.
I don't see it either. I see defensive line here. I see Turner or Byron Murphy's the pick.
Well, Big E put in the live chat good pick, so he's happy with it. So
he's happy
we don't know who it is, but he put good pick. So he works on the DFS side for Dynasty DNA. He's a good football mind, so usually he's on top of it. So Big E's happy with it. We'll probably be happy with it. We'll see. Maybe it's just going to be line or defense.
Unless he's trolling.
He could be.
Yeah.
It could be. Big E, you aren't trolling, are you?
Broncos country.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
So Hutch, we're all Steeler fans here, but Muss's favorite, our second favorite team's Denver, so he's really invested in this.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Are you an Eagles fan then, being on the
Big
Eastern?
Philly fan here. Yeah, big Philly fan. My mom's entire side of the family introduced me to football like 5-6 years ago. So, and I always watched with them. So they were how I got into football. So a Philly fan forever.
Congratulations.
My first year being like invested in football was Carson Wentz's rookie year. That was kind of the first year I really started to watch Eagles.
Carson Wentz, believe it or not, he was a beast at one point, man.
Dude, that season, man, that season was magical.
It was
So fun. Oh my god, I loved that season.
A lot of people forget actually how good he was, and then he just got hurt, and it just seemed like he was never the same.
MVP.
Yep.
I still think he should have won MVP. I'm not gonna lie. I think he should have won it even with after the injury. But
and that's why like I get ACL injury, like surgeries are better, and it's like not like the old days, but still you still see some guys. I mean, look at Carson Palmer.
Yeah.
Well, Wentz was more mental than I feel like an injury, because after watching Nick Foles in the Super Bowl, dude just fell off, and then concussions too. Like the dude just went all over the place. Like I feel like it was a lot more mental rather than the knee injury.
Absolutely,
man. Well, we're gonna find out here. Like I said, Sean Payton here got his wish. He got Russell Wilson out of town.
They don't look too convinced.
Yeah.
Sean Payton's trying to sell them on something right now. I don't like it.
They're all like, damn.
Here it comes.
That guy in the white shirt.
They could have taken a corner here too. Who's the best corner?
That's what I think is a smart pick.
Yeah, it could take Mitchell. Mitchell would be an interesting pick here. And the Eagles' rumored trade up has not fall through so far, because there's a big lost smoke that Eagles are going to trade up to get Quentin Mitchell.
Well, and I'll tell you, man, one thing though I will say about Sean Payton is he's an old school guy, come from the Bill Parcells tree.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's just offensive or defensive line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Dallas Turner and Brad Murphy would make so much sense here too.
Yeah.
A defensive
We're seeing the commissioner get booed again.
Yeah. Dude, he doesn't even want to give the pick because
why is he getting booed?
They're always after him, man.
All the time.
Why they're after him, man? That's not cool. Let's see. What do they got? What do we got? No! Oh my God! No! Oh, come on!
Boone!
What are you doing?
Oh man.
Yeah.
So stupid.
All these receivers, all these good players.
Wait, Muss. Let's get it.
Yeah, Muss.
Immediate reaction.
I'm out.
This is terrible.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Why?
You just traded for Zach Wilson. You basically just drafted Zach Wilson again.
Nah, dude, that is just like.
At least they got 10 more spots, I guess.
They like their Drew Brees lookalikes. That's what they like. That body type.
Small,
compact.
Man.
What do you think, Hutch? What do you think this does to dynasty drafts now? I mean, this is crazy.
He's gonna start. He'll start over Zach Wilson. And if he doesn't, that means he's an absolute. If Zach Wilson gets the week 1 starting job, dude, Bo Nix is cooked. He's done. If Bo Nix does not start week 1, he's already a bust. I don't care if he gets another opportunity. He is a bust. He better start week 1 and he better play. He's going to be terrible, and this team's going to be terrible. I wouldn't be surprised if they have the number 1 overall pick next year again, and they still draft a quarterback anyway. Because, I mean, the Cardinals did it, and we saw them do it after Josh Rosen. We saw him do it. Would not be shocked if that happened here with Denver. Like, Bo Nix is not a good quarterback. He's just not. I don't get the hype. I really don't. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Check down. I mean, he checks down. Marvin Mims.
And it does make it. He is captain check down. He's not mobile, not very mobile at all. It does make me somewhat interested in Javonte Williams, who is really, really is a solid pass catcher. And with, rookie quarterback, you might want to lean on the run. That gives Javonte Williams also another edge. Gross offense, gross situation, not a lot of touchdown upside, but Javonte does get a little more interesting here with a rookie quarterback. So I will shout out that.
Daniel
interested.
Daniel Dixon put in the chat, the only thing better than 1 Zach Wilson's 2 Zach Wilsons.
Yeah, exactly. And now you've got Raiders pick is already in.
Yeah, here it is. Xavier Worthy. I'm calling it right now.
No, it's not Xavier Worthy. There's no way. There's no way.
If this happens, you'll want to come on with this every draft touch because everything's going haywire.
Dude, I really, really want Xavier Worthy to go to a good spot, man. I'm a big fan. Big fan. And that would not be an ideal spot for me.
No, it would not. It would
ideal.
not. It's just the Raiders are always an enigma. They're kind of like Atlanta is now. You just don't know. But if one thing we do know, they love speed.
Yeah.
So, and I could have seen them maybe reaching for a Penix, but now that he's gone, it's gonna.
Yeah, I don't know what they do.
Yeah, it's just this has been wild, man. I'm kind of like you with Bo Nix, Hutch. I mean, it's nice to see him under Sean Payton, but like this is a team that can have the 1-1 next year and just get a better player. Like,
yeah, I would rather have Brock Bowers.
I just don't really want to get wrapped up into that.
I don't know. I just don't know how you pass on Brock Bowers and take Bo Nix.
So, do we think this is the end of the quarterback round?
I would hope. Spencer Rattler's going to
I
go.
was saying, do you think Spencer Rattler's like, maybe?
No, no, they better not, dude. They better not.
The rattlesnake to the Rams.
I don't think the Raiders will. I don't think
they're going to do it, man. But that would be so. Oh my gosh.
This be like the April Fool's draft, you know.
The Raiders.
The Saints could do it too. They have Derek Carr, and they're not happy with him. They could do it too. Let's see. The Raiders are Roger Goodell's up there. What do we got?
Raiders love athletes.
Oh, they're excited. Brock Bowers. Oh, they don't have him there though. Man.
Brock Bowers to the Raiders.
Whoa.
What? Everyone that took Michael Mayer last year or years crushed.
Michael Mayer is completely toast. Holy crap.
I wasn't the biggest Michael Mayer guy.
Yeah.
He's just not very athletic. He's kind of dependent on touchdowns. Like,
who had this on their bingo cards? But
I did not.
But we know the Raiders love athletes.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
I'm not a huge fan. There could have been worse. Could have been worse for Brock Bowers. It could have been a lot worse. I mean, they're going to be a situation this year with Aiden O'Connell, Devontae Adams going to be a target hog. Brock Bowers probably going to slot in as number 2 option eventually if he develops well this year. I'm excited for this one. This is actually solid.
I think this goes back to what you said about Aiden O'Connell earlier. Like, this is, hey, we believe in
him. Yeah.
Let's build this thing, and I think this is good news for Aiden O'Connell. You probably got him super cheap. Yeah. I had a chance to trade him for a second or a third. What'd you offer me, Muss? A second round into one?
Yeah, something like that.
It's like a 25 second or something. And I decided I just want to see what I had. I think I feel fine with that today. Like,
so Hutch, a lot of the big hitters are now off the board, but what's the next receiver that goes, and where do you think they land?
According to my mock, which hasn't been very right, I had Xavier Worthy going 17 to Jacksonville. I think they find their Calvin Ridley replacement with that small, slimmer, but extremely fast wide receiver on the outside with Worthy. I think that would be the next big impact fantasy player that goes. But honestly, like looking at how the quarterbacks have gone, if Spencer Rattler goes here to New Orleans, I would not be that shocked because that they have no, seriously though, like I'm dead serious because they have Derek Carr who's on a big contract, but he's sucked this past season, provided nothing for them. They're desperate for a new option. Like Spencer Rattler here, I'm not saying it's a good pick at all. I would not condone it. I would not pick it, but I would not be shocked with how these quarterbacks are going if the Saints just went in and did this. This feels like a Saints move. Like,
yeah, it does.
And just so you know, this draft has made history. That this is the highest, most quarterbacks have ever gone ever.
In the top 12?
Like the most it's gone this high.
Wow.
In the top 12, 5 quarterbacks top 12?
Yep.
Do we have any premier quarterback landing spots left?
No.
Other than Seattle? People have discussed Seattle.
Seattle is interesting. But they already have Sam Howell. I doubt they would draft a rookie on top.
Exactly.
Of that.
So I think we're going to see a long wait until the quarterbacks come back onto the board.
Yeah,
unless New Orleans does it here.
Yeah, unless you do it here, which I think a lot of other days, I think we would all laugh about it. But like the way this
is going, this is
Do you grab a wide receiver? I mean, put somebody beside Olave?
Brian Thomas.
I think they have more desperate needs, though.
Yeah, I do.
I think we got some more desperate needs than that.
I think they could build more on that defense, even offensive line here.
Line too, they need help. Yeah.
I think this is a prime spot for, like you mentioned earlier, Brian Murphy. I think this would be nice.
Yeah, Brian Murphy. Turner still hasn't gone too, and that's shocking to me. Turner was He was a monster, dude. Monster player.
And us being Steeler fans, I'm loving to see what I'm seeing right now with all this offensive line falling down the board.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah. As a Steelers fan, I really hope we go O-line. I like Jackson Powers Johnson, Graham Barton. I mean, you can move them guys around. They can play center. They can play guard. And that's kind of what we need right now. So,
yeah, Hutch, I mean, you being a Philly fan, who do you want the Eagles to take?
Being a Philly fan, I mean, when I saw the Mitchell trade rumors, I got very excited for that one. I thought that would be really nice to get Mitchell. But I mean, honestly, if you get Kool-Aid McKinstry, if you got Nate Wiggins back there, you got Cooper DeJean back there, I would love if any of those guys fell to Philly 22. They do need that corner. They need secondary help so bad. It was devastatingly awful as a Philly fan to watch games every week. They just got cooked on secondary every single time. I'm really happy they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, second safety to help out Reed Blankenship and just dominate there. He's a really dog mentality defensive player that we need. Defensive line's loaded, got a lot of options there. But their cornerback room, dude, it kept getting injured, and it just was terrible. And they need help so bad. Getting one of those guys would be really helpful. That's what I would want.
I think even like a Terrion Arnold.
Terrion Arnold would be great.
SEC receivers, and I think he held his own for the most part. He's a solid guy.
Oh, dude, he's great. Yeah, he's a good player.
It just seems like, for you guys with the Eagles, like Jalen Carter falling into your guys'. I'm like, damn, such a good player.
Yeah.
Like it just seems like that seems to, happen a lot, and they get value every year.
I think the
kind of like
Saints,
the Ravens. The Ravens do the same thing, man.
Yeah, they get value.
They get value every year.
I think the Saints are hoping for a trade here. I think that's why they're running this way down. I could see them being a team that maybe would like to move back, but don't seem like anyone's biting now. We're going totally scorched earth tonight, Hutch, on everything.
Yeah. No, who was trying to think who that was. Was that Latu that got hurt for USC that was medically uncleared to play, he's supposed to retire, and he's a beast?
Yeah.
I believe that
I think that's him. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember if that was him or not. They did read up on that a little bit. So that'll be interesting to see how far he falls, because he is a great talent, but the injuries, it's a guy that maybe ends up falling a little bit here.
Yeah.
So who were you on with earlier, Hutch? I mean, I know you're kind of bouncing around tonight. You got a lot going on. I mean, who were you on with earlier?
So I was I started out the draft with Fantasy and Frames. I was on with Fantasy Frames with Jorge Edwards and that crew over there. They got a fun live stream going on over there. So if you want to check them out, go for it. But then I've got a Rowan St. Dennis on the Fantasy Bowl Universe YouTube channel later. I'm going to go for that actually at 10 p.m. So I don't have tons of time left on here, unfortunately. And then I'm kind of chilling on Twitter most of the night. I'm going to go on a live stream for the Eagles pick with Stadium Rant. But
nice,
awesome.
And
other than that, I'm kind of just chilling on Twitter. And after the draft's over, I'm actually going to be doing a live stream on my own Twitter account, and I'm going to go through the entire first round and just kind of talk about all the fantasy Rufflin picks and go through it. So it'll be fun.
Just so everyone knows that follows us, you got to go over there and follow Hutch. He's a great guy. You're a great analyst, man. And
thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime, man. We were so pumped to have you on finally. I mean, we've been we first started the Dynasty DNA show. It was just us four, and then we started to do more shows where we had guests, and you were someone on our list that we wanted to have on soon. So this worked out perfect. We had you on for this. So pumped for that.
I knew you were a good analyst whenever I made the Justin Herbert trade, and you said, I don't agree with you, Andy, but, and you gave a bunch of reasoning. I said, I like the reasoning. I like when people give reason and give their
1,000%, man. You got to do
what
that.
It's all about.
The Saints are fired up. The Saints are fired up, Hutch. They're clapping around in the war room.
Yeah.
They must have got who they wanted. We'll see who it is here.
Spencer Rattler.
Well, if it is, man, if it is, what would you do? I mean,
I'm just so upset. Like, I'm just gonna be so disappointed in the NFL GMs today. It's just
if that happens, we might as well all retire from doing this. We just might
I think we need to fill out applications to be GM.
Seriously, I don't get it with the first four. I get with McCarthy and the big three at the top. I get that they're actually something to be excited about there. There's something to be excited about with those guys. The others are just they're so clearly a tier below. They don't deserve to be in the first round, especially in like the top 15. They don't deserve that. They really just those prospects. The Denver pick was such a desperate energy level pick, and the Atlanta pick I just don't even understand. That was just an Atlanta Falcons pick. I really don't get it. But now let's see. So we got Saints. We got Roger Goodell walking up. He's on the podium.
Yep.
Let's see what we got.
Let's see what the Saints are going to pull out of their bag of tricks. Watch it be Brian Thomas Jr. It'll be some fantasy relevant player.
Oh, Saints are excited. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Tillings Fuga. Yep. There we go. Tackle Oregon State. All right. Yeah, they need offensive line help. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yep.
Good pick.
Oh,
I like it.
So now we're looking at 15 with the Colts.
bro, the Oos.
Now I have seen Xavier
receiver?
some.
Yeah.
I have seen him mock here some.
Yeah, they could go wide receiver. I mean, Josh Downs
They need help.
played. Yeah, they look decent. Couldn't stay healthy. Alec Pierce has never been that guy. Michael Pittman's great.
And some to add on to Alec Pierce, he's somebody that's seen like 80-90% of snaps.
92.
92. He's seen a ton of snaps and just hasn't produced.
Yep.
So
92%. I heard that today.
Yeah.
Could be a receiver here.
Absolutely could.
Wait a minute. Wait, how many defensive players have been picked so far? I'm just realizing for a second. I think it's been one defensive player.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just one.
Dude, that's
all
wild.
been offense.
That's actually wild.
That shows you though how the game has changed so much.
Yeah,
you know?
it absolutely has.
Yeah.
Very
Dude,
offensive.
I just saw do you guys know who Kevin is? Kevin from Football Guys?
Yeah.
At the Boys Who Do. He just tweeted, this NFL draft feels like Joe Biden was making all the picks.
That's a good.
That's funny. That's pretty funny.
Maybe it's all teleprompted and the teleprompter went crazy. Instead of Bo Nix going pick 42.
Yeah, Roger Goodell's misreading the cards. I swear to God, he's misreading those cards.
You could tell that the whole room in Denver, besides Sean Payton, they're just like,
yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So Hutch, right now though, what's worse to you? Bo Nix to Denver or Penix to Atlanta? Like pulling teeth, which one's worse to you?
I think as much. I think the Atlanta one was definitely worse because I mean you got a starting quarterback there and you are paying him a ton of money, and you're trying to build a team that can win because you're in a division where it's like you can easily take advantage of this division like that. And with a couple pieces, the Atlanta Falcons are a contending team. Like if they draft like a Dallas Turner or like a Byron Murphy, get that defense bulked up, they can legit compete for playoffs this year. Maybe win a playoff game or two. Like they if Kirk Cousins really had it in him, this team could really compete. So I think that one was the worst pick where it's just like you're not helping your team, you're not adding to your team, you're just not there. You're really not. But Nick was just more desperate than anything.
Oh, I'm with you. To add more intrigue, though, to the Atlanta thing, this just come up on Sleeper. Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that the Falcons would be taking Michael Penix Jr. So,
wow, not giving a heads up at all. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. You're not going to walk up and tell Kirk Cousins like, "Hey, we think your progression is going really badly, and we're going to draft a quarterback."
right.
I think that kind of makes sense. I really think it's because of the progression of Kirk Cousins. It makes me really scared for him.
Yeah.
Because it's like, remember when the Eagles drafted Jalen Hurts, man, like in that second round, it wasn't top 12, but it was in the second round, high in the second round. Where it was like, what the heck are they doing? They have Carson Wentz, but then all of a sudden, Wentz completely fell apart.
Yeah.
And Hurts took over, and now Hurts is a good player. Like, maybe we see that for Kirk Cousins. Maybe this is it for him. Maybe this is really it. Which I don't know why they paid him the contract if they really didn't have all that confidence in him. I just really,
Yep. Preston
Colts are not about to get Bowers, bro.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, Preston said
they're not.
Bowers went to the Raiders, Preston.
Yeah,
so
Bowers went to the Raiders.
Yeah. Now Michael Mayer has the tombstone.
The Colts are taking a lot of this clock. I wonder if there's a team wanting to trade up for somebody. I would doubt it. I don't know why a team would want to trade up. I mean, you got Byron Murphy and Dallas Turner on the board. You got some defensive studs on the board here.
Just came over Sleeper that Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that Atlanta Falcons
we were just talking about that a second ago. Yeah.
Never mind.
Muscles went and got drinks, so he missed out on that.
Hey, Muscles, did you see got drafted by the Broncos?
No, did he really?
Just showing you.
Damn.
Oh man.
So you gonna take Bo Nix?
Nope. Nope. Don't fall for it.
Dude, Bo Nix better start this minute. Yo, we got under 3 minutes left on the clock for the Colts. Not even 3 minutes left, and they still don't have a pick.
Maybe they're looking to trade.
Wonder if they
there might be a team looking to trade up for a defensive star.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hutch, like you said, there's been one off the board, like you said.
There's one defensive player off the board. It's very shocking. There's a lot of great defensive talent in this class.
Yeah. There is. There absolutely is.
Teams just want those bust quarterback, I guess. I don't understand it. I mean,
I think what I'm going to say here, I think this is, I think my shout out is going to be Quinny Mitchell here. I think you.
It makes too much. This makes a lot of sense for the Colts. They need that DB back there.
And I've been a Julius Brents fan. Like I like Brents, but let him develop. Get a guy out there. Let him take the reins a little bit. Let Brents develop.
And this is approaching under 2 minutes, and they're still not a pick.
Yeah.
And this is just
pick is in. There we go.
Oh, yep. They're gonna pick
about 2:00. There was a pick. There we go.
This is wild.
Yeah, like Andy said, I wonder if Zach Wilson was notified.
I wonder
take a vote.
Oh my God! Yeah, no.
Zach Wilson probably Jack.
And I know Zach Wilson's bad, but New York media, man. Ugh.
I wonder what Bo Nixon looks
like. I just saw the Colts pick.
Oh, you?
I checked Twitter. I looked for it. I couldn't resist the temptation.
With all these
a lot of the picks I have been able to. I've been watching the stream right here on my computer. I've been able to resist temptation on Twitter, but this one I couldn't. I wanted to find out. But I'll give you guys a hint. We got our second defensive player off the board.
Okay.
Wide receiver. We're not looking at a second option here for Richardson. We're looking at
Adam has a trivia question. I don't know the answer. It was the lowest quarterback drafted to win a Super Bowl.
The lowest quarterback drafted to win a Super Bowl?
I mean, would it be Tom
Brady?
6? Yeah. I think,
gotta be, right?
I don't know.
I think Tom.
Unless there's someone else.
Yeah, nobody I could think of. Tom.
I can't remember another quarterback that was drafted that.
Was there a
Yeah,
I mean, Brock Purdy was almost it.
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
I already made it. He didn't win.
Yep, he was right in that fringe.
The defense decided to choke on the last drive of that game.
Right.
Mahomes just played that good. I mean,
he says not Brady.
Not Brady.
Adam.
Not Brady. Really?
Adam, is it recent or is it older? Because I might have an idea, but if you give me a hint,
if it's older, I'm kind of cooked. I'm not. I'm 17, guys. I don't really know. I mean, I've tried to go back, but I don't know as much.
Could have been a backup like a Nick Foles.
That's what I was wondering.
Maybe Nick Foles. Yeah.
Where was Nick Foles drafted?
I don't know.
I thought he was drafted kind of highly.
No hints.
All right, we got the Colts. Roger Goodell's up there. And we got I know who it is, but
I'm gonna throw us out there, Johnny Unitas.
Johnny Unitas.
Is that who they're drafting, or is that
who they're drafting?
Well, the Colts are too. See, you got to think of psychology, right? The Colts are up.
Okay,
okay.
This is a player I was talking about. Now, Hutch, I don't know how much you know about him, but I believe he was actually declared to retire from football for medical reasons, and then actually came back and was a beast.
Yeah, I did hear. I didn't know. I mean, I'm a fantasy guy. I don't do tons of research on these defensive players, but I did hear about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I heard.
His story is quite insane. It's quite inspiring, honestly.
Yeah. So I think this is good news for his medical reasons as well.
Right. So 100%, yeah. I mean, this guy was mocked at some points to go in the top 12. I saw some top 12 mocks for.
Yeah.
I saw somewhere he's going outside the top 20. But good to see him going to the top 15. It's fun.
Yes,
absolutely. Good kid, good player.
Absolutely.
And there's some teams that really could use defense. That Christmas come early for them. I mean, you look at Jacksonville, Cincinnati.
These botched picks.
Yeah.
Wait, where was Kurt Warner drafted?
I don't know because he was in the XFL, I believe.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't drafted. They picked him up. So I guess maybe he wasn't drafted because he was like a grocery bagger. So apparently that was.
Now, all right, guys. Now that pick is wrapped. Sorry to interrupt. Now that pick is wrapped up, I gotta hop out. I've got another show to be on.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Hey, Houch, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. Are you going to the expo this year?
Heck yeah, me and my dad, as always, man. We'll be there.
Awesome.
We'll run into you there.
We'll see you there.
Awesome.
Thanks.
See y'all around.
See you, bud.
See ya. Wow. It's been a wild draft, guys.
It has.
Did not see it falling out like this. Crazy.
I wonder, how they do the perfect brackets. I wonder if anybody's had a perfect mock.
Nope.
No. Nobody had Penix going at 8 to the Falcons.
So
or Bowers going to the Raiders.
Yeah.
So,
his stock.
So I'm going to ask this to the people in the chat. I got to use the facilities in a minute. So I want to know, who do you want to take control of the flagship here while I'm gone? Andy, Muss, or Jake? Vote in the comments.
I think Jake would be good at it.
Yeah, don't vote me.
Don't vote me.
Yeah, the ship's going down.
Brad Johnson's the answer to that question.
Brad Johnson. Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Remember that team?
Yeah.
Warren Sapp.
Oh,
Their
yeah,
defense
that's-
was nasty.
I was a
Brooks.
closet Buccaneers fan. Man.
Yeah.
I went to this big hunting convention and I'm not the biggest hunter, so I got a Tampa Bay flag. I'll never
Dude,
forget that.
If you grew up and you didn't like Mike Allstott, you
Oh, yeah.
I know. I had a buddy. I remember I tried to tackle. He was huge. Jeff Wine. I don't know if you guys know him.
Oh, yeah.
He was always like, Mike Allstott, smack. Run my ass over.
So Wiz says, give me Jake. All right.
There we go.
Ty says, definitely not Muscles. It would be a total disaster. So everyone knows that Ty's working tonight, but he's still on Muscles right now. Muscles, what are you going to say to Ty? about
He's
this?
probably right. Probably trade you guys for some draft picks.
Yeah, I'll F it up too.
So Jake, you're in charge while I'm gone for
Hello,
all right.
hello, number 2. Papa seat next to Daddy.
Mini-me, move down the bench.
So we just saw the second defensive player come off the board. Have a lot. And we're off the rails, folks. We are off the rails. We have a lot of defensive backs still out there. We've mentioned, quite a bit.
Like I said in previous shows, it just seems like the NFL don't value corners anymore, though. Because look at Patrick Surtain. The Broncos couldn't get a first-round pick for him, bro. One of the best corners in the league. Snead, one of the best corners in the league. Now he had a contract dispute, but they got a third for him.
Yeah.
To me, I wouldn't take a corner in the first round.
That position's really taken a hit as far as
It has.
pay-wise goes, too.
At Seattle right here too. Seattle's just a good young team. I feel like they could do anything.
They could.
I think this makes sense for Murphy. I know I've been saying that, but I really think they could use a little bit of that run stuffing help. So that's probably where I would put Murphy right here to Seattle.
If you don't go defense, you have to go offensive line, in my opinion, because your receivers are set, your running backs are set. You already brought in Sam Howell, and you have Geno Smith. You're going to let those two cook out the rest of this season. So you're not investing in Spencer Rattler, obviously.
Right.
The tackles have kind of been washed up.
Yeah.
There's still a couple out there. Don't get me wrong. There's still a couple top ones out there, but you're not getting the prime pick. So do you go back to take the best defensive back available, who possibly is the best athlete left in the draft at this point?
Yeah.
I think that's definitely the smartest option for them to go. And then you still have other teams that are kind of defensive needy. I could see Jacksonville making a move for there. Now that you've seen some of the rumored options to Cincy, they were hoping Bowers would fall. Now that's kind of hopeful, but you can see them doing something along the lines of that, defensive too.
Yeah.
Where do we think the Rams fit into this puzzle?
I think the Rams have to go defense. Unless there's a really good, there's still good tackles there. So I don't know.
That's the thing. Offensive line and defense is just the teeter-totter at this point.
It absolutely
but the pick
is.
in here for Seattle. We get to see which way they go. I really think they'd be silly not to go defense. But
Ashton, absolutely, Mike Allstott was a beast on Madden.
Yeah, he was.
And on Madden, I loved having him. Remember when you and I used to take the Texans and we'd always go to free agency? First thing we would do, we'd go to free agency and get Ricky Waters.
Yeah, that was our first move.
Yeah, that was our first move. I was like, okay, it's done.
You guys think more defense here for Seattle?
So me and you played the zero running back approach before it was a thing, because Ricky Waters at this point is like 32 years old.
He was ancient, man. He was ancient.
That's what I always said. Let me be a GM, man. Just get me somebody fast that can find a hole. That's all I need.
Yep.
I'll take him in the 5th round.
Yeah, T, we were talking while you're gone. Probably looking just because of the talent that's left on the board at defense right now. It's probably the smart move for them to go. A lot of defensive backs still towards the top of the draft list here. Offensive line tackle could be another way that they go. I'm not familiar with how their line shakes out right now after the offseason, but you don't see them going any skill positions. Obviously, they have all of those kind of ironed out for the most part, and there's not a tight end quarterback there that you really want to take the stab at this point.
Boy, Atlanta's in shambles, huh?
Atlanta's in shambles.
Yeah, GM Terry Fontenot not speaking to Arthur Blank shortly after selecting Michael Penix.
Oh, it must have been an owner GM dispute, maybe.
Yep.
Oh, just wait. Broncos are coming in soon. Then I'll tell you what, that war room looks like
they
they're
look
going to go to
defeated.
war.
Dude, they look defeated. Like,
They are talking, but they're sitting there kind of. You can tell they're kind of arguing.
I'm not sure who the guy in the white shirt in the middle of the Broncos draft room was, but you could tell he was not a Bo Nix fan. And honestly,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure 95% of America.
Did they even draft?
So and this is something that, like, whenever we rank our quarterbacks, you're like, hey, there's a clear cut between these guys and the top guys. There just is. Like, it's not that I'm not sitting here shitting on these guys, but they're not first round guys.
Right.
No.
They're just not. Like, I love Penix's deep ball. Like, he throws a beautiful deep ball, but dude, there's a lot of concerns. He's somebody that doesn't handle pressure well. I'm shocked.
I'm shocked.
I'm shocked.
But you know what was funny? I said, watch them take Brock Bowers and set Twitter on fire. They didn't take Brock. They did it anyway, though. They still set Twitter on fire.
They did.
Still messed it up, man.
Yep, they definitely did.
So as Hutch mentioned earlier, the first couple picks were all chalk picks, kind of how we saw the thing all pan out. Is what we were kind of envisioning. After those chalk picks, what pick do you think was the best fit for a team moving forward? You know, do you think the Joe Alt pick was really that monumental for the Chargers, or do you think someone else capitalized more with a pick? I mean,
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison, in my opinion.
You throw him out the window, though. I would say
you call him a chalk pick almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. I say Rome Odunze to the Bears.
Was my second,
Because, I mean, we've seen that kind of like mocked, but like what had happened. And boy, it just fell right into their laps.
Yeah.
And he's going to hold value. You know, like we said about JSN, he still holds value at this point.
So Ty said, what are we thinking for the Steelers? I don't know, Ty. I'd like to see him move back, get a center.
No trades yet.
I don't really want to see them move back because I look at Miami.
Oh, yeah, one trade.
Yeah. I look at Miami, and I feel like if the Steelers pass and trade back, Miami could go, a center.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. But I will say,
depending if there's still some really good linebackers there, so Miami might go that route.
You know how I feel about Brian Thomas. I mean, we need line, but it's like at the same time, I would be excited. I mean, I can't say I wouldn't be excited.
It would be fun.
It would be fun.
A lot of fun.
It'd be fun, but I'd be a little bit nervous for like fantasy purposes, man.
And the Steelers, they don't draft receivers first round typically.
No, they're second round guys.
Second round, or they'll I hate to bring them up. Antonio Brown, late round receiver.
Later round.
Emmanuel Sanders,
late
round receiver. They made him into something like that. It's just something that the Steelers do year in and year out.
Preston wants to know what pick that the Rams have. They have number 19, Preston.
Yeah, 19.
They're actually going to be on the clock here in a couple picks. Now, I've heard rumors of them wanting to trade back, collect more capital. I don't know if that happens or not. I think this is going to be defense for Seattle because I know last year they took Charles Cross, the tackle. Worked out well, actually. If I remember right, he played well last year. So we're going to see right now. Picks in.
I don't want to spit out my water. Hurry up and drink it.
Spencer Rattler.
You never did. Oh, my God. Yep.
All right.
It makes a lot of sense, man.
D tackle Texas.
Big guy, helped stop that run.
Big dude.
This is a great pick. They got gifted Murphy, I feel like, here at 16.
See, and that's what I love about him. Texas player, Texas guy, look at him. Shirt, jeans, hat. He means business.
Yeah.
That's a great pick for Seattle.
To go to work.
He's ready. Yeah, he's probably got cowboy boots on.
So this
Ty just said, spoiler alert, Ty's on it. Vikings have traded up. Is what I'm hearing right now with most likely Jacksonville. So
they see something that they like here on the board.
Yeah, Ty says with the Jags.
With the Jags. So
Minnesota.
I mean, they could go to the defensive well. There's still some good tackles out here.
Did they lose? They lost a pretty key defensive piece, didn't they?
The Vikings?
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost that guy.
Hunter.
Did they
Daniel
lose?
Hunter.
Yeah, they lost Hunter.
Yeah.
Ngakwe, was he gone before or was he there last season? I'm kind of
Yeah,
drawing a blank on that one, but
I'm only like with the defense in our division. I'm a little more familiar with because with fantasy, offense, but I can't remember. Danny Dixon says Vikings need a DB. Definitely. And there's plenty here. I mean, as I said before, them quarterbacks really help push defense down.
Yeah.
right.
pick his end. So this is the guy they want, man.
And I just hope the Steelers ain't enticed because, I mean, we got plenty of defense. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, if they went, if Winning was there, I would like it.
It would be a Pittsburgh pick, too. That's just something that
would. Him and Joey Porter would be nice.
Yeah.
So I could honestly see that. I just don't want to invest in receiver in the first round personally.
No, but if we do, it has to be Brian Thomas.
So I think, the whole controversy with T. Higgins, I mean, 23rd. Okay, they're just giving up some little bit later on stuff. But anyways, maybe that's a spot like with Cincinnati where you could see, a receiver possibly go. I still think they should go line personally too.
Yeah.
Or a DN because we've seen Trey Hendrickson once traded. So maybe they try to back that up. And maybe this honestly is like a Dallas Turner or something.
That's what I'm wondering.
Because they wanted to trade ahead of Cincinnati, so Cincinnati didn't do it.
Ty says this one's for you, Jake. He'd love to see Chop Robinson with the Steelers.
Yeah. That would be all right. That'd be all right. Stay in PA.
I love my PSU guys. I know Ty's not a big Pat Fryer move.
No.
He really wanted Creed Humphreys.
Hey, yeah, well, I can't blame him. I
from
yeah. I wanted Creed Humphreys
Creed's
too.
the beast.
But yeah, Andy had Fryer moves as a buy.
Yep.
Smart. They did. They wanted to jump Cincinnati, so Cincinnati couldn't do it. Good move by the Vikings, and they didn't have to pay a ton.
And they got their guy, right around where they wanted to get him in McCarthy.
Yeah.
This draft has went well for the Vikings because they didn't have to mortgage the future completely.
Right. No, as we all thought they would trade both these picks to move up, they didn't.
Well, how lucky for them to have the defensive player fall that far.
Yeah, Dallas Turner was mocked at a lot of like the first defensive player overall taken.
Yeah, I saw a lot of him do Atlanta.
Yeah.
Don't ever believe anything mocked to Atlanta.
Know. Yeah.
Is Arthur Smith turning into like a Jerry Jones or Arthur Blank? Is he turning into like a Jerry Jones type owner now? Because like it seems like he does things like behind the scenes. Like
you wonder because it looked like Bill Belichick was going to get that job, and maybe he didn't want to deal with that. If that's the case,
I just don't understand the ties to Penix. Like
I don't either.
I don't get it.
But by the way, it sounds the GM owner, and that's what makes you frustrated. Like Jerry Jones owns the team, but he's a general manager too. Like he makes the picks.
But usually when things like that happen, people jump that high up. They usually have a connection to the owner or something. There's something more behind it than just the player itself and the talent.
I'm with you. There could be something we ain't seeing or hearing.
And again, Hutch mentioned about maybe that Kirk's not progressing the way they were hoping he would.
Yeah.
How long has Kirk been signed with them? When did that happen? 2 months ago?
Yeah, something like that.
'Cause I guess how long of a time do you really have to evaluate where his health is at to make a call like that and say, hey, let's invest in a new rookie quarterback because he's not coming along the way we want him to, and he might not be where we need him to.
I just can't believe they took that gamble. Anyways,
I know.
Well, because they could have got him at a later value.
Trade. I mean, if you I'm gonna assume they have the 208. I mean, trade that and try to get into the pack of the first. You might have been able to get them.
And just to give everyone a heads up, our next guest will be coming on here shortly. Mike Shinuti, fellow Steeler fan.
Cool. Yeah, excited to talk to Mike here, and he'll be on for the Steelers pick. So,
yes, sir.
See what he wants to do as well.
Adam says Steelers, Brian Thomas. Adam, I mean, we need line. We need other things, but I'm not going to lie to you. I love Brian Thomas. I love the film. He's a very exciting player, and I can't say I wouldn't be excited.
Yeah. I'd be excited. Don't get
sexy pick.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'd be excited. I think I'd be a little less excited for fantasy though. Like me personally.
Yeah. I mean,
for quarterback, like we got Russ, we got at least we don't got Penix at 8. But
I think we got Mike on here.
Hey guys, how are we doing?
Hey, what's happening?
How you doing, buddy?
How are we liking this first round so far?
Oh, scorched earth, man. Scorched earth.
Oh my
Wild.
gosh.
My mock
Who had-
draft was 100% right. I don't know about yours.
I mean, I had all those quarterbacks going in the top 15. I don't know about you guys. Definitely didn't have Bo Nix going in the 5th.
Muscles has a perfect bracket right now.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, I have a perfect bracket.
Oh man, what's everybody on for the Steelers? I know this is a kind of Steelers podcast right now. I see somebody wrote in the chat Brian Thomas. So
I personally want to go line. I feel like that would be good. I really like Jackson Powers Johnson. I really like the guy out of Duke, Graham. I'm drawing a blank on his name. Is it
Barton?
Yeah.
That's my guy. He's
Yeah.
Merrill Hodges already came out and said he was the best player in the draft. He reminds him a lot of Dotson back in the day. So
Yeah, I think he's a little bit versatile. We could put him, as a center guard wherever, and we could really use that.
absolutely, I'm with it. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Adonai Mitchell is the guy I'm really nervous about if we draft.
Oh yeah, don't wish that, Juju.
Oh my god.
I don't
I
think
am.
we have to worry about them
I,
taking
I,
first.
I think this would be a perfect draft right here. Cincinnati takes Worthy just because I don't know, man.
John Ross again.
Well,
John Ross 2.0. I love it.
yeah,
Or they could take Mitchell. Either way,
Yeah.
I'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
Look, as long as it's not the corner from Clemson, I'm good. I'm good.
yeah, Nate
Wiggins, yeah.
And it's amazing though. Like, how do you, Mike? I mean, we were talking about these quarterbacks. Let's get back on that because we're a couple picks away from the Steelers. We'll watch as the Bengals pick here. But how do you feel about this Penix Atlanta stuff? I mean, I was joking around with Hutch when I had him on. Said, "Oh, I bet you they'll take Brock Bowers and Twitter will explode." Well, sure enough, they did something stupid and Twitter did explode. But I mean, how do you feel about this? Is crazy. I mean, just signing Kirk to that massive deal. Oh, it's wild.
It makes you think that Kirk is not healthy, right? I mean, that was the first thought in my head. I was like, Kirk is not fully healthy. Something is wrong that we don't know about. And then I'm like, okay, why'd you take Penix if you're gonna have somebody sit? He's like our age. Like, I think he's our age. So I'm like, why didn't you try to take JJ McCarthy who's younger? I mean, I just don't know. Like, I was stunned silent. Like, I could not believe it. But I guess they said the succession plan is in place with Penix and all that. I personally thought they were going to go Dallas Turner and get a pass rusher like Vic Beasley back in the day, but when I tell you my jaw dropped, it was crazy. My girlfriend next to me was like, "What happened?" I was like, "I think I just saw the worst pick in my 30 years." Right?
Yeah.
So,
we just I don't know. I'm still somewhat speechless. I just did not see it coming.
Adam said Xavier Worthy to the Steelers.
To the Steelers, I would not like it.
I don't want. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't want a wide receiver in the first round. I heard.
Yeah.
Either.
Same.
I turned on the stream here and there, and I heard you guys about us getting them late round picks. I think it's just who we are. We just do our best justice to that position late. I mean, we did take Santonio Holmes early, first rounder, but we had Ben. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we had a lot of stuff taken care of. We don't have a lot of stuff. I'd rather take a D tackle and hope he becomes something behind Benton and Howard and Hayward. I know I'm jumping to the Steelers again, but yeah, that's where we are.
Hey man, that's what we all got our eyes on.
I'd rather go Chop Robinson. I feel like, or something like we were talking than that. But
Yeah, I mean, it's not the sexy pick, but it's probably the right pick for us.
yeah,
We've gone the sexy pick, how many years in a row, and it just kind of has bitten us. I mean, Najee's an okay player, but was he a first round talent? Don't look like it. Kenny Pickett, that was a disaster.
We don't have to talk about Kenny Pickett anymore. Thank God.
Now, last year we kind of got back to basics of Broderick Jones, and it worked out.
yeah, he's just a solid guy.
Yeah, solid guy, ain't a superstar, but a nice lineman. We could use someone like that again, but we'll see.
Yeah, I personally just want to fix that line. I mean, I know there's mixed feelings about Russ and Fields on this podcast. Don't worry, I've been seeing people's Twitters and everything. But I mean, we can't have the guy whoever's back there be running for his life. I mean, we just need to shore up that offensive line. Sure, we need a wide receiver. I mean, Pickens is not going to be the only guy that we're going to have out there, and whatever this Ayuk or this Sutton rumor swirling around happens. But I just don't want to draft a wide receiver here, especially if it's not one of the top 3 or 4 guys that we already see that win. So
Well, if like I said, if they do take a receiver, the only one I would be acceptable to me would be Brian Thomas. I mean, I still would love it, but like I like guys like Roman Wilson. I like guys like Malachi Corley. There's guys in the second round that are projected to go around there that the Steelers do like a lot.
And even like a later round guy, like I'm a Malik Washington fan. I think Malik Washington, like the 3rd, 4th round, like if he's there, I would like that.
And we know that they do well, but here comes Cincy's pick. I'm guessing this is going to be defense. I mean, I'm almost willing to bet
I
anything
think it'll
on
be
it.
defense or O-line here.
we're getting chirped. Adam Happen. That's why the Steelers lose by drafting like you're in the 1970s. I mean, what do you want us to do here? What do you want? You want us to draft like every wide receiver? I can't do this. Like,
I can't do that.
Tackle,
Yeah, and there
That's
goes
smart.
Almarius Mims. That was a guy that we had.
good
You know,
tackle.
yep, from Georgia, Mike. You seen he was linked to us too. But you're right. I mean, sitting here at pick 20, your options are limited. I mean, some of the top guys, and let's just be honest. You said it. We all said it. The Steelers evaluate the wide receiver position better than any organization in football.
Exactly.
So if they feel comfortable going something else here, they'll do fine in the second, third rounds. They always do. I mean, they come up with these guys. Deontay Johnson was a 3rd round guy.
Yep.
He was okay for a while. Not great, but he was okay. I mean, George Pickens, 2nd round guy.
Right.
Yeah.
They know their talent.
They know what to do. And I think personally, like, whether people want to believe it or not, I was off the Deontay Johnson pick when we did it, and then all of a sudden he was good enough. And Pickens, everybody knows his hot-headedness, and look at how he is a hothead, let's be honest, but he's a competitor. So
Yeah.
we have a good enough coach that can handle a lot of things at that diva position. So I don't know. I think if we want Najee to be a good running back and we have Jalen Warren and we're going to do a lot of the running, let's get this offensive line going. So
Yeah, and what better to do is get a guard, a center, somebody that's going to be a powerhouse to help, right down the middle.
Exactly.
Because our offense has struggled a lot, and that's a big reason why we can't block. You know,
Yeah,
Exactly.
and that's what like Brian Thomas would scare me because like he's kind of a down the field guy. If we don't have time to get him down the field, then
That's the point.
yeah, that's just what scares me.
So Ty says that he really thinks the Steelers are going to go Graham Barton. That's your guy. That's your guy, Mike. That's your guy, in Graham Barton.
Yeah,
This is how I'd put it. I wouldn't be upset. Like it'd be like good pick. Let's move on. Great. Like Ben said it on his podcast too. He said having a good center with you as a quarterback is great because him and Pouncey were just phenomenal together. So
Yep. I loved Marquise. I think Marquise is one of the most underrated players.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
I like Preston. I took 3 shots back to back when Atlanta drafted Penix.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy. Like I still do not like. It still hasn't processed that
I know.
Penix got picked. Like, and Bo Nix right after. Like, then they had the audacity to say he liked them as he liked Mahomes, and I'm like, am I missing something here? Like Mahomes, yeah, to his credit, had a lot of different things happen, but like he still had some talent that you're like, okay, he's raw, he could do things. Bo he kept bouncing from place to place, and I just didn't know if he was. I don't know to make of him. Like both of them, I'm just dumbfounded,
And I put Bo Nix with Sean Payton. I'm like, well, maybe there's hope, but like kind of like Hutch said, like this team just worries the hell out of me, and I think there's a good chance for the first overall pick again, and I think that's what makes me kind of shy away because I just think there's going to be a better player. Like we don't know yet, like who's going to be the 1-1. I'm sure it's going to be better than Bo Nix.
So
yeah, 100%.
Let me ask you this, Mike. Your favorite pick so far from a fantasy standpoint, from a dynasty standpoint, who do you like the most so far? I mean, out of the top 20 picks this year we had so far.
That's a good question. I think personally, it's Roma Duze to the Bears. I know they have Keenan and I know they have DJ. I think Rome with Caleb is going to be a sight to see for a while. And I personally do like the landing spot. I think him not being the number one right away, because we saw what happened when wide receivers become that number one. Some flourish, some don't.
Yeah.
And we saw what happened with Jordan Addison, where he was like with Justin Jefferson, and Justin Jefferson went down. Now Rome goes to a place where he has two wide receivers, a tight end, Caleb, who we think is going to be this good player. I really like Adudze there. I personally like that. And another one, you guys might, I mean, like Daniel Jones, say what he will too. I mean, Malik Neighbors. I mean, Malik Neighbors is the only guy there that I can name that is worth a damn. So why not? Let's see what he could do. I think he projected himself into top 4, top 5 status in a lot of dynasty drafts because of that. Because I mean, who are you going to throw to? It's him. So.
Yeah. I think Malik Neighbors is going to be fine there. I think he's such a good yak guy. Like, I love Malik there. He's still my number 2, and I still love Adunze. Like, he's personally still my number 3. But you got to consider that tied to Caleb Williams, man. Like, and I'm a big Caleb fan. Like, this is a great situation for Caleb.
So the Rams pick's going to be coming. We're going to see it. I know, and you know, Mike, you're part of the Steeler family. You're part of the Dynasty DNA family, and we play in so many leagues together. And you know, Wiz is a Ravens fan. I feel bad.
Oh my gosh!
Fortunate. I feel bad for him, and you know, he's. I guarantee he's getting ready to try to rain on our parade. Wiz, just don't try it. We're gonna have you on later, so don't. Try
I'm gonna be honest. I'm glad. I mean, this is not a shot. Well, it's kind of a shot. I'm glad the Steelers' window to win a championship is not in the same window as Patrick Mahomes right now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, they are in that window right now. I mean, watching that AFC championship game is crazy. So.
Yeah.
See, he did hear us. He said, "Whoa, don't worry, Wiz. You'll get your chance. You'll get your chance with the Ravens here."
He's gonna roast us. He's gonna roast me the most because what I said.
Oh, he just said A.D. Mitchell to the Steelers. I knew
Stop.
I knew it. No, that ain't gonna happen. That's all yours, Wiz. You can have him, and then you can. He's got a Flowers jersey. He could get an A.D. Mitchell jersey right beside it.
He might have to get another wide receiver jersey for sure.
He could retire a Bateman jersey.
There's Jared Verse. This is a good pick.
Jared Verse
is a good pick.
Yep.
Good pick.
Very good.
I mean, the Rams didn't need offensive players. They needed defensive guys. Let's be honest. And pass rusher was one.
Yep.
So.
Yep. That was nice. I mean, Aaron Donald departing
I was just
there.
gonna say, with Aaron Donald leaving to help this, line get a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant was pretty good last year. He was a very good player.
Yeah.
So. Man, here it comes. The butterflies in my stomach right now.
I know.
This is the wait. This is what you wait for.
I truly think we're going over.
Wiz, it's okay. I know ours is not in the next decade. It's actually this season. Don't worry, brother. Russell Wilson will weld, Brian, man. Russell Wilson welding. I'm just kidding.
That's right. He don't like when I say it whenever I tell him Russ is going to do some cooking for us.
Hey, we just need another wide receiver. That's all. I'm hoping my draft day thing was I was hoping we trade for a wide receiver, get Barton here, and then somehow we get Justin Simmons in free agency because he's still out there. And we're still linked to him like crazy.
So Muscles, you know one thing, Mike, what Muscles really loves? He loves Russell Wilson. And he loves the videos, like them workout videos he's posting.
They're so dumb.
You like to see him throwing the ball around,
Anybody could throw a football in shorts.
Can we just focus on the complete difference between what Russell's practicing on and what Justin Fields is practicing with? You have Justin Fields in some old scrummy gym doing these hard workouts, and there's Russ in what looks like Southern California.
Let me be honest. Russell Wilson is Hollywood, my man. He is an actor. He is an actor. Those Subway commercials made me want to get a Danger Witch. I have never seen a guy do 180 in my life. So.
You ever see the Barstool Sports with Frank the Tank where he does Frank walks? I want to do a Muscles walk with Russell Wilson. Like, it's flash out all your problems.
He does a workout indoors with sunglasses on.
What's wrong with the lighting? Might affect his eyes. You don't know that.
My man.
He might have glaucoma. You never know. I mean, Jameis Winston was blind for 5 years. You never know.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's what I'm gonna send a thing. Dynasty DNA must walks with Russell Wilson. Like, you
Listen,
guys,
I'm on Russell watch the first time he throws 200 yards and 2 touchdowns on whatever team he plays against. Because let's be honest, we haven't seen that in a long time. So
I'm with you, man. But here it is. I think the Steelers, honestly, though, are in entertaining trade discussions. They haven't done that in a while. That's kind of the old Steeler way to kind of go down.
Oh God, the pick is in. Oh
It's
God.
in.
Oh God.
Or delayed.
Wiz says he'd think that Ladd with the Steelers would be great. I like Ladd.
I would like.
I like Ladd. I'm not Ladd at this pick. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these wide receivers are good, but are they 20th overall worthy? No, I don't know.
Big thing that scares me about Ladd, and I'm a big Ladd fan. He's number 5, like in my wide receiver ranks here. Before we see where he gets picked, but like he's never had a big like elite production profile, so like that's scary at this high.
Yeah.
If this is a Troy Franklin pick, I might have to hang up and think about life. And,
Yeah,
I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know my feelings on Troy Franklin, Mike. I can't stomach it. I can't stomach AD Mitchell.
This would be the draft that it happens.
I can't.
I'm telling you,
receiver.
it's got to be a corner. It's got to be right. It's got to be corner or a lineman. Like, there's no other way to. Like, there's no one next to Joey Porter Jr. We don't have a center. Like, I understand wide receivers are out there, but we can get one in the second round. Like, I'm just trying to think I'm trying to put my brain with Tomlin's brain, and sometimes you can't do that because the guy says things that are just insane. So,
They've just been linked to offensive line this whole offseason.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, and there's a lot that have fell. Like, I feel
Yeah.
like they still have a couple. Jackson Powers Johnson. There's still what's the tackle? Fatanu or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
He's still out there.
Graham
Graham
Barton.
that you mentioned. I mean,
and that's why I'm on that shoot.
See, of course, you know what really makes me mad? They go to a commercial during our pick.
I know.
I'm watching Pizza, Little Caesars Pizza, and getting hungry while I'm watching this pick. Oh man, I will be honest. I have been getting Twitter notifications, so I won't say anything if I see it. So, but it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened.
I've been trying to. This one here, especially, we've gotten a couple ruined for us, but this one especially.
Twitter's off. Everything's off.
Yep.
You gotta have some love for it. You know what I mean? Like, the only thing I want to know is trades. That's the biggest thing. Obviously, I just want to know if somebody's traded.
Yep.
So
We're going in dark.
Yep.
jeez. I know some of you guys follow me on Twitter. This is like the Miami Heat playoff run right now for me. This is nuts. This is crazy.
The Caps. I know you're a Caps fan. I know. Am I right? You're a Caps fan. I thought you told me.
Yeah, I'm a Caps fan, but I mean, we're just happy to be there.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. We were each going to fight for that spot of, okay, we're just happy to be there. You're the one that made it. So
yeah, somehow with a -30 goal differential, we made it. I know this is a football podcast, but we had to do something to keep things light. Okay.
That's right.
Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go. All right.
Final thoughts. Who do you want, Mike? Who do you want? This is your
I want Barton. I want Barton.
Andy, who do you want?
I want Barton.
Moss?
Yeah, Barton.
Jake?
I just think you got to go line.
Yeah, whatever line you'll be having.
Line, yeah. I mean, like, if it's a lineman, I'm not mad. If it's a wide receiver, I'm pissed. Somehow there's a quarterback like Spencer Rattler. Just turn off the stream.
I know.
Just as long as it's line.
Yeah.
And just so you know, Wiz is also a Red Wing fan, and he said that you stole that from them.
Sorry, you guys had a chance. The Red Wings could have beat us, I think, and they didn't.
Oh, come on, give the pick.
Yeah,
love showing the sombrero, dude. He's always at these drafts. I don't. We don't need this right now, brother. Let's go.
So if it's Hayward, is it Chop because they want to bring on a defense? No.
If it's defense,
remember who announced their replacement for it was a wide receiver.
It was not Chase Claypool. Chase Claypool did George Pickens.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then do you remember that Twitter war of Juju?
Yep.
Juju got picked, and I think it was Martavius Bryant and Wheaton
Yep.
or whatever his name was.
Yep.
They both went back and forth, and they both got cut. And I was like, oh my.
He's taking your job. No, he's taking your job.
Man.
Hurry up. I love this, but he's a good guy. Let's go.
Right.
All right, guys.
They're really dragging this out.
They know we're watching. They know this podcast is happening. I'm sweating. I'm wearing a sweatshirt, my lucky sweatshirt, for a reason. Oh God.
The opportunity before you is a gift. By coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league, in our world.
This is a great speech, but why now?
Yeah, I feel like he already had the opportunity to give this.
He was like, I got cut off during the.
And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it.
I thought they said Troy Franklin for a second.
I'll take it.
I know. My heart dropped.
Hey,
Oh,
I
shit.
like it. I like it. I'll take it.
too. I like it too.
Yeah, I do too.
All right.
Hey, so now we have two stop gaps. We have Troy on one side and then Jones on the other side.
And
this
see-
is what I'm talking about.
See, I love guys like this because he's made to be a lineman.
Yeah.
You could tell.
He's a hand fighter.
Yeah, he is.
I love this pick. This is this is what I'm talking. Interior lineman play. We get things going.
Yep.
Yeah, we need a
This is
nasty.
nice.
We
This
need
is
a
nice.
nasty. So that is great. That is
I
great.
love the punch. Do you see that punch? I mean, obviously, I'm watching Washington play the Pac-12, so this might not be the best, but
Yeah.
this is what I love. That's what I love. The elusiveness to get out and use him as a blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Longer arms.
I love these big, nasty type tackles. I love that.
We got somebody else calling in.
Oh, yeah. We got Dynasty Dog Mike coming up here in 1 second. We're going to have him on
This
in 1
is
second
wild.
here. He's going to finish up with Mike here. So, Mike, I want to tell everyone right now that you're one of the funniest, greatest sports people to follow on Twitter.
Thank you.
Yeah, shout out your Twitter handle. And, of course, just so everyone knows, he's a part of the Dynasty DNA family. He's a great fantasy analyst as well. You write articles for us. You do a great job with that. But tell everyone about your Twitter channel and Four Corners Radio.
Absolutely. So my Twitter handle is Shanu at 471. It's SHANU471. Like you guys said, I mean, follow me for every sport: basketball, football, hockey, baseball. I'm all over the place with my team. So you don't know where I'm from. So there you can look at that and say, why is he a fan of the Steelers, Heat, Orioles, and Caps? Listen, I'm not a bandwagon fan, so there's that one. So
I love it.
but follow us there. I'm doing live interviews at our local wing place called Anchor Bar in Nova. I know they have a bunch of places in Buffalo and other places, but I have signed a contract with them to do live interviews with some low-key athletes around our area once a month. So follow that, and at Four Corners Radio on Instagram, YouTube. Like, download, and subscribe. I always tweet out. So hope to see you guys, and hope you guys tune in for all that. So, and thank you guys again for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to write articles all year about Troy Franklin, how bad he is. So.
Well, see, and that's what I love about you, man, because you're like me. You just tell it as it is, and I love that, man. And like I said, we're going to be covering all the rounds. If you're available, we might have you back on.
Yeah.
Here, if you're around, I'll definitely ask you. Like I said, I love to get your perspective on things. So.
Listen, this is my weekend. This is like everybody has a weekend like Christmas or like Festivus, stuff like this. This is our weekend, boys. This is the start of the season right here. So
absolutely, man. Absolutely. Well, I think I can end this with saying you're happy. We're happy. We're off to a good start.
Let's
We're
go.
off to a good start. And I will definitely be reaching out to you guys. And like I said, all you out there follow Mike. You won't be disappointed. But, brother, we hope you have a good rest at the end of the night for first round. And I will talk to you probably sometime tomorrow, my friend.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Enjoy.
See you, Mike.
See you guys.
And now we go from one great guest to another. It's a great friend of ours.
Yeah.
We got the western side of the state taken care of. We visited with Hutch earlier. He's from the eastern side of the state, but so's this guy. And, we're happy. He's a big Eagles fan. The pick's coming up.
Yep.
Let's see what he has to say. The one and only Dynasty Dog Mike. There he is. Mike,
how's it going, gents? How you feeling?
We're feeling great.
Yeah,
feeling great.
I love the pick for the Steelers.
I
love the pick. And then all these crazy landing spots, man. Like, how are you wrapping your head around these quarterbacks?
So, of course, my phone just decided to crap out right before the Eagles pick. But the Falcons are out here playing super flex while we're all playing single quarterback. So this is super weird. Did not see that one coming by any stretch of the imagination. But it's been a really fun draft. The only thing, I could have sworn there was going to be more movement trade-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, we thought the same thing.
Yeah, I guess, but the way these teams obviously valued quarterbacks probably come into play for that.
Yeah.
I mean, we had 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks like that. I did not see coming at all.
No.
I loved Hutch's reaction when Michael Penix got picked. Me and Jake got the spoiler. I'm like, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing.
No.
I'm like,
I thought maybe it really was like a Brock. I would have never guessed. You could have gave me 1,000. I would have never guessed.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed it either.
I mean, maybe not 1,000. But
do you think there's turmoil in Atlanta, Mike? Because Muscle said that the GM was not taking questions, and the owner and him might have had a disagreement on this. I mean, I don't know. It just seems weird. Just come out of nowhere.
So something I just read also is that Kirk Cousins is not happy at all. Apparently, he was not led to believe that this was a possibility in the first round. So he's not very happy with the Atlanta organization currently.
Come to Pittsburgh, Kurt. We'll treat you well.
Yeah.
we'll treat
But
you.
the thing is, they just gave him $100 million. What are they doing? It's a very Atlanta pick, let's be honest, because they will steadily take the shiny new toy when they don't need to.
Oh, it's disappointing, man. I mean, I mean, it just threw a monkey wrench into everything with this offense. Like Andy said, now how do you evaluate London? We're all going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board a little bit on some of this stuff. But that's the Falcons. I go back to it. I joked. I said, I bet you take Brock Bowers and Twitter will go on fire. And they took someone and still set the world on fire on Twitter.
So what are we thinking for Miami here? Because I'm not the biggest Xavier Worthy fan, but the guy is fast. And I personally been saying, I believe he's probably a top 20 pick.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here at 21 with an offense that loves speed. Jake, you talked about this as well.
They have Tyreek Hill, who's going to be on the out here in a couple of years.
Yeah.
So to say, why not bring in a guy, let him learn, and then boom, he's right into the spot. Although at the same time, I feel like that might just be crazy. I mean, I know that Miami loves speed, but I feel like they have so much talent on the offensive side of the ball.
They do, and it seems like
they need a corner.
I think how the board's kind of laying out right now, you almost have to go.
Ryan Thomas wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, and that's a possibility as well.
And you got to think, though, defense was their Achilles heel last year.
Yeah.
Let's see if they address it. Here it comes. Let's see what happens.
It's kind of makes sense, I guess, their pick.
Chop Robinson.
Chop Robinson.
Okay.
All right. Penn State, I love it.
All right. This leaves the Eagles with a corner.
So let me say this. If Brian Thomas lands in Jacksonville, how great would that be for the Jaguars? I mean, holy heck. I mean, just moving back that little bit. I mean, they got extra draft capital.
They got rid of Ridley.
They got rid of Ridley contract.
Brian Thomas.
Yeah, you bring in Brian Thomas with he's the ultimate compliment to Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They play two totally different styles. So
I could agree with that.
Now, it will be interesting.
Now, jumping to the Philly pick, what would you like to see here, Mike? Because I know as we were talking to Hutch earlier, it seems like they're really tied into Quinyon Mitchell. So I think corner makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, so I have always, since the draft started, the draft process started, I wanted the Eagles to take a corner in the first round for no matter what, no matter who, to be honest with you. They haven't taken a first-round corner since 2002. Sheldon Brown was the last time they took a corner in the first round. So they need to break that cycle badly because I really either want Quinyon Mitchell or Tyron Arnold, to be honest with you. I'd be happy with either one. And if neither one of them, work out, it is what it is. But you took your shot in the first time in 22 years. So,
yeah.
How do you
I'd be
feel
happy either way.
How do you feel about the A.J. Brown extension?
Thrilled. Because Philly media was trying to make it seem like he was going to be moved tonight. And I was disgusted because that should not have even been a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's a good thing for the team. You don't need any more distractions coming off kind of a struggling season last year. You got a lot of them pieces in place. Let's try to get back on the bike and ride. So I agree with you.
Do they try to throw a smoke screen out with that A.J. Brown news? I mean, they just re-signed Smitty, so they have him secured. Maybe this is just something they tried to throw out there to kind of throw everyone else off. I know it's crazy, but
yeah.
I mean, hear to it until the very last bit of the week.
What's the one position or player you don't want to see here, Mike?
If they take any offensive lineman right now, I swear that I will throw my laptop out of my window because I can't. Every single year, it's we're drafting the offensive lineman of the future. We're drafting the offensive lineman of the future. How many futures can we continue to do this?
It sounds like Pirates with their prospects.
Yeah, it's the thing is like. You're a team that's built to win right now. Get a piece that can help you right now. Stop giving me left guards that you're going to move to center in 3 years. Stop.
Right.
I'm just going to say something crazy, okay? I doubt it happens, but
don't you say it. Please don't say it. I have another feeling because it's actually, if you say wide receiver, that's going to piss me off even more.
That's what I was just going to say. I mean, I don't know because you guys are I mean, you have some needs, but you have a lot of positions filled. Do they just try to do this for Jalen Hurts to where it's we're giving him everything we can give him?
I mean, that would be the opposite of what they've done for every single quarterback in Eagles history. But if they draft a Donnie Mitchell here, because that was a rumor as well that I had seen, I will be very upset. Because everybody says A.J. Brown is an issue. I don't want the Mitchell issue coming here, to be honest with you.
I think it's for sure corner, man. I feel really
well. The fact that we're 50 seconds left in the pick and they haven't picked yet is starting to make me a little nervous.
They just lost Jason Kelsey. Do you think they go after Graham Barton?
Oh, that's possible.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jake.
And then what's the other guy?
I know you said you don't want offensive line, but I mean
that is a good point.
I can see it.
The tush push.
So I can't do it. Don't because they drafted Landon Dickerson 3 years ago to be the heir apparent to Jason Kelsey. They drafted Cam Jurgens the year after that to be the heir apparent to Jason Kelsey. One of those has to be it because I can't do it again.
Third time's a charm.
No.
No. Well, the pick is in. The pick's in. You guys didn't trade it.
Okay.
We'll see what happens here. But I was thinking to vote for Eric.
Don't you dare.
Jalen Reagor. Just think though, Arizona. What if that Brian Thomas falls to them and they get Thomas and Harrison?
Arizona. Oh, I didn't even realize Arizona has another pick coming up.
I just seen that and it kind of hit me. But Dallas needs a receiver. Yeah. Brian Thomas going there would be ideal.
I think we're going to see a cluster of receivers here coming up personally.
I'm telling you right now, if the Eagles take either one of the two cornerbacks, I will buy their jersey when it becomes available, just because that's how long I've waited. I got the Devontae Smith jersey right as they drafted him because we had been waiting for a first round good wide receiver for so long that, this would make me happy. This would make my night, to be honest with you.
I think this would be good with Vic Fangio too, bringing in a nice corner.
Yeah.
Let him work with him. I would love it.
It just depends on what kind of defense Fangio wants to bring. Does he want a man corner? Does he want his own corner? Because both of those guys that I want are pretty opposite of each other.
Is it just me, or is this draft going pretty fast tonight?
It got really slow in the beginning, and then it's kind of started to pick up.
It has.
Recently.
Yeah. There he is. That guy. I see that guy all the time. Number 11. The guy.
The guy with the face paint. Yeah, he's everywhere.
Do you know who he is? Do you know who he is?
I don't know who he is, but he's picked up a lot of steam lately. He's going to Phillies. At first, he was only an Eagles fanatic or whatever. Now he's at the Flyers games, the Phillies games. All right, that's enough of that guy. I'm tired of seeing him, to be honest with you.
He must be rich to go on to them game,
He has to be because You guys aren't wrestling fans. I see all the same wrestling fans in the front row every single year. He's basically our version of that. And it makes me sick.
No, I do like wrestling, the old school wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean, like
it's starting to get better.
It's
starting
to get better.
Did you go to WrestleMania?
No, I sold my ticket, man. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to, and I had the A Train on that night.
I was gonna say we did.
Oh,
We did
a podcast.
That's right. I listened to it
on WrestleMania.
That's when you said about Christmas.
Yeah,
that's Christmas presents.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, please.
Then the commissioner's being an a-hole, dragging it out on you guys.
Moving so slow. His 40 time would be atrocious. All right, come on, Goodell.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
The NFL.
I feel like on Dumb and Dumber. Say the damn number.
Today, Junior.
Come on, lady.
All right.
Must be a corner.
Yeah, we didn't see it
We still haven't seen it.
on.
Wow.
It's still nothing. Like he's giving like the Declaration of Independence speech right now. Come on.
Well, it is Philadelphia, so that makes
Yeah, true.
Fans are getting restless. I bet you the face paint guy just wants to go up there right now.
Yeah, no doubt. Give me the damn card.
Oh, Jordan Mailata is reading it off. Oh no, don't be an offensive lineman then.
Yeah, we didn't even. Nope.
You can never have enough of them hogs up front, Mike.
You're right, but yes, let's go.
At least he doesn't have to walk up to the stage.
There we go. Great pick. He was at the Senior Bowl too. I love it.
Yep.
Okay. There you go. There you got your guy.
That's a good pick, man. I really like this kid.
So you're happy. You're happy. So Mike, I think what you got to be anywhere else tonight, or are you done for the night on streams?
I can hang out with you guys for as long as you need me. If you want to
Okay,
kick me off now, that's
good
cool.
because I'm getting ready to send the link to Wiz. We'll bring him in. And we'll just have one big group. Because now, okay, you got who you wanted. We got who we wanted. Wiz, get ready because AD Mitchell's coming for you. I'm telling you right now. And I'm going to
Troy Franklin.
We need to play the Jaws music.
I told him he could get a jersey and put it up beside his Flowers one that he's got. It would look real nice. I might even get him that.
Yeah.
I could send him that.
That'll be your next giveaway.
Yeah.
Right after that Olave jersey.
Send it to him. Where is he at here?
2025.
Oh, here he is.
Mitchell.
Okay. I got to send him the link. All right, Wiz, you
All
got
my Eagles friends are texting me saying, "Thank God, we finally did it."
He's got the link.
That's a great pick for these guys, though.
Dave Willis says
Yeah.
Packers need to take Kool-Aid. I agree with you, man. As everyone knows, I'm not a Packer fan, but I do love Jordan Love, and I like that.
How are you tying in Jordan Love to Kool-Aid McKinstry? How is that possible?
Because I get a chance to bring him up, Mike. Every time I hear Green Bay, I get a chance to bring him up. So that's why it's like, okay, I love it. I love it. See, that would help Jordan Love because they then maybe pick off 4 or 5 passes. That gives Jordan Love more chances to throw the ball.
That's right.
I love it.
So we're here with Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
What are we thinking? I mean,
Brian Thomas would be ideal.
I think that makes a lot of sense as well. I also think even a corner here makes a lot of sense as well.
I'll tell you what, though, if Jacksonville balks and Brian Thomas goes to Dallas with CeeDee Lamb,
yeah,
that would be nice for Dallas too.
Yeah, the stream I was just on.
Wait. I just thought of something. Green Bay is behind Dallas. What if Green Bay got Brian Thomas?
I don't think he's there.
No, I don't think he's there either. But I mean, that'd be good for Jordan Love.
Yeah, it would.
Because I mean, you could get rid of Christian Watson and bring in Jordan Love, so number 1 target. I don't know though. We thought maybe we see some of these receivers go higher, and we just haven't seen it.
I think we are about to see a cluster though.
Yeah.
I'm so happy they took him, and we got matching hats.
Right back.
He was really locking it down at the Senior Bowl. To be honest with you, he really impressed me down there, Quinyon Mitchell.
That's what you were saying, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you got your guy because, I mean, that is nerve-wracking. That was like us. I thought, I hope we don't – I mean, we would have took a receiver and took Brian Thomas, I wouldn't have been super disappointed, but I really wanted a lineman, and I like the guy we got.
Yeah.
Konanu.
Yeah, on the stream I was just on, there was a Steelers fan and a Cowboys fan on it, and the Steelers fan was extremely happy with the pick, and the Cowboys fan is really against taking a wide receiver here in the first round. So I kind of want it to happen.
The football guys have their draft grades for the top 12. There's 2 Fs.
Okay, who got the Fs? Let me guess. Atlanta?
Yep.
And Denver?
Yep.
Yeah, so I actually forgot to even bring that up. Atlanta, or who were we just saying? Oh, Denver. It literally is just a Spider-Man meme of each other, them pointing at each other.
Yeah,
Zach Wilson and Bo Nix.
Yep.
The Raiders of Brock Bowers too.
Yeah, that was crazy. That
made no sense.
I don't know. The Jaguars picks in. I mean, if they move back and got like a Brian Thomas, that would be a great move for them. You know, I mean, like they need it.
What if they take Xavier Worthy? Are you going to be upset?
No, because I mean, I just would just stay away from him. But I just think with Christian Kirk though, if they're going to take a receiver, it'll be Thomas because he, like, I don't know, like he's anti-Christian Kirk. Like they play off each other, not in a bad way, but like one's more of a small route tree type guy, small A dot. Brian Thomas is a big A dot.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That could be a good thing. I think it would be even good for Brian Thomas stocks as well.
Now, are you surprised there's only been 3 wide receivers so far? Look at Tony Khan.
A little bit, but the quarterbacks, I mean, we had a couple of them go.
Are you watching the NFL Network stream?
Yeah.
Are you seeing Tony Khan on there with the neck brace?
No.
Yep, he's on there now.
Oh, no. Yeah. Is what's he doing? Is he selling an injury like he got hurt?
He's selling an injury in AEW. Yeah, he's such a nerd.
Oh, my God.
Uh-oh. We got a bloop. Bloop, bloop. Oh, it's Dynasty Wiz. Hey, guess what? Mike got his guy. We got our guy. AD Mitchell's still on the board.
Oh, man.
I
hope not.
You getting a little worried?
No. We just signed Bateman. Oh, we got a new pick. We just re-signed Bateman. We don't need a wide receiver.
You like just re-sign
Bateman. Brian Thomas.
Oh, Brian Thomas off the board.
Aha!
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like it.
That's a good pick.
The Dynasty DNA War Room. Good pick by Jacksonville.
Yeah, I like it.
That makes sense.
Honestly, it does. It fits what they're trying to do. I'm not surprised. We kind of figured he'd be the next guy off the board at the wide receiver range. And really with Trevor Lawrence, let's hope maybe this brings him around a little bit more too. I mean, a big target down the field guy. Be interesting to see Christian Kirk playing alongside of him. Evan Ingram. This offense has got a little bit more interesting again than it used to be. I should
spicy.
Say. Yeah, spicy.
I feel like this pick pretty much rounded out their offensive talent.
Yeah,
across the board. Now, I mean,
so Dallas is up. Texas, Austin isn't that far from Dallas. Do they go Worthy? I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
He would be the Brandon Cooks. He would take that spot.
Brian Thomas to the Jags. Yeah.
Yep. Very happy. Now, Brian Thomas to the Jags. He's probably going to hold. I mean, now the quarterbacks are going to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in there, depending on who you're talking to. But how do you guys feel about Thomas to the Jags? He's probably going to hold about that 7 to 10 range, I would say, in most dynasty drafts now, for sure. Do you guys feel that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's ahead of Bo Nix.
Come on, you're telling me you're not one piece of that hot Atlanta offense.
I'm like just smoke screening everybody. I'm taking Bo Nix.
Yeah, you're right.
Plus, you are the Denver guy.
Yep. You wait.
But real talk, I mean, this is a player that like we want to see play down the field, and I think this is a great spot.
Yeah, it really is.
Lawrence has that big arm where he can throw it downfield. So good news for Trevor Lawrence. Hopefully, he takes that step forward that we've been hoping for. Because year 2, he kind of took it. Last year, kind of took a step back. So hopefully, he goes forward here.
Yeah.
Do you think they eat in with Gabe Davis a little bit? Because that's what kind of Gabe Davis does. You know, he's a field stretcher. I mean, obviously, I think Brian Thomas is a better wide receiver, but they're the same role there. I mean,
Do you think
you know
they
what I
move
mean?
Brian Thomas around?
Right. I think I think it honestly just takes Gabe Davis kind of down. Like, I mean, Brian Thomas is a bit raw. Like, I think he still has untapped potential. So maybe Gabe Davis towards a little bit more of the front of the season, and a little bit Brian Thomas takes off hopefully in the back end of the season. So that's kind of how I probably view it.
Well, and here's the thing though, like with Brian Thomas, like, I mean, we know he's a little bit raw, you know, I mean, in this offense, yeah, you want to see results, but it ain't like he's going to be pushed right super away to put up mega numbers,
Yeah,
you know?
right, yeah.
So I think eventually it's going to be great, but I seen Jerry Jones on the War Room.
I think this is Xavier Worthy all day long here.
What do you think, Mike? This is your hated foe. What do you think Jerry does here?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like I was saying, Xavier Worthy would make a little bit of sense because Brandon Cooks is getting older. I think he would take that position from him in a heartbeat. And they don't really have a field stretcher there. And I think that'd be perfect. I actually have a dynasty question for you guys, if you don't mind, real quick.
Shoot, man.
At the 1-6, say you have Odunze, Bowers, and Thomas on the board. Are you considering Thomas over the two of them, or are you sticking with your pre-draft?
I'm going to Dunze.
Yeah, I'm sticking to Dunze.
Yep. Dunze for sure. I mean, like, I love where Thomas ended up. I do like the Bowers landing spot with the Raiders. I think it's sneaky, but I mean, I really love that landing spot for Dunze in Chicago. And it might not be all sunshine and roses right away, but we kind of expected that if he went there, right? But
yeah,
and honestly, it might open up good buying opportunities next year. But I do kind of go back to what Hutch said earlier. I do think that Caleb could carry, three guys. He's capable of doing it. Yeah. So I love it.
Now to add on to that, who'd be number 2 there? Would it be Bowers or would it be Brian Thomas?
I think it just depends more on your team needs at that point. But I think Bowers is such a generational talent. It would be hard to pass on him.
I think it would be for me too.
I still would probably go Bowers, but I guess if you had a really good tight end, you could make that argument.
I think you also have a better arm talent throwing to Thomas than Bowers. So,
yeah, you definitely do. I think
Aiden O'Connell versus Trevor Lawrence.
I think that's where the argument comes in. Like, do you go off that, or do you go off of like the Raiders possibly being bad and then getting a better quarterback, or O'Connell taking a step forward? Like, so many different outcomes there. But Bauer's is such a good damn player. Like,
and I could say this: as Wiz knows, because he was around last year. We all weren't high on Michael Mayer, and this officially put the tombstone on Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
I mean,
not great.
So I think with Mayer, man, he's just that player. Like I said, he's not real athletic. He's more of like that touchdown reliant. He reminds me of like a Jason Witten. Like, if he would have went to a better situation, I would have been more in. It's just the Raiders running the ball. They don't score much. Like, that's what kind of scared me off Michael Mayer.
Yeah, and I mean, like, but we said this, and I even said about Worthy, like, the Raiders like athletes, so I'm not surprised that they were intrigued by Brock Bowers.
No, not
I
at
want
all.
to see what Michael Mayer lined up as last year. Like, where was his primary? Was he in line? Was he slot? That could make a little bit of a difference.
I could be wrong. I think he was more on the line, like as a traditional tight end.
I think he was.
But I could be wrong about that. But
the Cowboys are running.
Well, I think we have a trade here.
Yeah, Detroit just moved up. I have a strange feeling, and I did a fantasy matchmaker article that I think the Lions take A.D. Mitchell here.
Oh God!
I think Barton
or Worthy. I could see.
Oh no! Yeah, I just saw the pick on accident.
Did you just give it away with Barton there? Like, as you're saying it?
No, was it Barton? No.
It's got to be, I don't know. Dan Campbell loves grind, gritty. It's got to be someone like that. Is it Kool-Aid?
No,
I wouldn't be
not Kool-Aid. Might be his teammate though.
Arnold. Yeah. Okay.
Ron Arnold.
But that's what I love about Dan Campbell. Watch, like, that's like when they got Brian Branch last year. Like, you see him at the draft, he had a T-shirt and jeans on. It's like, this guy means business. And I even said for the Steelers, I wanted Brian Branch.
Yeah,
and he ended up going to the Lions because it was a good pick by Dan. Got to give him credit. He does get a little too hyperactive though in NFC Championship games. Outside of that, man, I love his fire. But going back to the NFC North, we got the Lions picking in Green Bay. Now, we said this earlier, and I want to see how you guys feel. This could be maybe the best division in football. I mean, surprisingly,
Yeah, like I said, I feel like it's the new AFC North, like how they kind of took that whole,
yeah.
Like I know Pittsburgh. I mean, even still, we went 500, so let's do it.
I was just saying, Andy, that was my initial thought as well. I tweeted that out. I was like, it's the AFC North where anyone can make the playoffs any single year.
Yeah,
all 4 of them can make it. Like it's gonna be a dangerous division where people are probably gonna finish all above 100. Besides maybe the Vikings, I think Vikings might struggle the most out of that division this year.
I do too, and I think they're having a good draft here, getting McCarthy and not having to really give much up. But yeah, I think, and that's more of a future type deal.
And getting Dallas Turner as well.
Yeah,
that was a good pick. Really good pick by them.
Yes, it was. And really, like we said, they probably thought they had to give up all that. But New England obviously loved Drake May so much they weren't going to come off of it. You know?
Yep.
So it kind of, maybe in a way worked out for them. We'll see how it goes in McCarthy. He needs some time to sit. But Preston said Brian Thomas Jr. to the Jags is a good look. Yeah. You're right, Preston. It is. I mean, that was probably one of the better landing spots for Brian Thomas. So
absolutely
happy to see that as well. But obviously, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you guys think that JJ McCarthy he went to the Vikings. For some reason, I was thinking Detroit. I just saw someone with the Michigan jersey, like half Michigan, half Lions. I was like, isn't that like a Kenny Pickett scenario? But never mind. I forgot he went to the Vikings. Gonna fumble that bag.
Probably gonna have to burn that now since that's a division foe. But I mean, and it's funny though that Detroit, like they obviously must have thought Green Bay had the eyes on the same type player because as you see, division foe, they jumped them.
Yeah.
So they didn't want Green Bay getting their hands on them. And they got to give the local fans something to cheer about here. They had to come up on the clock here.
Yeah, I honestly thought A.D. Mitchell would have been a decent pick for that. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of his, but to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Jameson Williams either, and I think he would absolutely take over that job.
Yeah.
I am happy, though, and there's still some time to go, but we've been saying A.D. Mitchell to Buffalo, but I'm happy that the NFL valued a lot of these receivers as we valued them. Mm-hmm. They're just not as good as a lot of people are making them out to be.
I honestly, I figured Brian Thomas go a little bit higher.
So did I.
I did. I figured he wouldn't even be there at 20, but I'm happy with the landing spot.
But, Wiz, I mean, Baltimore needs a receiver, and, there's some guys still out there. We're not going to mention any names, but, I mean, I see them up there on the board.
I scored A.D. Mitchell pretty high on my film grade, to be honest with you, but he terrifies the shit out of me, to be honest.
He's scary, yeah. Well, I know Ty brought up the point about him having diabetes.
Type 1.
Yeah. I mean,
he doesn't want to control it either. He's not taking any medication. He's just letting it flow. And like, that's probably one of the most dangerous things I've ever heard.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know.
And like, I mean, obviously, like, I don't know, but like, it's a medication, like the side effect that like he hates it and that's why he's doing it. Like I feel bad for the kid. Like you just don't know.
Oh yeah, in that aspect. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So, but you could see it on tape because like you said, sometimes he can do some things and then other times he kind of disappears.
Yeah, he got like a 3 dog mentality grade for me.
Now
3 out of 10.
Yeah. Now like my thing is too with him, I did not think he was that fast, like on tape. When he went to the combine and ran, what did he run, like 4.33?
Something like that.
I was surprised. I did not see it on film. Like that was something that really shocked me. But
because he's not always trying. That's I think the reason why.
Yeah, he even came out and said, like, I even seen it with Worthy at times where they didn't give 100% on every play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he said something to the effect during like the combine. He said something like, I don't run full routes all the time because I want to save myself for later in the game. Like, I don't want to hear that.
No, dude, no. Them are red flags.
Well, yeah, and if you want to be an alpha, you have to do that all the game.
because they're relying on you.
Arnold, yep.
See, I was close, Wiz. I said Kool-Aid. I was close.
Yeah.
Man, that's who I hope goes to Baltimore.
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid.
Oh.
I bet you Green Bay gets Kool-Aid. That's a Green Bay pick. Mm-hmm. I don't want to wish bad on you, Wiz, but I know they draft a lot of Alabama.
But the real question is, what's that do to Jordan Love's stock?
Oh, it would only help. It only helps.
He would get better in practice when he has to play against them.
That's it.
That's what I'm worried about.
It's all about preparation. It's all about preparation. And Jordan Love, I mean, he's going to take that step next year. I mean, everyone was sleeping on him. He said, not so fast. Almost took him to the NFC Championship game. Just think next year what he's going to do.
Oh, boy.
There's a new sheriff in town.
I honestly think Green Bay could probably go line here too.
Oh yeah, they could go a variety of ways.
Yeah, they have a need there. Kool-Aid does make sense.
They like to draft defense in the first round. I mean, even when they had Aaron Rodgers, they did that a lot. I mean,
that's because they didn't like Aaron Rodgers. They drafted his replacement, didn't draft him help.
Yeah.
Yeah, then first draft of Jordan Love, they go all offense. Right? It's like, wow. Like,
Has
I wouldn't
Aaron
be surprised
Rodgers
they went Barton here, to be honest.
Has Aaron Rodgers become one of the most annoying people?
See, he actually went the opposite for me.
Yeah.
I used to hate him.
Must hated him.
Now
Really?
Musk loves the Russell Wilson workout videos. Loves it. He sends me videos all the time. Him and them gyms with the
sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Oh, so
George Pickens is going to fight him by week 2.
I hope so.
Oh, and Ty says, here we go with the Love talk again. Yes, Ty, we're going to talk about Jordan Love because it is the Green Bay Packers pick.
It's a Jordan Love show.
That's right. We get
It's like that GIF.
As you know, we sat here all night. I think I can get 5 minutes to talk about Jordan Love. 5 minutes.
You know, Packers going to draft Spencer Radler here for Jordan Love's replacement.
The rattlesnake.
That would never happen.
Rattlesnake.
That would never happen.
I still can't believe 6 quarterbacks went in the first 12
Yeah,
days.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
I remember us talking on a show saying, like, it could happen, man. Like, you just seen so many reports of teams that were, like, I didn't think it'd go that high.
No, not top
that's the
12.
thing.
That's what I'm saying.
But
top
we've
12.
seen reports of like the Raiders, the Broncos, the Vikings. Like there were so many teams that were kind of like down there that were interested and like kind of kicking tires. So, I mean, I'm kind of not surprised that they went, but I'm kind of surprised they went that high.
I'm very surprised.
Atlanta was the one that shocked me. Like Bo Nix, I've been saying it. I seen Denver linked to them like crazy. For whatever reason, Sean Payton loves Bo Nix. And boy, Penix, I kind of seen him with the Raiders, but I was shocked with Atlanta. That just
I just saw Green Bay's pick, unfortunately.
Does it help Jordan Love?
It should help Jordan Love.
Oh, good.
Should?
Good help.
Yeah, what do you mean by should?
I mean, I would think it would help him.
I like that.
Okay.
Of course, Muss, you had to look at
I know.
line.
Yeah, I was lying.
Oh,
Yeah.
line.
Graham Barton's still out there.
Yeah.
Jackson
Is it
Patterson.
Barton?
Johnson.
Jordan Morgan.
Jordan Morgan.
So, since we got
What's football guys?
He's from Arizona, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
offensive line,
Offense tackle.
woo!
Jordan Morgan.
It says offensive line talent like Arizona.
You guys always got to try to find.
Well,
a
that's what I'm
way to-
saying. Like, it should. I don't know.
You guys got
I've never heard of this guy.
You guys
Yeah.
always try to find a way to rain on Green Bay's parade.
Oh, I think they're raining on their own parade.
This is a very like Green Bay pick too to do that.
Yeah.
Somebody that we've never heard of.
Yeah, that's kind of like the Steeler way too. Green Bay and the Steelers are very similar in them facets.
Sean Payton said Bo Nix's private workout. He got in the car afterwards and said, "Man, are you kidding me? This kid's good."
Huh.
So Sean Payton.
He's 35 years old. He's my age.
See, Sean Payton can tolerate Bo Nix because he's been around forever.
Yeah.
You know,
I watched him be
Auburn.
not successful at Auburn, at Oregon. He's not going to be successful. I don't see it.
Who did you guys have higher, Penix or Nix?
I
I
had
had Penix.
I had Nix.
I had Knicks as well, just because I was worried about the injuries. But I've been saying though with Penix, I really wanted to see him go like second round or something, third round to like the Rams. I think that would have been good to sit behind Stafford in a McVay offense. But
Hey, Wiz, just so you know, you're not allowed to look at the Ravens pick. I'll be watching you during the whole thing.
Oh man.
I want the suspense to build. But no, I agree. I mean, like, my thing was with
Yeah,
Bo Nix, right? Like
2017.
he just has played a lot of football. Like I've said it all along. Like I think he's going to be like the new Andy Dalton. Like except for maybe he won't turn the ball over as much. Like I think he'll be okay. Like Derek Carr, like he'll be someone like that. But
I think he needs some weapons around him to be good, and they just don't really have anybody. That's what gets me worried. Like
it's going to depend on what they do. Let's see what they do here.
Yeah,
they got some time. I mean,
I just want to say the Marvin Mims slander on this podcast is too damn high.
Thank you.
Not me.
Thank you.
That's such a tie hate. He says the muscles that he's only special teams.
Yeah,
I hope
special
that
teams.
That's not.
Thank you.
I even Moss even traded me a Marvin Mims
I
share.
did trade you.
I had to take it.
Yeah.
I was really high on Marvin Mims last year, and I think he was in a bad spot behind Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy.
Mm-hmm.
Then, like,
bad
you make a
team.
good point. You feel like Sean Payton's like one of those like rookies have to earn their spot.
Yeah,
you think Payton's kind of old school.
I do.
Yeah.
I definitely see Marvin Mims having a better year. I mean, hopefully with Bo Nix. I mean, he did get the ball to Troy Franklin down the field. So
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the Packers pick. It's so far behind. Tampa Bay's already picked.
Yeah, there it is.
really,
Yeah,
This is the first time
It
I've
has to
seen
be
a
Barton.
negative. This is the first time I've seen a negative on a player's card that they pick. Struggles versus power. In that spot, I've always seen a player comp, and they just decided to say what he sucks at.
Smooth mover.
yeah. I'd like to, if Big E's in the chat. I'd love to see what he thinks about the pick.
Big E, he is active. He said he wanted Cooper DeJean. So
that's who I was hoping they would get. Honestly, too, man.
Biggs, how do you feel about this kid from Arizona? You know, I'm worried about Jordan Love. I want to make sure no one hits him. Keep him clean.
He's a national treasure.
That's right. So I want to know. I mean, do you like this? Do you not like it? Put it in the chat for me, man, because I know you're the Packer insider here.
Yeah,
Bucks probably have to go
Tampa's
Barton
pick was
here, huh? Is he still on the board?
Yeah.
I thought something popped up my phone to trade back, but I could be wrong.
I
I
didn't
see
get
the Tampa pick.
This
is
is
in.
the pick is in on the
Okay.
TV screen. So.
Yep.
You think that this is probably going to be defense?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Barton because I feel like Barton's fallen so far.
I know.
Was he like a top like 10 rated
Yeah, he was a
guy?
high-rated guy, and the Steelers seemed like they were all over him. So
yeah.
This could be Kool-Aid right here. I mean, they need cornerback help. I mean, didn't they lose a corner via free agency? Tampa Bay.
I don't really think the corners were great to begin with.
Yeah.
So they did lose Murphy Bunning last year, and he's nothing really special.
Well, Arizona is going to be enticing. What do they do with that second pick, man?
Yeah, I know.
They're coming up.
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, we got to get him in, man.
I honestly, I feel like with Tampa, I think with Graham Barton makes a lot of sense here. I just try to protect Baker because Baker was running around quite a bit, making some plays last year.
And then, right at 32, I want to see Kansas City drafts
Jalen Polk. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That'd be cool.
I'd love it.
I'd be like I said, they'd have to pay someone to wipe a smile on my. I might fall asleep with a smile on my face.
Yeah.
If that happens.
That's where you're wrong. Javon Baker's going there.
Oh, I would. I'd
like it.
I'd like
Yeah.
that too. I wouldn't hate it. Or Lad McConkey. I'd like to see
Yeah.
something like that. Anyone that I like, I would like to see land there. And
Here's
we know
another.
and
I got another.
Oh, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
I got a quick dynasty question for you guys. What do you? Which of the quarterbacks got the worst situation?
So I think if it's like hype wise, it's got to be Drake May with New England. But I think sneakily but I don't think people are going to draft him high as Bo Nix. Like I said, my big concern about Bo Nix, like if you do take him in the first round, is be aware Denver could be the worst team in the league and he could get replaced next year. So like I think that could sneakily, like if people do take him in the beginning, the second, end of the first, like you could maybe get screwed on that pick. But
Yeah, And I'll tell you though, Drake May, like, it just depends, I guess, how they approach it, right? Do they let him sit for the year? I think they need to let Jacoby Brissett play, but you know, New England has that pick 34. If there's a receiver there we like and he lands there, you know, that could be really helpful as well. So
yeah, and that's just whatever they do there too, and if it's somebody we believe in.
I mean, like Penix and Nix, like they just got overdrafted.
Yeah,
I mean, they
Way
just
overdrafted.
did.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, like they're okay. Like I think they'll be okay, serviceable guys, but they're nothing special. And where they got picked, it was just crazy. I mean,
Right.
like
I thought Penix could be a back end first, but like I didn't see top 8
No.
by any stretch of the imagination. That dude's ball placement is just immaculate.
It is. And like, as I say, like how I had Knicks ahead of him, my main reason was just like worries for injuries and stuff like that. I mean, as of today, I mean, reevaluating, I would put Penix ahead of Knicks. I mean, but I mean, we did look into Kirk Cousins' contract. It's very front loaded. So in a year, as much as a year's time, it could, you know, it could be Penix's job, which hopefully so. He's like freaking 25 years old, 26.
Right.
He'll be 26. So,
and Dave Will said we always waste for first round pick. Dave, who are you talking about?
I think he's talking about the Packers.
Yeah, I think so too.
Packers do waste a lot of first round picks.
Says who?
I think they do.
They got
Says Aaron Rodgers.
Justin Jefferson, which I mean, it could work out.
Yeah.
I mean, Lucas Van Ness, I think, has been a bit of a disappointment so far, and I was kind of high on Lucas.
Yeah, but I mean, he was a really hyped up player. I mean,
Yeah.
like I would have been excited about him. Maybe he gets it going.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he does. We need to see Jordan Love in the Super Bowl. Could you imagine, Ty, if Jordan Love went to the Super Bowl? Oh, I would ride.
I can't even imagine you if Jordan Love went to the Super Bowl.
I would ride Ty so bad if Jordan Love went to the Super Bowl all week long during Super Bowl week. But no, so yeah, I mean, it's, you know, these quarterbacks, going back to them, man, like JJ McCarthy landing in Minnesota, it looks good, but he really needs to sit. I think he needs to sit the whole year.
I think he will.
Yeah, I mean, if he does, I'll be really happy. I think that'll work out good. This is so slow. Arizona even picked now. And I really want to see who they're going to pick.
Now, a question for everybody here, too. Like, how would you rank these quarterbacks now?
Caleb, Jaden.
I'm still going Drake at 3, personally.
Yeah, Drake. And then JJ.
Yeah.
Penix. Bo.
Yep.
I couldn't do Penix at that Atlanta, because what happens if Kirk Cousins comes out and just tears it up? He could be.
I think that's just the risk I'm willing to take.
Me too. Yeah. I'm just not a Bo Denver fan.
I just
I don't know. I would probably I think that short term, I think it's better for Daniels, but I'm telling you, man, New England, they have a winning culture there. I mean, if they can put something together and they don't rush this kid, I do like Mayo. I like what they're doing there. I mean, I want to see what they do with this next pick.
Yeah.
I mean, if they waste it, I don't like, then okay, maybe I might retract that statement. But if they get somebody that we really like as far as a receiving prospect,
yeah,
I mean, that would be really.
That's who I was gonna say it too, Drake May. I want to see what they do the rest of the draft.
Right.
To be honest with you.
Yeah, because that's key for New England, man. That is key for them.
Yeah.
There's Barton.
Yep.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep, it absolutely does. That's a good pick.
See, again, they didn't put any negatives in this person's card, but the person for Green Bay, they were like, struggles against power. Jeez.
Yeah.
It's amazing, though, when you get back to this back end of the first, when someone sees someone they like, we can work with them. Mm-hmm. What was the guy? Who did Bill Belichick take to say they were supposed to go in the third round?
Tyquan Thornton?
No, he was a
the lineman.
What's his name? I'm drawing a blank. I can see his face.
We were laughing about it. He was a guard.
Yeah, because McVay was like, I thought he'd be there in the fourth round.
I do remember that now.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Cole Strange.
Cole Strange. Yeah. I'm like, who's this guy? I didn't even see him anywhere near mock the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, man. So going to you guys, Wiz, how would you rank these quarterbacks for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Caleb won. I like Daniels a lot. I think he's like fairly accurate enough, right? And he offers that rushing upside in fantasy, which is huge. May's 3, and it's just kind of like, what do the Broncos do in the rest of the draft? Do they move Sutton around? Because if they finish lower, he's gone after the season, no matter what happens. So that's worrisome. But Penix, I don't know. It's just like, choose your side of the coin. Do you want Kirk Cousins, or do you want to risk it, see where the Broncos finish? And but I mean, for me, I like Penix more than the Knicks. Cardinals picks coming in.
Can I say this though? I'm kind of afraid of the Atlanta offense right now because Kirk Cousins ain't happy. How's the locker room feel about this? Is there going to be like a divide? Is there going to be problems?
There could be. Good point.
Here comes the Cardinals.
It's a good pick.
Darius Robinson, edge from Missouri.
Okay. All right, fits what they're trying to do.
That is a big fella. Do you think?
Yeah.
6'5", 285. That's a monster.
Wow. Okay, I like it.
Okay, now here comes Buffalo. Muscle said they're going to take A.D. Mitchell all along.
Yeah.
He said this is the kind of pick they make.
This is the kind of pick they make.
I feel like it is, but Xavier Worthy's still on the board.
Or Xavier Worthy.
Maybe they didn't plan on Xavier there.
Maybe they take Jalen Polk, and I'll be like, you know what, Bills, you did a good job.
Good job.
We got to save AD for Baltimore.
Oh man.
Do you think the receiver?
I got my Jim Bean over here, just in case.
It's gonna be a long night.
Man.
Wiz got his tag team partners Morgan and Jim with him just in case.
Morgan and Jim. I think there's a good chance though here that maybe these Texas receivers go back to back. Even I don't know. In my opinion, I don't think A.D. Mitchell's a first round pick. I don't.
I don't even think Worthy's worthy of it, to be honest with you. I mean, his speed will get him there, but I mean, I think that he needs a lot of refining, man.
I'm very surprised though that he did not go in the top 20 with that speed, because as history shows that they usually do.
Yeah, they do.
Don't do that. It's not even remotely close. Worthy and John Ross. To me, the statistics not even are the same. John Ross had one good year out of 5. Worthy had a freshman breakout, I think, of 900 yards, and then after that, put 3 consistent years together.
Only thing that worries me is the Big 12, man. You look at these shootout offenses,
but they also played in the SEC. They played SEC teams.
No, they did. They did. They played a little bit, but that's just the style they play, though, man. It's spread it out. We've seen so many Big 12 players, not just Worthy, but even quarterbacks. Remember Sam Bradford? He played in that shoot it out, shotgun. I don't know. I mean, it's just not an attractive offensive conference to me in general. TCU always puts out busts usually.
I think he could definitely have a better career than John Ross. I'm still not real high on him personally, but I want to see where he goes.
Hey, Ty's
here.
I do want to see where he goes.
He'll be here tomorrow for round 2 and 3.
Mike, who would you say Xavier Worthy? If you were going to comp him to someone, who would you comp him to?
Xavier.
That's kind of a tough one, to be honest with you, for me.
Tyquan Thornton.
I think I honestly think he's
trade. Buffalo trades.
Yep.
Maybe they will go down and get someone good.
No.
Spencer Rattler is going off the board here. Oh, to Kansas City.
Yes,
Kansas City. A.D. Mitchell is
Buffalo
going
traded
right
with Kansas City?
Yes, which is absurd.
Yeah, that's wild.
Oh man, message from Kirk Cousins' agent.
Uh-oh.
Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea it was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first he heard. It never came up in any conversation.
Wow.
That was from Kirk Cousins' agent.
I think that's going to be a shit show that whole year. I mean, I don't want no part of it. I really don't.
Yeah.
So going back to Worthy, probably my comp, honestly, is a poor man's Brandon Cooks. Honestly, I mean, Brandon Cooks was a fine player.
Brandon Cooks had a very good
career. Yeah, he was a fine player, but And that could be an outcome. I mean, he goes to the Chiefs. Obviously, like, it looks a lot better if that's who the pick is right here.
The pick is in.
So the Chiefs are coming up.
The Chiefs are coming up.
They're jumping Baltimore and Dallas.
Yeah.
Which means I think they're taking a wide receiver.
Yeah,
They're taking a corner.
Wait, are you giving it away or?
I have no idea, but that's who Baltimore's
gonna say
drafting.
these
So if they're jumping us, they're taking a corner here.
They
I know
did
you're
not
like
take
8
a wide
hours
receiver.
ahead of us or whatever.
lose Snead.
They did lose Snead. They do have a need. Kool-Aid McKinstry is there.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what I'm worried about. Hopefully, I hope it's Worthy or Worthy. I hope it's one of them. So I could just stop hearing the slander coming from you guys about Baltimore's going to draft one of them.
it could be Lad McConkey.
Yeah, could be.
Man,
I would hate that for anyone in the AFC or anyone that has aspirations to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That they just add to that core.
For Lad. Yeah,
I think it's defense. I think
it is too.
I think it's Kool-Aid.
Cross my fingers for AD.
Reagan still is on the board, right?
Yeah.
Cornerback out of Clemson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fine. It's either receiver or corner. I feel like.
Has the guy from Iowa been drafted yet?
Cooper DeJean. He's still there too.
A lot of corners there, and we know that Baltimore could use one. I mean, Dallas probably could use a corner if they didn't go receiver. But hey, how about this? Carolina's sitting at pick 33. Over under that it's Xavier Legette, because that's all I've heard.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy they like. I bet you that's who it'll be.
Kansas City came up to get him.
Xavier Legette.
I have seen Xavier Legette at 32.
I have
there.
too. I just can't see them trading up for him, but
not with the receivers left on the board.
I
just
know.
don't
Yeah,
see-
I was just joking.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Well, I don't even think Carolina takes Legette there.
Yeah, they might not.
I mean, I know there's a lot of hype, but
Yeah.
did you really think these receivers were still going to be available?
Well,
I did not think Worthy would be here with that speed.
No.
I did not.
if they get Worthy, it's perfect because he's the new MVS for Kansas City. Clear
Is God talking? Because where is that other voice coming from?
because you got to think, clear it out for Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rashee will be back.
Oh yeah,
Who's faster, Xavier Worthy or Rashee Rice is driving?
that's a good point. I don't know.
It's probably close.
It's either Worthy or Kool-Aid. I mean, that's who it's going to be, no doubt. I actually hope it's Worthy because that'll help drop other players down. Because if he goes to Kansas City,
I think
be great.
he would be. But I do think it's the best opportunity for him to possibly be successful.
Oh,
no matter who
that
goes
hurts,
there.
hurts Hollywood Brown a lot. They're the same player.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Yeah.
And we've seen the shit show. Outside Rashee Rice, Kansas City had a shit show at receiver last year. I mean, it was ugly.
And that's just a thing, man. Them jumping these guys.
Them trading with Buffalo is very surprising.
That's what makes me think it's wide receiver, just because like Dallas, man. Dallas, I feel like would definitely go receiver.
Baltimore possibly could.
But Buffalo.
And we just re-signed Bateman. We don't need a wide receiver.
I seen that. I did see that they extended Bateman.
He sucks.
I was high on Bateman.
Yeah,
didn't work out.
He's a disappointment.
Bateman's flashed so much, like to the point where I don't think it's fair to say he's a disappointment. Like injuries have held him back so much.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
when he's had the
X-ray
opportunity, he's flashed.
His X-ray
man.
flash. That's about it.
Remember that game where we choked against Miami, where we were up like 40 to something, and they came back and beat us? Dude, Bateman was going off in there in that game until he got hurt. So I was like week 1 2 years ago.
Do you think there's any hope for Bateman? Would Bateman be maybe a good buy low? You think, Wiz? I mean, depending on this pick, I guess too. But
for Baltimore, you mean?
Well, I regardless, we're not going wide receiver. So, but I mean, the passing volume in Baltimore is so inconsistent. I think Zay and Mark just gets heavily targeted. I expect that. Picks coming in.
Oh, they're bringing out Jackson Mahomes and Pat Mahomes Sr.
Oh, there we go.
I don't think that's Pat Mahomes. I don't think that's Mahomes. I think he's in jail.
There we go.
It does kind of look like them, though. I mean, from a distance.
You had me at Jacksonville. I'll be honest.
He had me on Pat for a minute. I was like, yeah.
It does look like Jack.
He's not TikToking. He's not TikToking, you know.
That dude looks miserable to be up there.
He does. Show a little enthusiasm.
It's
buddy.
probably because he's like, do I have to really announce AD Mitchell or Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs? Like, how horrible is this?
Okay, change it.
Yeah, they wouldn't want me to do this because I'd just be rewriting the answer down to who they take.
Yeah.
Yeah, who I want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something? Like if it came out that Michael Penix wasn't the pick and they lied, or that would be wild.
Michael Penix,
There we
not the
go.
only left-handed quarterback named Michael that the Falcons have drafted.
That's very true.
Yeah, and
There it is.
I saw a tweet about it.
Xavier Worthy.
Xavier Worthy.
Oh
there
man,
it is.
Perfect.
They wanted him yet.
Yes.
that is perfect.
I think it's a trap. I think it's a trap.
Yep.
Man, there's one gone. Come on, Dallas. You got to do your part here. Take AD Mitchell.
There's one going with
So I think Xavier Worthy in these drafts, man. I think a lot of people will take him. I think some people take him over Rome.
Oh,
I
I
was
was
just
just
saying,
saying,
Yeah.
No way.
what about Brian Thomas?
Oh yeah, I think people will definitely
Yeah.
take him over Brian Thomas.
I
I
would.
wouldn't. We could put that in record, but I think people will.
Yeah, because they're crazy about the Chiefs.
But-
We've seen it. Sky Moore, that was a good one.
But I think this, like Wiz was saying, if they do this, man, this hurts. I mean, I feel like this hurts Marquise.
Oh,
How
yeah.
similar to Marquise's Worthy, though? I feel like they're very similar.
Very.
Yeah.
Like very
Yeah.
same size, same kind of.
Was Brown's contract 1 or 2 years?
1 year.
1
7
year.
So that
Yeah.
could be what it's about.
Yeah.
And really, though, like for Worthy, I mean, I'm not a big fan, but going with Andy Reid, I mean, that will help him a little bit. But I just feel like they are more
Listen, get ready for this. All right. Andy Reid got Deshaun Jackson balling.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Well, yeah,
Let's
yeah.
see what
Like I
happens.
said, for Worthy, this is probably the best spot you could ask for. But
That
I,
is actually a good comp for Worthy too.
I think what they're going to utilize him as is the deep guy.
Mhm.
Clear it out. I think he's just going to be a boomer bust player.
How does this affect Taylor Swift?
Not as much camera time.
Oh, okay.
Nah, she'll stick with it.
I think this might make her album hit at least gold. I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, here we go now. Dallas's pick is in. Who's it going to be?
I think
AD
they
Mitchell.
take a tackle or a wide receiver.
AD
Maybe
Mitchell.
they take Jalen Polk, and I'll be like, Jerry, you did good.
Maybe
I-
Jonathan Brooks here for no
that-
reason.
For no reason. Yeah.
I truly think it'll go back to back tech. Well, no, I don't. I just don't think AD's a first round pick.
Yeah,
he is
every
It doesn't matter what you think, Andy.
You're right.
No, but I know you guys didn't like
Jesse
either one of
Jones is
them.
making this call.
Yeah, that's true.
We all know
man,
Jerry likes flash, but the thing is, they did lose their left tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have some needs up front.
Yeah, they can
I was gonna say every Ravens mock draft I've seen on Twitter from the Ravens community is AD Mitchell, AD Mitchell, AD
Oh,
Mitchell, and every now and again it's a little Kool-Aid in there.
Well,
And man,
For your sake, it better be Kool-Aid, because if it's AD, he's just going to join
This
Rashad Bateman and them type guys.
This is the rattlesnake.
The rattlesnake.
They're moving on from Dak.
I feel like it could be something just crazy, right? Like.
But Jerry Jones, you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's about as flashy as that helmet right there.
He's also probably hammered right now too.
See, I love. Why don't we see the Cowboys war room? Because it looks like the Death Star. I love it when Jerry's at the end of the table and there's about 50 guys there, and they
I
have,
hope we see it. Yeah.
yeah. And all
here
them
comes
Like fucking Keon Coleman or something like this.
Oof.
Right.
Tyler Guyton.
no fuck.
here it
Oh
comes.
man, come on, please draft a corner.
He had a good Senior Bowl too.
Tyler Guyton.
Tyler Guyton.
Okay.
I figured they
Well, it's
needed.
not the Niners. The guys wearing Niners back there.
Tyler Guyton.
You about knocked that one.
You know,
Yeah.
Hang on. Here we go. Here comes the Ravens. Wiz, you nervous? I hear some knee knocking going on.
Man.
AD Mitchell. That AD Mitchell jersey looked nice beside Zay Flowers up there on the wall.
Oh, I'm gonna go to a dark retreat, kind of like Aaron Rodgers, and reevaluate my life and the decisions that led me to this point.
You are in Alaska. It does get dark early. Sometimes, so.
Would you rather be AD Mitchell or Troy Franklin?
I'd rather just tamper and not sign a player and lose the pick, to be honest with you.
You could be a Broncos fan and have Bo Nix.
I know.
I mean,
how about Muss right now? Muss, you moved on from Russ.
Biggest letdown, honestly, I think, in the draft.
Yeah, it really is. Between that and Penix. There's the Death Star.
All the picks in.
There it is.
Jerry Jr. and Jerry Sr. And Jerry's like, get me a cup of water.
My job here is done.
See you boys tomorrow night.
So that's wild that Buffalo felt good enough to trade them, probably knowing Xavier Worthy was the pick too.
Yeah.
Like, and they lost
the Buffalo smarten up? Do they get someone that could really
What
help?
did Buffalo get?
I don't know what they
Yeah, I didn't see any details.
I didn't either.
They got the 32nd overall pick.
Okay.
Well, good work.
Yeah. Maybe,
Maybe
good
they
research
got
there.
Maybe they got Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
Right.
Wiz.
in.
Picks in.
Man. So they Bills received the 32nd overall pick, 95, 221. Kansas City received the 28th, 133, and 248. So they moved up to the third round, basically.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad for moving back a couple spots, but obviously they don't like Worthy that much.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if they kind of,
But see, though, that's why like I look at Worthy as more of a NFL asset. You know what I mean?
I do too.
I think he fits what the Chiefs want to do, but as far as high fantasy production, I just don't know.
Yeah.
Man,
Did you
I like
see
how
the,
all of our names are up on that whiteboard right there. Like someone could stop it and like zoom in.
Yeah,
and
I
figure
thought of
out-
that too. Yeah, they had their whole rankings up there on that board.
What if Buffalo gets Lad McConkey?
Who was
That'd
that?
be great.
That was Baltimore's. Baltimore's war room.
Yeah, I saw AD Mitchell underneath the tab that said off our board. So
Oh, really? Because I mean, what I seen it says we must draft if he's available. Wiz,
I got LASIK, so
I hope you just don't lose your mind, Wiz.
man, my internet might randomly cut out here after this pick. So
Well, Baltimore's pretty smart. I mean, I hate to say it,
They
but-
do usually draft very well.
they do.
and they're like the Steelers.
just
They,
not wide receivers.
they usually draft defense, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I think Flowers was a good pick.
Oh, Flowers was 100% a good pick, but
Yeah.
we usually messed it up somehow. Eventually,
I feel like you have to go defense with who's on the board.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Corners wise, I mean, they need a corner.
They're stacked.
Wigan.
I mean, they look happy, so that's not faces that someone that just drafted called AD Mitchell.
Wiggins makes a ton of sense. I mean, I think.
And
I think any
want
three.
Kool-Aid.
Would you be happy if it was Wiggins? Would you be
I don't
happy?
even know who Wiggins is, to be honest with you. I want Kool-Aid.
Would you be happy with Cooper DeJean?
Oh, they traded Lamar?
I'd be okay with that as well.
As you see, Mike Shanuti's back and he tells you, Wiz, please screw this up.
Oh, Mike. My Red Wings give you a playoff spot that we earned and should have had.
He says Troy Franklin, LMAO.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, here it comes.
Boy, San Fran, Lad McConkey there. Buffalo grabs Jalen Polk. What a night.
Nate Wiggins.
Okay.
Yeah, they went defense, I'm sure. Wiz is happy.
Oh, man. I feel like I weigh 1,000 pounds less now.
Dodge the bullet.
Yep, it is
Oh,
Nate
man.
Wiggins.
Makes a ton of sense.
Yep.
Makes a ton
That's
of
a good
sense.
pick.
Yeah,
is.
Baltimore, they're like the Steelers. They do draft well. I mean,
They do.
they have that same type of model. So there you go, Wiz. You don't got to worry about AD Mitchell staining your team. And even Mike said it's a good pick. In all honesty, I think the Steelers. Hey, we got Eagles, Steelers, Ravens. They all did well tonight.
Yeah,
I think they all did well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, here we go. San
that
Fran.
receiver dropped that.
Yeah.
That was Johnny Wilson, so that makes sense.
Right.
Stu says Kool-Aid to the Niners. I don't know if he knows something we don't, but that would be a nice pick for San Fran as well.
Yeah.
Did you see the reports that they're willing to move Debo or Ayuk?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I think now, though, they think they wanted to get up higher in the first, so that might have gone by the wayside now. But we know that they're struggling with Ayuk as far as his contract. Like, I don't think we've heard the end of that.
It's kind of crazy. We heard a lot of hype about maybe a receiver getting moved today in this first round, and nothing.
There's just not been a lot of trades
Outside of Atlanta and Denver. This has been a pretty vanilla first round.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
Do you know who PFF the most user picked for Baltimore's selection was?
AD
You
Mitchell.
had a guess?
I want to probably. Yeah.
If Buffalo did all this just to get AD Mitchell,
I don't know.
I'll be disappointed.
Well, they did say today that Khalil Shakir is the number 1 wide receiver on that team.
Oh. But I'll tell you though, Carolina's probably looking their chops up like, we never thought AD Mitchell be here. Maybe
that's a Carolina Panthers pick.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
In that spot, I don't think AD Mitchell's that bad.
No, I mean it wouldn't be horrible, but I mean Carolina though would be horrible because they can't afford this. Like they need, like they've done it with Marshall, they've done it with last year with Mingo. They need to get someone that can help Bryce now.
And Steph said, as a non-official 49ers insider, Ayuk will be paid.
Yeah, I hope so.
He's so damn good. Ayuk is a very good player.
Very underrated.
Mm-hmm.
What if they trade Debo and draft Corley?
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, I mean, they play a lot of the same game.
Handoff, screens, reverses.
I think Debo's more polished route runner, but not saying Corley couldn't become that.
Mm-hmm. If one of them gets moved, Juwan Jennings, like he's flashed a little bit last year.
Mm.
I think, and it depends on who they draft as well in the later rounds, but I think that could be a real sneaky ad.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And he's on waiver wires right now as well in most leagues.
Yep, definitely for sure. Well, like I said, San Fran, they got the luxury. They got such a good football team. They could take anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a lot of good luxuries a lot of teams don't have. Buffalo, I mean, a lot of teams said, were they going to make a huge splash? Heck, they traded back. So whatever they're doing, they're going to have to hit.
I will say there's been like no real surprises besides Michael Penix in Atlanta in this draft.
And Bo Nix to me,
I'm not surprised, but I thought he'd go later. I knew he'd
That's
be.
What I thought too.
Denver was all over him. I heard that all over the place. I just thought, okay, they'll probably trade back and then get him. But like Michael Penix was the one that was just an earth shatter. It was like there was no links, no talk, no nothing. It was the biggest surprise.
I had Penix ahead of Bo Nix, but like I still saw that if one was going in the first round, most likely the other one was going in the first round because of how much pressure there is.
And that's what I said on the Dynasty DNA show. Like the quarterback position, like you're pressured to take one.
Yeah.
Even though you don't want to. Like if Denver, and that's what I said about Drake May going to New England, like it puts asses in seats. You know what I mean? Like Denver, like, okay, if you go roll in with Jarrett Stidham, who's coming to watch them games?
Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Zach Wilson.
To forget about.
The way they should
He only went out.
He
only went out there because there's a lot of Cougars.
Yeah. That's what I said. I wonder what Bo Nix's mom looks like. Zach Wilson's about ready to find out.
I was saying, if Bo Nix has an older sister, same thing.
So let me ask you this, Muss. Who you want to start? Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham. I mean, you got a committee there.
Hell of a committee. Yeah.
Who you pulling for?
I think you just got to start Bo Nix and hope he. Yeah.
He's played a lot of football.
You spent the draft.
Yeah, you spent the draft capital on him. You got to play him.
Yeah, I mean, you cut Russell Wilson just to get a worse Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have a thing with Wilsons.
Oh yeah.
But here we go, man. Stu might have ruined it. He says Cooper DeJean to the Niners. He said he'll take it. I don't know if that's official.
If that's official, I like that pick.
That's a nice pick for the 49ers. That's a Kyle Shanahan type guy.
Mm-hmm.
Fits that team.
And you got to remember too, they changed his kickoff rule, and he's a beast ass kick and punt returner. Like he's gonna actually have chances to do that.
Where's
talking about Marvin Mims again?
Marvin, yeah. He'll give Marvin Mims a run for his money on the special teams. And
Marvin Mims did make the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, special teams. I would say.
Oh wow, the Niners got Leonard Floyd too. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. He was with Buffalo for a little bit, I believe, last year, right? Yeah.
Buffalo went for the cap gup this year, man. That's why I said they really need to hit in this draft. The window's closing faster and faster on them.
Yeah.
And do you think like them trading with the Chiefs is kind of them realizing like their window's starting to get closed? Because like that's a really weird move for them to let Kansas City get more firepower.
I know. It's either that or what runs through my head is like, are they not huge on Worthy? Like, because I'm sure it just seemed like that was definitely going to be the pick. It's either Xavier Worthy or a corner.
It goes back to what I said, though. Xavier Worthy makes more sense for the Chiefs.
Wow.
Oh, Ricky Pearsall?
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall.
Get that yet?
Yeah.
Wow.
Woo.
Whoa.
All right.
So does that insight to what they're going to do in the future? Are they going to keep their receivers, or are they
very? I'll give San Fran credit. They did not fall into the trap.
I like this pick.
That's very good pick.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot.
I didn't see that coming, though, to be honest with you.
No, I didn't either.
That is a very good pick for the 49ers.
Just Ricky, he's such a solid player, man.
He's a guy I was hoping would fall to the Steelers.
Yeah, in the second round. I did too.
That was someone that we liked, but I'm telling you, man, that just shows you how the NFL are valuing these receivers, kind of like what we saw. I mean, I think Ricky Pearsall is a lot better player than people give him credit for. And that's a nice fit for the 49ers. It's a really nice fit for the 49ers. But here's the thing now. What's going to happen with one of these other guys? I mean, they took a receiver. I mean, and I don't think it's set in stone. Maybe he's just going to be that slot guy. I know Andy compared Ricky Pearsall to Ricky Prohl. I compared him to Danny Amendola.
Yeah.
So this is a nice maybe pairing for the 49ers if they are able to keep Ayuk.
Is such a good spot, too.
But
I have Adam Thielen for Pearsall.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. He was actually a little more athletic. He tested more athletic than that I kind of
Wow, Buffalo traded again.
Carolina. Oh God, it's Xavier Legette. Oh, I swear
it's AD Mitchell. It's AD Mitchell here.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
They just wanted the 5th-year option.
Xavier
Legette.
Spencer Rattler.
I guarantee you, they probably said to Buffalo, "Look, you could take Mitchell. We'll take Legette.
Yeah, we got Legette."
Look at we got that right there is the worst front office in football. Get them off the screen. Get them off. They are horrible. They shouldn't even be on TV.
Oh, we didn't hear the pick yet.
Yeah, I could. What if it's Jalen Polk?
Then I would reverse. But I'm telling you guys, I've seen it too many times. Like Muscle said, they probably want a 5th-year option on Xavier Legette.
Yeah,
I like this move by Buffalo. If your guy ain't there, get an extra pick. Move up.
They moved up 60 spots for this one spot. And if Buffalo probably doesn't want the same guy they do.
I think it's Xavier Legette for sure.
I did not see Ricky Pearsall going there.
I didn't either.
No.
But it just shows you, though, that good teams value better players better.
Oh, yeah.
Because you didn't see San Fran fall into A.D. Mitchell trap or the Troy Franklin trap. Like, they know, okay, like, you watch the film, man. Ricky Pearsall's a great player, but, again, he fits what they want to do.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to fill that slot role really nicely for them. They don't have a really good third target outside of, George Kittle.
And George is getting a little bit older, too, just banged up. Good player still, but just a little bit banged up here and there. Yeah, that's my opinion. I think it's Xavier Legette.
Now, does Ricky Pearsall make an argument to be a late first-round guy?
I think
in this
offense, with that offense.
Yeah. I do too. I mean, and he might fall into more of that JSN role than Roma Dunze.
Yeah. I hope Carolina proves me wrong, but I doubt it.
So Buffalo got the 33rd pick and a 5th round pick for the 32nd and a 6th.
Yep.
Yeah, they moved up 60 spots. It said
from the 6th to the 5th.
So, Carolina, why would you do that?
To move up one spot. Yeah.
I mean, it better be a good player.
But I think both teams are going to take a receiver, and Buffalo's probably just like they like a guy that maybe ain't as big. Who do you think, Jake?
Everything said Leggett this whole time. I have a hard time steering off of that. I guess I don't see them taking anyone else. I just don't understand when you can get a guy in a second round.
They want the 5th-year option.
Who cares for an old ass dude who's shown 1 year of production?
That's Carolina.
Great year of production.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's Carolina.
I just think, you add Deontay, you have all these other missed receiver picks that you're hoping are going to develop. Terrace Marshall, guys like that, Jonathan Mingo. I don't see how you don't go somewhere else.
I don't know.
And that's my big concern too. Is Xavier Leggett, he looked great last year, but 1 year, like you said, 1 year, man.
Older.
Yeah, and he's an older prospect, so
you get that 5th-year option on an older guy.
And that's if it is. I just feel like it's almost slam dunk. How do you guys feel?
It's either that or Mitchell. And if it's Mitchell, it's really dumb because then it's like, wow, that was smooth. You could have gone. I like Leggett more than I like Mitchell.
I do too.
And I have to be receiver.
It don't have to be, but I think it almost should be.
Yeah, because Buffalo was going to probably draft a receiver, so there's a reason why they moved
exactly.
Unless they want the 5th-year option on the guy. I mean, why else would you do it?
I know,
dude. It has to be Leggett. Unfortunately, there's no way. I mean,
that's been the guy linked to them every single thing I've seen.
Yeah,
and it's the player they like, and their front office needs to be fired. Every one of them. They're sitting there celebrating. Oh yeah, you gave up more draft capital to get another bum that can't play.
we don't even know yet.
I know that's what it is, Muscles. I don't even have to look. I know if it's not that, it's AD Mitchell, but it's
I'll
Xavier
be very
Leggett.
surprised if it's not.
Yeah, I know
it is Leggett. It's gotta be
Leggett.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there it is. Xavier Leggett. Congratulations.
Right on cue.
Wow.
Congratulations. You got 3 turds that can't fucking run routes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I mean, Deontay can run, but he's always hurt.
He can't catch it.
T, do you like this pick?
I hate this pick because I knew it would happen.
Yeah, I think everybody's seen that. So it's funny. The first pick was set in stone, and the last pick was set in stone.
Yeah.
We just thought it would be tomorrow, but
yeah. Well, they couldn't help it. They had to make some noise tonight. We got to get Xavier down here quicker.
5th-year option.
I mean, he's from South Carolina, so he doesn't travel very far.
Yeah.
That's very.
I don't understand these AJ Brown comps.
I don't see it either.
I see it, man.
I see Treylon Burks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do too.
That's exactly what he is. Look at this.
I do too. I just.
That was the worst route I've ever seen.
It's almost like N'Keal Harry.
Oh God.
Yeah,
easy. Don't say that.
That's like a Voldemort name.
He who must not be named.
I'm reading online that the 49ers booed Ricky Pearson.
Really?
Yeah.
If I'm the 49ers, I'm thrilled.
Oh yeah.
I do think Cooper DeJean would have been nice for them. Get another corner.
But way nicer, I think.
But I think Ricky Pearsall's underrated. We've been kind of saying that.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, what a shame. What a shame. We knew it was going to happen. It happened a day earlier.
Yep.
Oh, man, look at them.
Get AJ Brown.
They even look the same. They got the same pose.
AJ Brown would beat him up and steal his lunch. It's not even close.
We're going to get DJ Leggett jersey.
I definitely, yeah.
Just disgusts me. I mean, you see a great.
Oh, look at AJ Brown. You know, I do see it now. I do see it.
Yeah,
I see it.
Yeah, right there it was.
Yeah.
He's got Bryce Young throwing the ball.
Yeah. Oh.
Preston says, please don't bring up Harry. Well, what an end to night one.
Yeah.
Everyone got to see me blow my top on the Carolina front office, and I'm not surprised. Here we are again, but I don't know, guys. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happened. I mean, we got a lot to digest, a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do, man. We definitely do. But all in all, Leggett, I mean, he does get the first round capital. We did see this could happen. It did. I mean, he's not the worst receiver in the world, but I don't think this helps his case by any means.
Horrible landing spot, and he's going to get picked way too high now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Did we get 7 receivers in the first round?
No, we got
6.
Or no, we did get 7.
Did we get 7?
Yeah, Pearsall, Leggett.
Oh, yeah.
And Worthy.
Yeah, yep.
On top
Yeah,
of
7.
Yep, 7. And we can thank Carolina for that little gem. So, but no, guys, this was great. This was great. Appreciate you guys coming on. I mean, as everyone knows, we're going to be covering day 2 tomorrow. Unfortunately, these guys are going to have to work.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have Big Jimmy on with me so he can mispronounce some more names. Ben Sinnott, he might go sometime round 3. He can pronounce him. At least he didn't have to say Roma Dunze. But I'm going to have Big Jimmy with me tomorrow, and I'm going to have Ty. Ty will be back with me. So, Moss, you can come into the chat. And when
maybe I'll call in or something if I get time.
Yeah, if you guys want to call in. Plus, we're going to have, if you guys are available, would love to have you again tomorrow. If you're around. So, even for a few minutes, if you have a chance, hop on. We'd love to have you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely.
But,
I just didn't mean to copy there, Wiz. I'm sorry.
No, you just copied my flow. It's all right.
I thought it was an echo.
Check.
But now we're going to get to hear stories of the Michael Penix stuff all over on Twitter tonight, and Kirk Cousins. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
But like I said, appreciate everyone. Thank you guys all for tuning in. This was awesome. We really crushed it on the live stream tonight. Had so many viewers on with us. It was a lot of fun. Jake,
thanks, Jake.
Jake, thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
And I know, like I said, you're really busy, but whenever you're free, we'd love to have you on more, man.
Yeah.
I would always love to give you guys the better edition of a Ledbetter than Jimmy. So
Yeah, that's right.
Pump that up and supply that. I'm glad to do so.
Just so you know, Jake and Jimmy are far out cousins.
We are.
Yeah.
Don't say that though.
But Jake pronounces names correct.
Yes, correct.
So, but no, thanks for coming on, Jake. We appreciate it. Wiz, Mike, Mike Shanuti, Hutchinson Brown.
Yeah.
Follow all those guys on Twitter, guys. I have all their Twitter handles linked on the live stream thing that we posted earlier on our Twitter page at DynastyDNA_. All these guys are great guys, great follows, very knowledgeable. Thanks again for hopping in. We got a lot to digest. Tomorrow, we will be back again, like I said, covering rounds 2 and 3. It'll be me, Jimmy, and Ty, and Mus, whoever might call in. We're going to talk to some of these fellas again. It's going to be a lot of fun, and that'll be it. But again, thanks. We'll be on Twitter, we'll be on YouTube, and we'll be on Facebook all live. Hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. Mike, Wiz, thanks again, and we will all talk to you guys tomorrow night for day 2 of the NFL draft. Hope you guys have a good evening. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thanks. See ya.